It is full of guests and giveaways and wacky things that we are so excited to share with all of you. We have some epic elements that we are excited to highlight during this first segment, and then we will kick off our first topic here in about 30 minutes. So if you are ready to celebrate 12-hour live with us, we would love to see some green hearts. We'd love to have you sharing this live stream, and we'll be right back. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ray Hewer. We have Jeff Gargas here with us, and we are kicking off 12-hour live. Good morning, Jeff. It's kind of early.
This is my favorite 12-hour live ever.
Because it just started?
I called it right now. I'm calling my shot. It's my favorite ever.
Wow. Okay, we've done a few of these, so
we have done a few.
Okay, that's cool. Is it your favorite because of my epic green heart vest that I have on? Look at this. Green heart.
I'm pretty sure it's my favorite in spite of that, but sure.
Okay, but Carly.
No, actually, I like when you ordered it, I was like, it's gonna be like way too much, and it's actually like not too much. Like it's actually okay. Like,
yeah,
I'm not offended by it in any way.
See, our friends here in the comments know how this goes. We show green hearts to show that we like something. So anytime throughout this 12-hour live, feel free to throw your green hearts if you agree with somebody, like something that was shared, or even just want to celebrate the fact that we are still live through this 12-hour period.
Can we do some good morning? Good morning, Carly. Carly, first person to comment, by the way. Carly wins. You just win a high five sometime when I see you. But good morning. I see Lindsay's in there, Breeze up, Nikki, Brad, and Facebook users who are getting blocked in the Facebook group. I have the Facebook group up over on my other screen so that we can see that. Shadow Strowski's awake and with us this morning. I love it.
Wendy
so is Joshua Stamper, who's in like several other time zones.
Yeah,
it's extra early for Josh.
We'll be seeing him later. Can we shout out? Wendy has been a part of so many live streams. Like I see her every single morning. She's a part of our Today show. So
yeah, good morning, Wendy, and Robin coming in from YouTube. We love seeing our YouTube. I know Josh was on YouTube too, but he doesn't get the win. Robin gets
I love it. Hey, friends, we have a killer lineup, and we're going to review all that with you and do all that stuff. Please do us a favor if you are enjoying any of this and share out that you are watching the live stream today as you kind of go through your day. We'd love to engage with as many educators as possible. And geez, we have a lot to share. This is just going to be so epic. Jeff, can you believe we're doing another one of these?
I want to say no, but yeah, I want to be like, oh, like, no, I can't believe we're doing it. But it's like, hey, well, yeah, it makes sense. It's kind of one of our things. I think we were talking before earlier, like how kind of like Katie does so much with this thing now that like we were kind of like, oh yeah, that is thing today. I hope it all goes well because you and I don't really do anything at all ever anymore.
Except for that, I didn't sleep because of you.
Oh yes, you were. Yeah. Do you want to do this too? So Ray said she had a dream about me last night, and I didn't let her tell me about it prior because I want to have a actual reaction here live on screen for everybody. So
for you guys that have been a part of our Teach Better community for a while, you know that I am having nightmares. I am literally having nightmares, and I had a nightmare last night. Could not sleep, and it's Jeff's fault. So I was doing stuff for 12-hour live last night. And finished kind of around 7:00. Jeff calls me not 5 minutes later. I'm like, oh my God, what did I do wrong? Like maybe I clicked the live stream. We're actually live streaming.
You were live.
I was like, what did I possibly do? Right, whatever. So he's like, no, I'm just calling to check in. And we're kind of joking. We talk for maybe 5 minutes. And most of the conversation focuses around, isn't it funny that none of us have like slept through 12-hour live before? Like, we have to be here early. We're on to prep. Like, isn't it funny?
When you were talking about how like you were constantly thinking 8, 8, 8, and then last night you were like, oh crap, that's actually 7 for you. Like,
yeah, because I've been saying 8 a.m. for the entire time. And Jeff was like, it's 7 Central, right? I'm like, yes, that always comes to me like right before like the night of. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot it's an hour earlier for me because I'm Central Time Zone. So my entire like nightmare last night, on and off to sleep, was sleeping through the beginning of 12 Hour Live. And in my dream, I woke up at like 11:19, which, by the way, can we talk about anybody on here who's ever slept till 11? Amazing. That would
like
be
11:19
awesome.
in the morning.
In the morning.
Slept for the first.
So I slept through 12 Hour Live, and I was like pacing around this Airbnb I'm in, being like, oh my God, is Jeff going to fire me? Like, why didn't anyone call me? Like, no text? How have I not missed any text? And I had slept through 12 Hour Live.
Can you imagine if you didn't show up for this and we just didn't text you or anything? We're just like, forget it. Like, we don't,
I'm telling you these nightmares. Guys, I want to hear like your teacher nightmare. This to me felt like an August, like back to school where your alarm.
First day of school with students or something.
Yeah, nightmare. So let us know what your typical like nightmare before some special event. Maybe it's back to school. Maybe it's like a Christmas Eve. I don't know what it is for all of you, but for me, apparently it's 12 Hour Live, sleeping through 12 Hour Live. But I'm here and I want evidence. I'm here.
Can we do like an old school Jeff asking too much of everyone fashion? I like Brad's question. So I want people to answer your question in the comments. Okay. I also want green hearts in the comments if you're excited about today. But Brad asked if we have anyone outside of North America right now joining us. Anyone outside of the United States, Canada, that is with us right now would be awesome. And what time is it where you're at? If you're in, completely different time zones than us, would be. We're actually in the United States. There's a bunch too. And then I also want a comment on what is your favorite, or who are you most excited about, or what topic are you most excited about today, and stuff. Then we can get into that. So like, there's 4 things that you could be / should be / need to be posted in the comments right now.
You know that it's a Saturday morning. That feels like
I do, lot. But I also know that our community is awesome and can handle 4 tasks on a Saturday morning.
Can you go through them slowly? First, it was the nightmare. Thank you, Sandra.
What is your teacher nightmare?
Yep, teacher
nightmare.
Okay,
so yep, Sandra's right on top of it. The other one is green hearts, which we see coming in already because that's the thing.
Yeah,
that has to happen. I have a massive green heart in front of me on my wall there from the conference that I wasn't at, which is awesome. I love it. So I see it every day. The third thing is
Brad's question about where
like just in general, where are you at? Where are you watching from? And what time is it there? Like that.
Yeah. Like
where are you at? What time?
Like I'm in Chicago and it's 7:08 right now. Jeff is in Ohio and it's 8:08.
It's 8. Yeah. And then what was and the fourth was either who are you most excited to see or what like topic segment today are you most excited to see? And that I thought that was a good transition into if we want to talk about what we're going to talk about today. I hope they've seen the schedule because we put it out quite a bit in the last week or so, but
it's been everywhere. Yes.
Yes.
I think we should talk about the schedule because I want people to be prepared. I've been hearing that sometimes looking at the 12-hour schedule is like very intimidating. But friends, remember you can pick and choose. We'd love to have you here the whole time, but I mean,
which is what you should be doing. Like it's Saturday, you shouldn't be doing anything else. You have nothing else to take care of. The housework can wait. Your family's not important. This is where you're supposed to be.
Wait,
or bring your family with it. Get some popcorn. Have the family sit with you. This is basically like cinematic gold,
like the Super Bowl.
It's like yeah. Except like the entire thing is one of the goofy commercials. Like that's
I like when people put us up on YouTube on their TV.
Me
and
too.
Then I'm like, that is like the Super Bowl. It's
I've
like
got a TV over there. I haven't done it, but I think I'm gonna do that when I'm off. I need to have it over there so I can see us really big. I have us up over here. So over in this screen, I've got the Facebook group. Over on my laptop, I have YouTube, and then I don't have it up right now, but I'll have X up on my iPad so I can see what it looks like on all the things.
Are you not live for the entire 12 hours?
I'm not. So that's fun. I'm on for 3 hours, 3.5 hours, something like that, I think. Four. I think I'm on for 4 total.
That's like nothing.
No, because if you think about the very first 12 hour, we talk about this all the time, but you and I were on for 11 and a half of the 12 hours.
That's true.
Which I still haven't been able to figure out like logistically how we did that. like with restroom breaks and stuff.
There was no restroom breaks. There was
we
none.
just
there also was no commercials.
There was no commercials, huh? We just kind of went
boom, we were just like, let's bring people on screen.
Bringing people on and off. Yeah. Oh, well, that's fun. But no. Yeah, I'm on in a, let's see, I'm on right now. I'm on in like an hour and a half with Sarah for AI, which we're gonna go through this whole thing. And then I'm on like in the middle, and then I have like I'm on with you doing a recap. Then I have 4-hour break, and then I'm on for the last 2 hours. So you want to go through the schedule?
Raise of hands. Who cares when Jeff's on screen?
You literally asked me.
No one.
You see what I have to deal with, folks? Like, guys, she literally asked me, and then she's like, "Why are you telling me the answer to the question you asked me? But you give me nightmares."
It's true.
You know what my nightmare is? You know what my nightmare is, Ray? This.
Me too.
Life with you. Okay, that's not true. I love you. Okay, let's talk about the schedule. So, I have it up. You don't have it up, right? You want me to go through it?
I mean, I can see that the next segment after this is top 5 picture books in your classroom with Bree and Fennel.
We need to start from the beginning. At 8 a.m. Eastern time is kick off the 12-hour live with Jeff and Ray.
It's going really well. I'm so glad this segment exists.
To your point, the next segment is top 5 picture books to use in your classroom. That's with Katie Miglin and Bree and Fennel. Who have been joking back and forth because Bree's like, can we just go all day? Because I can't think of 5 books, which is Bree summed up. She's going to have 500 of them. So
yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
So that's from 8:30 to 9. And just to clarify, this is all Eastern time is what I'm going to be speaking in. So do your conversions as needed. After that, we've got Overcoming Burnout, and that's with you and Ipek Williamson, who's been a pretty good friend of ours for the last, what did we meet her, 2 years ago now, give or take?
Yes, we met her about a year and a half ago. And she's been on our Sunday show. And it's really interesting because I love her personally, but our community has just like totally exploded in terms of their love and fascination with her work. So I'm very excited to interview her.
After that, I get to come back and hang out with the amazing Dr. Sarah Thomas from EduMatch, our friends over there. We're going to be talking about AI and education, which is something that Sarah and her team have really been diving into. They've gotten a bunch of like certifications and stuff. So that's going to be fun. And then Josh comes on with Todd Nesloni and Tyler Cook, and they're going to be talking about leadership reflection. That's going to be a powerful one, I think. Yeah,
that's great. If any of you have a leader in your building that you're connected with on Facebook, or maybe your friend has moved into administration, you want to tag them. There's a variety of audiences that we're supporting today. Obviously, as an educator, you're going to enjoy all of them. But of course, there are specific segments that might be more conducive to classroom teachers or administrators, or those even aspiring to be in leadership. So make sure to bring in your friends, an easy way to tag them and say, hey, you might find this interesting.
All right. So then next after that, we've got you and Nicole Marte. Am I saying that right, Marte?
Yes.
Okay. And you are going to be talking about building super fans of learning. Did you meet, is Pat Flynn coming on too? That's what I think of when I think super fans.
Sorry. Yeah, I know. I have to tell you, I'm a super fan of Nicole, so I cannot wait for her to be on the show.
Gotcha. I love it. That's going to be fun. I'm excited for that one. After that, we've got Breaking the Barriers of Poverty. That's Katie coming on with Zandra.
Yeah.
Joe. I don't know. I don't think I say her last name properly. I apologize.
We've had Zandra on a few different places. She is an amazing superintendent out in California. I cannot wait for that conversation.
Awesome. And then Josh comes back on with Mark Horner.
Oh.
One of our favorite people in the world.
Yes.
And they are talking. I'm losing my place. Don't settle because of the system. Ooh, that's gonna be a fun one to get into.
I like that a bunch.
We hear that a lot, right? Like we're in a box, but we still have to do stuff. They love this sweater. After that, we've got Taking a Break with the Team. Hey, that's you and me again.
Oh, God. Can we plan something between now and then to make it better than what this is right now?
I have an idea. If we can we brainstorm right now real quick? So here's what I think we should do. I think we should have Josh and Katie do it instead. 100% improvement.
They are my favorite duo. So that maybe we'll try and coordinate that in the background. Okay. We're all going to be off stage while these amazing things are happening on screen. So maybe we can mime to each other our plan. That'll be good.
Okay. All right. So now I'm looking at, let's see, taking a break. And then, Katie, I know you told me, but when does the stream change? I'm sorry.
At 3 o'clock.
3? Okay.
3 o'clock Eastern.
So we're not there yet. Okay. So then at 2 o'clock, we've got write-in equals your best personal growth tool. That is with you, Joshua Stamper, and Charlie Peck.
Yes. For those of you that are
trio.
interested in growing, maybe even writing a book someday, that would be an interesting segment.
I love it. And then common misconceptions about the grid method, which is at 2:30. And that is with Katie, with you, and with Bree.
It's going to be so fun.
That's going to be fun.
And by the way, before we transition here, then we have giveaways galore going on. So for those of you who are new to 12 Hour, there'll be 2 different ways to get a giveaway. And it'll be happening all day long. So you got to stick with us for all those pieces of information.
Since you're talking about that, I'm going to pop it up on the screen real quick. That is the one way to do it. We'll get into that a little more after we keep talking. But where am I at? Common misconception. Okay, at 3 o'clock, this is when. So at 3 o'clock, the stream's going to change. This is something that's you just have to figure out now. So as we approach the 3 o'clock, that last segment right before, so like 3 or like 2:57, we will be explaining to you that we're about to end this stream and we have to start another stream, and that's because Facebook and I think X as well don't allow you to stream more than like 6 or 8 hours. So we have to start a new stream. So at 3 o'clock, we will start a new stream. We will tell you all about it. You got to follow the team. That's the best way to go find it. And then we're going to ask you to share it out and stuff. So that'll take a little bit of a switch there. And then at 3 o'clock, we have incorporated collaboration within the grid method. And that is you and Katie Miglin.
I love that. Katie and I are going to have a ball brainstorming that.
After that, we got the language of behavior with Brad Hughes and Joshua Stamper, which, if I'm being completely honest, I don't even care if they talk about it. Like, it's a good topic that is going to be good, but like, I don't care if they talk about it because Brad and Josh are just a lot of fun together. So that's going to be entertaining. From 4:30 to 5, we've got formative assessments in the grid method. That's with you and Katie again, which I want to, note that is a great duo because you two are currently leading our first ever grid method certification cohort, which hopefully you'll talk about at some point too. But
well, I want to give a shout out to that crew because that was a group it's very much still a pilot. We wanted to see how this goes to be able to certify those of you in our community who love the grid method and want to be certified in that space. And first of all, Katie has done an amazing job facilitating and planning all of that. I'm just there making jokes and dancing typically. They'll tell you because I see a lot of them in the comments. They'll be like, yeah, that sounds about right. But holy moly, it's such a fascinating cohort of people that come in and really want to give their all for the hour that we meet once a week, which just is constant, great conversation and brainstorming. So it's been fabulous.
Dave Schmidt's in the house.
Dave Schmidt!
What's up, Dave?
Dave, I'm so glad you're here. So fun.
I wish I was down there in Florida. I texted him the other day about how I hope he has better weather than we've had up here because it's been cold.
Oh, it's been so cold. We should have all live streamed from Dave's house in Florida. Like that would have been better.
That would be a lot better. We would have better scenery too, like in general. It'd be. Although you kind of have like a fake palm tree behind you. Is that what's going on back there?
Just Dave, do you approve of my fake palm tree?
I'm not sure how that works the same way. All right, where are we at? I'm at 5 o'clock Eastern time. We've got you and Chad Ostrowski on the screen. You using AI to work smarter, not harder.
Yep.
And then right after that, we got prioritizing standards to increase student success. I'm going to jump on and keep Chad on and we'll just put the quarters in Chad today, which I'm excited about. Right after that, Josh jumps on with me and we're going to walk through on how to launch your podcast. So if you have any interest in launching a podcast of your own, we're going to walk through. We got an hour. We're going to walk through basically what we do like in workshops and stuff for that. So don't want to miss that. And then finally, at the end of the day, we're going to wrap it up with the team. And we're going to have a bunch of the team on here and we're going to kind of recap everything, celebrate. We're going to all guess throughout the day what Ray will be eating at that point because it typically changes throughout the day. So that's going to be exciting. So a lot of good stuff going on.
Are we officially deciding what the snacks are? Like that's the other thing we haven't asked our community yet. Maybe we're throwing too much on you in the morning because most of you are hopefully still in your PJs relaxing on a Saturday morning. But I feel like as educators, we're supposed to be super excited about the schedule and really overjoyed to share information with you. And yet, if you're a Teach Better family member, we're more focused on the outfits, the snacks, and the shenanigans that are going to be happening today.
Yeah. What are your key snacks today?
Right now, I'm starting with a smoothie, which is pretty typical because I just am living in my smoothie era. But I have a lot of food that I specifically have access to today because it's 12-hour. So it could be anything. Josh loves that peanut M&Ms are definitely on the list for sure. Yeah.
Okay, I don't have any candy today. I've got a couple granola bars. I'm trying to be good today. We'll see how long that lasts, but
I'm kind of thinking I have like 2-day-old Chinese food that might be a thing. I have a lot of options, lots of options.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. All right, can we return to the giveaways and explain to everyone how they can win? Because we've got, I think Katie told us the other day, like 50-ish or whatever giveaways to give away. We got books and free access to things and swag and all kinds of stuff. So 2 ways for people to get there, right? I'm in my seafood.
I can't. I like Brad Hughes' comments are the best.
Oh man.
Yes. Okay. Giveaways. 2 ways that you can win, and you should try to win via both. Like it's not like a
one or the
other. So one is the website. Can you throw up that website? The website is teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. You guys can go do this right now on another device or on another tab, depending on where you're watching. You want to go to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. It's truly, when you get there, it's going to ask for your information, and then it's going to ask you to essentially choose any of the things you wish you could win. So you can select everything. You can select half the items. You could select one item, but it's going to go through. Obviously, the more you pick, the more chances you have to hopefully win something. And those are all incredible donations by outside organizations, amazing authors and everything in between. So we're so excited to have that as an option for giveaways. The other element, of course, is being able to win via the comments during the show. So, Jeff, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that that's something people should try to do?
Yeah, you should absolutely do that. So that's going to be certain segments throughout the day where we will give you some sort of prompt. Might be asking a question for you to actually answer, give your opinion, or maybe share like, this or that or whatever. It might question typically related to whatever we were talking about. And then based on your answer in the comments and how quickly you answered, we'll select a winner and you'll win it right there on the spot. And I'm going to say it right now. So if you win live, the way to make sure you get your prize is to email Katie@teachbetter.com. That's KATIE. And that's how you win that. So you can do the form, like Ray said, at any point. So you can do that throughout the day. And you only have to do it once. You don't have to go. It doesn't help you to do it multiple times. You just do it once, mark all the prizes that you're interested in. But then watching live gives you the opportunity to win some of the things on the spot.
Right. There are some giveaways that are not on the website that we're giving away
just
live.
On the spot giveaways. Yeah.
Yeah. So just keep that in mind. So hopefully you're able to tune in for most of the day today. And then hopefully you're able to spend a moment selecting other options on that website as well. But don't leave the live stream because we don't want you to miss anything. So you got to go do that on a separate device.
Yeah. Okay. So we've covered the stream change. We've covered the schedule. We covered how to win giveaways. What are we going to do for the next 7.5 minutes?
Okay.
I feel like we were supposed to take longer.
No, we can take a long time. Trust me, I could go back to talking about my dreams. The one thing I did want to ask is, I know you prompted the community to do this earlier, but just to you, do you have a segment that you're most excited for? Because I feel like we haven't discussed that between you and I know a lot of people posted already.
Yeah. I obviously I'm biased to the ones that I'm on, but that's not just because I'm excited about. I'm really excited to chat with Sarah about.
Jeff, every time I'm on,
I'm looking at the schedule. I'm trying to think what I'm very interested in the super fans of learning. That caught my attention.
Okay.
I think the Don't Settle Because of the System, which is Josh and Mark Horner, that one I'm excited about as well. And I mean, most of them. Is that that's not the right answer, but
no, it kind of feels like you're cheating, but it's okay.
I think those are the ones that I think I'm going to pick those. That's what I'm going to stick with there. And then I'm very interested in the Breaking the Barriers of Poverty. I think that one with Katie and Xandra is going to be a really powerful one too. So
yeah,
I'll stop at 3.
Okay, there's definitely a bunch. I will say there's a balance of 2 different styles of segments to me personally. I feel like there's ones where we're bringing outside educators in to be experts, to talk shop and share a little bit about information that maybe we don't get to highlight as frequently on the team. And then there's other segments that I look at and I'm like, oh, wow, that's just like a really good brainstorm session, like going to be something that our hope is that we can all grow and develop in areas that we're working on. And usually those can be found in a few different spots on the team, but usually it only happens when we're in schools working with teachers. So I'm really excited that some of these segments where we bring experts in to talk about certain topics are going to be actionable. It's going to, teach us about different ideas, different topics that we may not discuss very often. And then other times for those of us who are trying to improve maybe in an area that's a little bit more large that we're focusing on over a large period of time, we get some good brainstorm segments now too, which is good.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's gonna be a good day. We got a couple minutes still.
Yeah. Also,
before we get rolling here.
Yes, there are a few commercials that we will have in between segments. I do want to give a little shout out to our commercials simply because you're going to see a number of different things through those elements that are not highlighted in the schedule, which is kind of exciting. So you'll see us highlight certain networks that exist in the Teach Better family, our podcast network, our blog network, our admin mastermind network, our Edu Creator Club network that we have. So there's a lot of different highlights that we'll be able to give. We also got some ideas. Shout out to our grid cohort. They were looking for us to give quick tips and tricks during that time as well. So even in between segments, we'll have a number of different short little videos that will give you little tips and tricks on how to improve your instruction. So excited to have those be almost in addition to the schedule that we'll be celebrating.
I love it.
It'll be super fun.
I think we should go ahead and get into it.
Really?
I know technically we have like 2.5 minutes left, but we got to play a commercial. And Bree wants to go for 3 hours, so we'll give her like an extra minute at least to help. They're both ready. They look
I love
great.
it.
So we're gonna get into this is top 5 picture books to use in your class, and we got Katie and Bree coming on. And Ray, I guess I'll see them in a little bit. You'll see them in a little bit, but then we'll be back whenever the heck it is to like recap the morning too. So while we hit play on this commercial, please fill the comments with some green hearts. Let's get going the right way today.
This will be so fun. Let's kick off 12-Hour Live. Woo! Trying to stay up to date on all things Teach Better? Head over to teachbetter.com and join our email list. Simply scroll down until you see Mr. Chad Ostrowski's face and click on Join Our Email List. Right then and there, you'll be asked for your first name and your preferred email. We will only send you emails when we have good things to share. Everything from free resources to shout outs to all things good happening in education.
Sorry, I was totally jamming out there.
I know. I was like really kind of wrapped up in that commercial. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to 12-Hour Live event. It's going to be a great day. Thank you, Jeff and Ray, for kicking us off and kind of getting this party started. And Bree, I don't know at what point we decided that you and I were going to be an early morning session on books of all things, but I'm here for it and I'm so excited. So Bree, welcome. If you have not connected with Bree, you're totally missing out. But Bree, in case somebody has just stumbled upon our live stream and they are not really sure who you are, can you tell them a little bit about yourself?
Yes, I am so excited to announce that I am the lead connections coordinator for the Teach Better team. I am a second and third grade, and I was a first grade teacher, so I do all kinds of things in elementary ed. I am recently a Scholastic Teacher Fellow, and so I am really involved in a lot of things in education, but Teach Better really has my heart. So I'm so glad to be here today, and I asked for like 3 to 6 hours to talk about books, but I am excited to be here with you this morning.
Yes, if you have not had a chance to connect with Bree on any social media, do it. She is a phenomenal educator in Ohio, doing great work. And Bree, I have decided that you don't sleep. That's what I've decided because you are constantly doing something, whether it's with your amazing family or in the world of education. It's just so cool to see how much you're making an impact. So I'm so excited about this morning. Welcome, everybody. We are going to talk through today picture books. And when we were kind of brainstorming some different topics to talk through today. You guys know we do lots and lots of planning. One of the things that we wanted to kind of talk about was something that you could take an idea and immediately implement in your classroom. And we know that that is super important. It's really great to have all these like pie in the sky ideas, but oftentimes we need something we can implement on Monday. So Bree, today we're going to talk about some of your favorite picture books. And obviously we know that this is just a snapshot of the gamut of books that are out there and all the different reasons you might pull in picture books. But I want to first kind of pick your brain because you are in the elementary world and I'm more in the middle school world. And, you know, we help educators of all the different levels. But if you're someone who's in maybe secondary ed, whether it's middle school, high school, or beyond, why would you want to pull a picture book into your classroom? Why would that be beneficial, especially if your students are older?
That's a great question, Katie. I think that picture books are something that we can really connect with our students, and we could pull in ideas for social emotional topics. It could be something fun, something relevant. And so I'm going to share all of those different ideas with you today. But I think that you shouldn't sleep on the idea of a picture book just because you're in secondary or even in high school. I feel like it's an opportunity to connect with students. And so I feel like, yes, high schoolers love being read to.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's something almost soothing about being read to by somebody that you're already connected with and trust. But if you're working on building those connections with students, I feel like, or trying to build a community around a topic, a picture book's a great launching pad for that.
I 100% agree. I think sometimes we forget that even though they're a little older, maybe they don't get read to like often, it's an easy way to tie in topics. It's an easy way to kind of give them that sense of comfort. But I honestly love doing it just when I like wanted to talk about something, but I wanted to like get into it in an interesting way, you know, like, I don't know. I feel like it was a good hook for them because they'd be like, why are we reading, you know, like a picture book in 7th grade, but it grabbed their interest. So okay, so Bree, let's just get into this because, you know, they only gave us 30 minutes to talk about this, which is ridiculous.
I know. Okay, so one of the first books that I picked, this was very hard for me to narrow it down, but one of the first ones that I picked is this book. It's by Peter H. Reynolds. And if you don't know Peter Reynolds, a lot of his books are either Scholastic or Scholastic imprint. And this one I particularly liked because it's something that is kind of a tough topic to bring up with kids, is being always on your phone or always connected on social media. And so Our Table is a great book about this family who is always on their phone. The parents are on their phone, the kids are on their phones. But it's also about creating those quick connections with each other. And so when I was able to read this to my students, I read it like around our Thanksgiving break time. And we just kind of talked about like eating dinner together. And there's actually research out about that, the importance of that. And I feel like even at lunch times, I know that some of our older students are allowed to have their phones at lunchtime and, you know, are kind of like decompressing through the screen. But just introducing this and kind of having those conversations, like, you know, are you able to, you know, eat dinner around the table together? Are you, even if you're eating together in the living room, all gathered together and snuggled up, if you're able to have that conversation about lunchroom conversations, like some kids just, you know, they don't know how much they actually have in common because they aren't introduced to this way of like having conversations with people face to face. So this was one of my top picks for this year. It's pretty relevant and great by a great author. Fantastic pictures, lots of representation. So
it's a pretty quick read too. It's not real text heavy. I will say, Brie, I ordered that book from one of our daughter's Scholastic Book Fair orders, and I didn't know it. I just love that author. So I was literally like reading to them at night, and I was like, oh, like, it was one of those where I'm like, wow, this is like hitting hard. It was because it's literally like this little girl notices all of her family members are on a screen of some sort. And it was like, not that necessarily I do it often, but like it just was a good like reality check. So I totally agree. I love that book. Okay, what's next?
Okay, so one more thing I wanted to add about that is the little girl's kind of empowered to kind of make that change in her family. So it kind of gives kids a voice as well, which I think is super important when choosing a picture book. Hi, friends. Okay, so the next one that I have is called Hoop Genius. And I feel like March is a great time to kind of pull in some relevant topics for your students. And one of those things is March Madness. So we see lots of brackets for picture books. We see lots of brackets for other things, which I feel like is great to connect. But this is another like nonfiction picture book. So I feel like that's a really great way to bring in those nonfiction text features. We have the inventor of basketball. And I feel like for our 12-hour live all about educators, it is actually a desperate teacher in a rowdy gym class that invented basketball. And so I feel like there's so many cool things you can do with this book and your students. I feel like this would be a great one all the way up through high school. And so Hoop Genius was my second recommendation.
I had no idea about a teacher created basketball.
Yes. And it's so funny because, we talk about, okay, well, kids these days and, I don't know what's gotten into them, but this kind of just shows us that, kids are kids and everyone knows that I'm all about play and incorporating play. So I feel like that was a second recommendation for me. I love this idea. Maybe I could do a blog that is on my my bingo list for Teach Better. If you haven't heard Ray talk about that on the morning show, is to make a blog. So great idea, Dustin. Maybe I can stick a March Madness bracket in there.
Well, and if you're someone who's maybe listening as you go about your Saturday, Bree will later drop in all of the titles so that you have access to them. Because I don't know about you, but I'm really bad at I get so into the episode or the segment that I forget to take notes. So if you are someone that's kind of out and about, Bree can give you those titles and authors so that you can grab them for your lessons. All right, Bree, what do you have next? You've gotten two strong ones. So are you going to be able to maintain this for the next few?
I mean, I think so, but I'm doing a throwback one for this next one. And I have a reason why. So I don't know if anybody's familiar with Alexander and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day. And we have all had terrible, horrible, no good, very bad days. Yeah. What is great about this book? I love that the illustrations are kind of in this sketch feature.
Oh yeah, they're not like full color.
Yes, and this is by Judith Vorst. I want to give credit to the author here. So Alexander has a very terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day, and I feel like this really helps kids. Like if you know that you're kind of in a slump, that the behavior is not great, or kids are going through a hard time. I really love. I don't know how many people are familiar with this book, but I love that. At the end, he said, my mom said some days are just like that. And it's really true. Like we all have fantastic days. We all have terrible days. And I feel like giving kids opportunities. Yes, giving kids opportunities to express those emotions in a safe way is super helpful. But also, this is a great writing prompt. And I have to share on the screen. So this was my second grade book that I made, Brienne and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day. And so if I had a million hours, I could tell you all about using picture books and incorporating writing. And if you have some reluctant writers, having this as a mentor text can be so important, because then they can share with you in a really fun way some of the things that make them have terrible, horrible, no good, very bad days. And sometimes those kids that have really hard behaviors, their stories might break your heart. So getting that writing out, having an opportunity to reflect on those hard times can be super important. And this looks just like me. Second grade me was drawer. So
hey, can we, as we kind of like, we're talking about this, I know we've only got like 10 minutes, but you just said something that made me think of one of our giveaways, because we've got so many good giveaways, and you talked about like using these to prompt writing. But I just want to do a shout out, because we've got several children's books on our giveaway list. We've got, let's see, Mackenzie's Time Machine by, I'm going to butcher these names because I'm really bad at names, but Yartza Vilaba. We've got Abs, which is Ability, Brave, Beautiful, Smart by Melissa Hayes, and Emerson Blake in the Stalked Jellyfish, which is Kim Calazzo and Jillian Du Bois's new book that just came out. So tons of picture books are on our giveaway list. If you're listening and you're like, oh, Bree, these are awesome, but I want to win some free stuff, go to the 12-hour link and you can catch some of those giveaways. So sorry, Bree, I just wanted to make sure we talked about that, because there's picture books out on our giveaway list.
I love it. Go sign up for all those. You can use them in the classroom. And I love that we have some ambassador representation in that list.
Yes.
Okay, next up, I'm going to cheat. I'm sorry, but I'm going to do 2 books in one. Don't get mad at me. But books about neurodivergence. I feel like it's so important. There are great ways to kind of tie those in. I myself has ADHD, and so one of my favorite is called The Puppy in My Head. And it's a book about mindfulness. Elise Gravel, she does a lot of really great nonfiction picture books about animals, but this one in particular is about a puppy that's running rampant inside her head, and she even gives it a name, and it's curious and excited, and sometimes it gets a little bit too excited and a little overwhelmed, but it talks about like the great gifts and the great things that can come from having a very busy mind. But this Puppy in My Head was one of my first picks for neurodivergence. And then this one I actually bought for my son's classroom. He is not a hugger. He does not like it. It does not mean he doesn't like you, but I feel like these really help bridge some hard topics. Don't hug Doug. It's not his thing. And it kind of gives reasons why he does not want to have hugs, not goodbye hugs or hello hugs or game-winning hugs or anything. But there are other opportunities for him to express that he likes you, like giving a fist bump or high five. So just finding out what kids are comfortable with. Not everybody likes that kind of affection. And so just picture books like this can kind of help kids express something that's really kind of hard for them to verbalize, but also for parents to be able to share with their children's classrooms if they're dealing with something that's a little bit difficult.
I love that you took something you were seeing happen in your own home and you saw your own child have like just a need and felt, compelled to then give it to the classroom. Because how cool is that then that teacher has a book that she can share, and whether she specifically ties it into your son or not is a different topic. But the idea that then other students might step up and say like, yeah, that's me too, and I think that's what's important about so many picture books is that it's relatable. Oftentimes the text is easier to consume, but it also allows students to consume it and then be able to relate to it. And I know we talked about that a little bit in the beginning, but here's a perfect example of a book that you might read in a class, and several students who may not even come forward could say like, that's exactly me. That's exactly how I feel, and might help them navigate that a little better, which is really cool.
I think that some people today, like as they're watching our show, might do that as well. Like, oh yeah, this is a problem that I didn't even know other people were having. And to be able to have some real tangible things to be able to kind of combat those those hard things or feelings or topics is really powerful.
Well, I mean, even look at Kendra said, I've got to reteach behavior expectations on Monday. I'm going to use this book. Like, that's a perfect example of something that we are talking about on our show, you know, whether it's our morning show or Sunday show or all day today, where someone can then take it and implement it right away in the classroom. So, okay, Bree, you have, I'll say you technically have 5, but we'll say 4-ish books. You have 4 solid books. Are you going to be able to end on a high note? Pressure's on.
I mean, I really hope so. I'm going to show my new book that is coming out about 1 month from today on the 3rd of April. And it's called Cooper's Comics.
Woohoo!
And I really hope this is going to be a must-have for all classrooms. Cooper, this is a great one for today because it really is the power of a teacher and helping kids through some things, using art to express themselves, and kind of using your powers and your abilities for good things. So this, I just want to shout out to Manuel Hera. He is my illustrator, and I waited a really long time because I just knew the magic he was going to bring to this book. Shout out to Sarah Edgymatch, who will be on our show later. I know, Ray. Are you so excited for me? So this book is coming out 1 month from today. And so I'm really excited to be able to share that with you.
And in case you missed it, in case you were not, you know, maybe a kid was yelling or you were giving breakfast, who's the author of that one, Bree?
Oh, this is me.
Yes.
I wrote this book. I'm the author.
That is so exciting. So I know we have a segment later specifically to talk about writing, which is a whole nother thing. But when you I just want to hear a quick, what compelled you to write this book?
I think that there are just so many people that have inspired me through my life that were educators specifically. And so it was kind of like, it's one of the first books that I've written that don't have to do directly about somebody in my life. Like, this is my play. And so I have my kids in my other books, and I have my niece in one of my books. So this one is just like the power of my own imagination, my own experiences with having great educators. So it was a really fun one for me to write. And it has been so cool to share with my own students, like the process. Because you can see there's lots of proofs that go into it. There's editing. And so my students have been able to come along this ride with me. Like, okay, I have another proof. This is the importance of editing, of going back, of rereading, reading aloud, like catching your own mistakes. And so I feel like it's really been a book that's been about patience, waiting for the right illustrator, waiting on correct timing, wanting it to be perfect before it's released. And so it's a really exciting project for me.
So that comes out in 1 month. And where can educators get it? I know you'll put it all over your social media. I'm confident of that. But where can people find it when it's ready?
Well, it will be released with Edgymatch, so you'll be able to get it through there. But also, usually when it's released, you can get it on Amazon. Barnes & Noble usually picks it up. So you'll be able to get it in lots of different places. But I'm really excited.
That's so awesome. Okay, Bree, can we do a quick, just a quick holding up each of the books in case someone needs a quick review?
Absolutely. So we'll start from the end. So Cooper's Comics, this one's by me, coming out.
That's a coming soon.
Yep. Don't Hug Doug. This one's Carrie Finnison. Puppy in My Head. That's Elise Gravel. Alexander and the Terrible, No Good, Very Bad Day by Judith Vorst.
That was a movie on Netflix too, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Make sure you preview it, though, before you show it to your students.
Yes. Good job.
That was not from my own experience. Hoop Genius by John Coy. And then the first one that I shared was Our Table, and that's Peter H. Reynolds.
Okay. So, Bree, let's say someone's in the listening in the interviewer world, and they are like, okay, I have an idea now. I have a book that I want to tie in. What do you imagine, when you're teaching a book and you're using a picture book to talk through in your classroom, let's say a heavier topic, what do you do? Like, how do you, let's say it's someone that has never done this before. Maybe they're teaching juniors in high school and they're like, okay, I really want to use that our table book in my classroom on Monday. Can you give us like a few minutes of like, what would you do in your classroom? How do you tie that in?
Absolutely. So whenever I share a picture book, typically I have students gathered together.
Yes,
Younger students, we like to have like, a carpet-esque time. There's just something kind of powerful about that. But if students are in their seats, using a document camera can be really great. So everybody can really like interact and see the pictures. Also using I know this sounds silly, but using a microphone or some sort of, especially if you don't have this is kind of classroom management, but so you don't have your backs, if you have your back to the students because you're using a document camera, using a microphone can be really powerful to project your voice. Sometimes if I'm doing a really heavy topic, I'll post like an essential question. So something that like, do you think that students use technology too much during social times? And then I give students Post-it notes and they can actually write like responses, or they write their own questions. Like, do you mean on the phone? You, or kids might say yes, but it's like, they don't put their names on it. So it's like, they can stick it on a large sheet of Post-it paper. And then we have all of this buy-in already before we've even started reading. So they have some sort of like anchor, some connection. So telling them your purpose. And sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'm like, why do you think I read you this book? Why do you think this book how do you connect with it? Do you connect with it because you've read another book like that? A text-to-text connection? Do you connect with it in your own life? Like a text to self? Is this a world problem? Is it text to world? And so what kind of ways are you kind of getting that buy-in from students? And so sometimes it's good to read a picture book just to have the experience of reading and modeling your expression. Like sometimes it's those little standards that you're trying to get the kids to have, especially with fluency. I know there's been a shift in some reading instruction. And so that fluency piece and being able to read with expression, being able to comprehend once you've read, the listening comprehension is a great place to start. And so there's so much power in this topic that I could talk about it all day, but.
Okay. So I like the idea. I'm going to just like kind of recap some things that I really liked. I liked the idea of a Post-it with some, just a quick question that students can then reflect. And now you could do that before or after, depending on how much you want the student to kind of work with the topic of the book. But then I also liked that you said something kind of quickly, like just asking them, like, why would I have read this book? And especially if you're using it to address some behavior or something, if there's, we saw in the comments, some people said like, oh, I need a reset of our behavior expectations, or this could address something that's happening. You could read it and then just ask the students, how does this tie into what we're doing? And I love that because you could make it as long or as short as you want. You could have it be just like the bell ringer, the first kind of hook of a class, or it could be a whole like SEL lesson, which I love that. And obviously people are loving the comments as well, having people like just read them. I did love that you said a microphone, because I know I worked with some literature teachers in my building who had those like, okay, you remember those like funny plastic dollar store microphones? That's what they would use as they walked around their classroom, which was fun and added, just some like storytelling element. So I absolutely love that. Bree, okay, I'm going to put you on the spot. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever read a picture book and it has not sent the message that you were intending?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. If there's a teacher who does that and they're like, shoot, Bree made this sound like it was going to be super, super easy, what do you recommend to them? They read a book next week and they're like, oh, I can't figure this out. What do you recommend?
Well, I would recommend going to a teacher down the hall and say, I'm having this problem. what's a book you would recommend and what's gone well with your students? Because a lot of times it could be a whole grade level that's struggling with the same thing, but sometimes we feel like we're in this little hole in our own world and there's nothing beyond it. And so I feel like asking, like sometimes that's the best PD is going and asking your school librarian, like, hey, I'm having this problem. Do you have any books or any picture book recommendations that you have just like right now that I could borrow from you? Sometimes people like to sit on it and kind of think on it and be ready for that too. But for social emotional, and I don't have one of her books here today, but Julia Cook is an author, and I'll include that when I do this, that has a lot of really pointed social emotional books that's like teamwork. I don't like that. And it's like, it's something where you can go to, you're like, oh, I'm having a problem with students shouting out. And through the social media and feeds that that's like part of my job with the team is I see a lot of that. Like they just won't stop talking. Like, what could I do? Well, a picture book might be super powerful because then the kids are like, yeah, why would they do that? Like in the book. So It's like, it's not them. It's a character outside of themselves. And they're like, oh yeah, that's awful. Why would they do that to their teacher? And then it kind of brings up some conversations that are kind of powerful.
It is always funny when you expose students to something, whether it's a book or, it's like a video or something, and students can so quickly like criticize what that character is doing or so criticize the situation. And then they're like, oh, but wait, that's happening here. But yes, a couple of people put in the comments, and I know you mentioned it, school librarians, obviously that folds in with this topic, but such a great resource if you are feeling like, okay, I want to do this, but I don't know how to get started. Obviously, your school librarian is a great, great resource. I know sometimes I would lean on my school librarian to come in and read a book or do a quick mini lesson simply because it felt very out of my element in the math world. So use them. That's what they're there for. Such a great thing to remember. Bree, we have a great next segment, and I'm going to kind of segue into that. We've got some great people coming up. Ray is going to be talking with IPEC, who has a giveaway. So if you're someone that's near your computer, make sure that you're ready to be close to that. But if you are still out and about on your wonderful Saturday, thank you so much for joining us. But make sure you head to the giveaway website so that you can get all of your hands on all the free stuff that we're giving away today. And if you are in the mood for some, retail therapy, head to your local bookstore to get some of the awesome titles that Bree introduced us to this morning. Bree, thank you so much for giving us your morning and your mind and telling us all about these awesome picture books. I'm excited to see them. If you go ahead and read one of these books in your classroom next week, please make sure you tag us on all your social medias. And if you need any assistance, you can let me know, but really I'm just going to push you to Bree because she is the expert on all things children's books. So thank you so much. And we're coming up next with Ray.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, we are still live for our 12-hour live event, and EPEC and I are going to be so excited to share new ideas with you all about mindset. EPEC, how are you feeling today? How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, Ray. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited, and the topic that we will be talking about is really important, and I see so many educators going through burnout a lot. So
Yeah.
I think they will get so much from this conversation.
You know, friends, we needed this to be an hour because every time EPEC joins us on a Sunday show or a Today morning show, all of you tell us it wasn't long enough. All of you are telling us, hey, we didn't get to that thing you said we'd get to, and our time got cut off. So we have an hour-long segment here to get into a number of things. There is, in my opinion, one of the best giveaways of the day happening during this segment. So make sure you stick with us. And fortunately, though, you'll only be able to win it if you're live with us in the comments. So I'm giving you that heads up. There are a variety of ways for you to win items today, one of which is that awesome website for that 12-hour giveaway. However, there are some special things that you can only win live in the comments, and that is one of these moments. So while you can't win it yet, because we'll kind of do that as the segment continues, we'd love to see some green hearts to celebrate EPEC and the amazing conversation that we're going to have around mindset. EPEC, before we get too far into this, I do believe that you are a very familiar face, but a lot of people just tune into 12-hour live for their first time exposure to the Teach Better team. They have no idea who I am. They don't understand the green heart thing, and that's okay. So if they're new here and they don't know you, would you mind sharing who you are, what you do, all this great stuff?
So in a nutshell, my story is very long, but I was born in Turkey, Istanbul, and grew up there and started life as an executive assistant. And I worked with top executives over 20 years, half of my career in Turkey and the other half in Canada when I moved to Canada in 2007. And in 2018, I decided to leave my career as an executive assistant and start a new practice on coaching and meditation, mindfulness. And since then, I have been working, I don't know, I did maybe around 600, 700, 800 hours of coaching with many people, amazing people. And I love creating together with people, and I love guiding them through change. I call myself a change champion, and I see change as an opportunity rather than worry and fear. So I like to help people to see it the same way I see. And I often find myself helping professionals or anyone who are going through a major change in their lives, so that I help them go through it with flying colors, or they want to make a change, but they don't know how. And it's been like burning in them, like for years maybe. And they never found the courage to go ahead. So I love to work with those people to help them get to the other side.
Something I've always valued about your content as a super fan, I feel like I stalk you on social media constantly, especially Instagram. I do love your reels on Instagram, is looking at how you approach these conversations. I very much feel like they're without judgment, and I really need that in a coach, in a supporter. I need somebody who kind of keeps me level, allows me to share my thoughts, validates my feelings, but then also challenges me to change my mindset and actually enact change. It's not just about being a cheerleader for me. I really do need guidance and more support. And I really value that about what I've been able to see you do thus far of us being connected, because it's not just about one approach. It feels as though you have a lot of different supports you're able to provide somebody depending on what they need.
Absolutely, Ray. Thank you for mentioning that. I really love to add new tools to my treasure chest. And my latest is positive intelligence. And that is a really life-changing tool. I have been using, actually, it is a prerequisite to work with me now, because I want my clients to go through that first to become even more coachable, even more open to work with me so that we get the most out of our work together.
So
Because
powerful. And I like that you're talking about having a prerequisite to being able to approach growth, a large growth. And I think that we don't discuss that enough when we discuss burnout or goals that we have to achieve. A prereq makes sense. Do you mind speaking to that a little bit more intentionally?
Sure. I would love to. As I said, it is my clients find it very life-changing. Some of them, even when we get to the end of positive intelligence boot camp, they say, hey, I thought I needed to work with you longer, but I think I am doing pretty good. And they said, like, I'm good. We don't need to even continue or do anything further. But some do, of course. And this is the idea is realizing the negative thoughts that have been ruling our lives all our life, and stopping them from being the master of our minds, reclaiming the power of our minds and being master ourselves. So lowering the sound or noise of that sabotaging thoughts, while raising the and flexing the sage muscles that we already have in our essence, because we born with them, we have them. And the sabotaging thoughts start as strengths when we are children. Because, for example, being vigilant is good, but when you are hyper vigilant, it starts to impact your life, your relationships. Or being pleasing people is good because you want good for other people. But when you overdo that, then you start creating resentment in you. So strengths become saboteurs and weaknesses. So we just pinpoint those thoughts through the work we do and move those thoughts towards sage and positive, and looking at things that didn't go our way and trying to find the gifts in it. So it's so impactful. And I would love to actually invite educators to create because I do it with groups.
Sure.
And it's amazing. And I would love to invite educators to create their own group and come to me, and we can do, like, I do 4 to 7 people groups. And I can tell you this, if any one of you do that, go ahead and create a group. I am promising a 50% off for what I offer to my groups.
I love that. That's not even our giveaway today. You're spoiling our crew already.
Well, I have so much respect and love for educators. They are creating our future. So we need to, that's why I really wanted to talk about burnout, if we can get to it.
We will.
But because I want to be of help to them. They deserve so much support. So it is our duty to support them. And I so love everything you do at Teach Better. That's why I'm here. That's why every time you call me and say, Ipek, hey, do you want to join? Of course. Why wouldn't I? It's a joy. It's a good feeling. Like, I feel like I'm giving back.
I'm so glad that you are so willing to share with our community, especially since, not to out you, but every one of our guests for today is completely here voluntarily. Nobody is being paid to come share or anything. And I just want to highlight the fact that every one of our guests, including yourself, are experts in the field, giving so much, trying to survive on their own and trying to give to the world. And yet all these people, including our own team members, are donating their time today to try and give as much as we can on a beautiful Saturday. And this topic specifically, I know, is going to ring very true to so many of our community members here, is overcoming burnout. So we are going to get to that topic. I do want to give a little shout out to everybody here in the comments. Remember that if you enjoy something, if you like something, we'd love to see those green hearts. Maybe you agree with a statement that's shared or like a strategy that is shared during our live stream. This is also the perfect time. We have an hour-long segment here to pose questions. Questions are so welcome. Ipek and I are here live with you. This is not pre-recorded, and we're able to actually engage with your comments, which is a huge positive of us being able to be in a coachable space together. We do have a giveaway coming up, as well as, of course, the 50% discount that Ipek just offered, which is so sweet, and we're excited to dive in more. The last thing I can share with you is many of the educators in our space are experiencing burnout but have shame around it. And so while we continue to discuss ways for educators to overcome burnout, I want to challenge everyone here to tag a friend that might benefit in some way hearing this information, even if it's just in a way to shout them out like, hey, you helped me in my life really overcome burnout because you're such a positive influence on my day. Or simply share the link for wherever you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, or LinkedIn. We'd love to have you continue to give access to other educators so they too can overcome burnout. So Ipek, if you don't mind, I'd love to start with the discussion around what burnout is, because before we overcome it, I think we should also understand what the term itself means. Do you mind starting there with us this morning?
Absolutely. You read my mind. Of course, I wanted to define burnout, what it is, because we need to understand, am I going through a burnout, or is this a phase of high stress? So when we look at the definition of burnout from a dictionary or something, it is a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by excessive and prolonged stress. So stress is good. Let's put that pinpoint there. Stress is good for us. It is our motivation to take action, to do things, to create, to find solutions. But just like the sabotaging thoughts that I talked about, when it is too much, when it gets too much, then it moves from stress toward burnout. And it makes you feel overwhelmed, emotionally drained, and unable to meet constant demands. And as the stress continues, you begin to lose interest and motivation. You pull yourself back from everything, like the things that would give you joy in the past. So if like these are the symptoms that I see most. You wake up and you don't feel good in the morning. It feels like it's not a good day. Or caring about your work or home life seems like a total waste of energy. There's no joy in things. Or the majority of your day is spent on tasks you find either super dull or too overwhelming. You feel like nothing you do makes a difference or is appreciated by others. So I want to ask two questions and everyone to consider their answers. The first question is, and I want you to answer in your own mind, either poor, neither poor nor good, or good. Okay? So the first question is, how would you rate your work-life balance? Poor, neither poor or good, or good? Just think about it. You don't have to share, or just how does it feel? The second question is, how would you rate your ability to switch off from work? Again, poor, neither poor or good, or good. If you are at the poor side of the equation, you might be going through some burnout phase. Other symptoms, physical, there are also physical symptoms of it. You know, feeling tired all the time, most of the time. you get up in the morning after sleep. Even if you had a good sleep, you still feel tired. You feel like you get sick all the time. Your immunity draws, or you feel like you're frequently getting colds. And yes, I know when you work with children, especially, it raises the possibility to get cold from them. But if you feel like, well, my immune system was better in the past, it's getting worse. Or if your headaches, like you have headaches all the time, or muscle pain. Also, change in the appetite, eating too much, more than you need, more than you would, or too little. And also sleep habits, of course. If you are not sleeping well, and your thoughts are keeping you up at night, these are all physical symptoms of burnout. So again, two questions. Again, I have two questions to ask after sharing these symptoms. One, which of these symptoms are you experiencing? Are you experiencing any of these? And what do you do to cope with or alleviate these symptoms? Doggy,
I know. I'm going to pause you right there because I wanted to jump in. I apologize for the barking.
It's okay.
I really value the reflection that you provided us earlier about being stressed and having a bad day versus going through burnout. I think that's something that educators, and I know myself, not to put words in anyone's mouth, but that's something I really struggle with is today just hard? Is this week just tough? Or am I needing to make a major change in what's occurring? And I think it's interesting to hear the symptoms of burnout and reflect. And in turn, essentially, if an educator is feeling maybe some of these symptoms, would you recommend them tracking if this is a constant feeling, or if maybe it alleviates itself during some point in time, that it may have just been a stressful season?
Absolutely. You make a really great point, Ray. And I was coming to that. These symptoms can happen to anyone, anytime. We are human beings. We will have good days and bad days. It's okay. But just keeping an eye on your physical sensations, your thoughts, and seeing that, okay, it's been a while now that every morning I wake up and I feel this way. Like it's been a month. It's been 2 months. Like I'm not saying some weeks, as you said, like you might have a bad week, but the next week things turn around and you start feeling again good and everything is nice. But if you see that those good number of good days are way lower than harder days, then it makes sense to start paying attention. What is causing this?
Well, and something I really value, which I know is where we're headed to, is what you can do about this feeling. The first step is identifying it and having really good data to support that this feeling is in existence and that you want to enact change. Yeah. I will say one of my concerns when we talk about teacher burnout is that when I'm on social media and we're talking about teacher burnout, it's people that are telling me to leave the field and not be in education anymore. And so I'm always searching for overcoming burnout strategies that don't require me to like completely change my field or completely uproot my life, because I really love being in education. I love doing elements. There might be some things I don't love, and I definitely want to, fix that, but I don't want to uproot my life and change my whole, plan just because I'm experiencing burnout for a period of time. So if you hear educators with that concern, what are your initial pieces of advice?
Well, I'm going to get to a list of to-dos, but it's never the right thing to do just because we are going through a phase we need to uproot ourselves from something that is our purpose in life, that we can offer as our gift to the world. So I'm always for looking for solutions when something is not going the way we'd like it to go. What can I do about this? If I'm feeling this way, how can I help myself? How can I pull myself out from that burnout or that state of mind that I am? So there are many things that, like, if you would do that, we wouldn't have any educators, I think, in the world.
I know, that's my concern. We're going through, an issue right now where educators are leaving and administrators as well are leaving in these mass numbers. And don't get me wrong, I understand that that might be the solution for the 1%. But so many people I know who have questioned being in the field are people that we need in the field, people that are making such a massive impact. And while we do need systemic long change, there are things we can do now. So this is why I'm so pleased that you have a list of things we can try so we can finish the year strong.
Oh, yes, there are many things you can do. But I want to talk about a few more pain points so that everyone can understand if they are going through something like that, because there are also emotional signs and symptoms of burnout. For example, having a sense of failure or self-doubt. Am I doing everything right for my children, for my students? Or sometimes feeling trapped, helpless, defeated, like giving up, feeling detachment, feeling alone in the world, or loss of motivation, increasingly cynical and negative outlook toward outside world, or decreased satisfaction and sense of accomplishment. So I would look back and ask myself, what is the most dominant attitude that shows up in my daily life at home and at work? Am I feeling worried all the time? Am I feeling anxious? Am I feeling confused, overwhelmed? Or am I feeling confident, happy, easygoing, relaxed? What is the percentage? These are all very important things that we need to keep an eye on to understand, could I use some guidance and help on this? And what might be the main reason why you feel like I'm getting close to feeling burned out? So these are all good questions to ask yourself and keep an eye on. And as I said, stress and burnout are different things, right? So I also want to compare stress and to burnout so that you can tell if you are going through a stressful phase or you are really in a burnout situation. For example, stress is characterized by over engagement most of the times, and burnout, on the other hand, characterized by disengagement, pulling back, pulling out yourself from daily activities or things that used to give you joy before. In the stress, when you are going through stress, emotions are overreactive. And when you are going through burnout, emotions are blunted. Or stress creates an urgency and hyperactivity, whereas burnout creates feelings of helplessness and hopelessness. So stress creates loss of energy, burnout creates loss of motivation, ideals, hope, or purpose in life. So you see, like, stress is more like in one section of your day or week you feel that. Burnout is a longer term feelings and symptoms.
I have never had somebody lay out those two ideas back to back.
Mm-hmm.
I can so clearly identify moments of stress where you're right. It's this like, well, for me, it's in my chest. It's this like anxiousness to go and do that. It needs to happen. I'm overwhelmed. My to-do list is long, but you're right. It fuels energy. I can feel uncomfortable energy, but energy coming.
Yes.
Whereas burnout, I can reflect on as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's when I want to take a nap every moment of the day, when I have a to-do list and I don't even want to look at it. I don't care to do it. It doesn't feel like it's that necessary, even though there's 30 things on it.
Yeah.
Wow. It's so interesting having those two definitions side by side.
Yes. And, stress, as I said, stress, dose of stress is good in our lives. It gives us energy, as you said, Ray. But when we are in the stress level all the time, it turns to burnout. And from burnout, like through burnout, we feel anxiety. Anxiety starts to build up and it starts to become constant. And so we start with stress, then we go to burnout and anxiety. From there, the next one is depression. So we need to be really careful, really alert about our symptoms. And if we feel many of the symptoms that I mentioned today, it might be time for take a step and explore what is going on and what can I do about this.
Yes, I'm very eager to hear ideas because I don't think I've ever felt so seen by anyone. I'm like, I know all these phases I've experienced. I feel like as though I've experienced them all in the last few years. I don't know about any of you in the comments. I feel like I'm having a therapy session by myself, forgetting that we're on live. But friends, like this feels so familiar, at least to me. I could be on my own little island here, but I am loving hearing the deep reflection here. So what can I do? What are the options that I have now that I've become aware, which is the first step? Do I just cross my fingers?
No. But first of all, I want to say hello to everyone who are with us and making comments. But also, I want to send a special hello to my husband who joined us, Craig Williamson. Thank you for being with me, my dear husband. I love you. Okay, let's get to what we can do. Whether you recognize the warning signs or burnout, or you're already past the breaking point, trying to push through the exhaustion and continuing as you have been will only cause more emotional and physical damage. So, how can you pause and change direction? How can you help yourself overcome burnout and feel healthy and positive again? So, the first tip I have is turn to other people. What does that mean to you? Reach out to those closest to you, such as your partner, family, friends, or develop friendships with people you work with. Limit your contact with negative people. If there are people who are sucking your energy out, try to limit your time with them, even if they are your family members. And really find new ones that are more aligned with you. And if you don't feel that you have anyone to turn to, it's never too late to build new friendships and expand your social network. I see this is important. I mean, it seems like, well, no brainer, but I see this time and time again. People have some connections that they have been together, connected for years and years, decades, and they feel like this person is sucking out of all energy I have, and I really don't enjoy spending time with this person, but we feel guilty about
dismissing them in some way or creating space. And
Exactly.
but it's so necessary, having been through that process, assuming I will go through it again as we continue to grow and develop. It's so healthy to go through a filtering of who needs to be in that inner circle. It's very important.
Absolutely. Yesterday, I was talking to a client of mine, and she was she's going through something exactly like this. She has a childhood friend, and they have been like taken like very close the whole time. But she says, I see that we are changing differently, different directions, but I feel guilty about. I feel like I'm abandoning her, but and I said, so we all grow. At first, when we come together with aligned people, we are like this, parallel. We are growing together, but along the way, at some point, we continue this way, and they continue this way. So what happens is we are getting farther and farther and farther away from each other. So it's only normal. People come to our lives with a purpose. And when they complete their purpose, it's okay to create new connections that are parallel to us. Continue. And when they dwindle, we do
And
this.
I value that this isn't about, it's what you said specifically. You didn't say it's okay then to ignore them and never speak to them again.
No.
What you said instead was it's okay to then make new connections with others. So we're not talking about, I know there's a lot of activity right now in the comments. We're not necessarily discussing never speaking to those people again, but creating a little space and making new connections to fill that parallel direction. That is so valuable. I love that.
And because, yes, exactly that. I'm so glad you understood it perfectly, Ray. Because the thing is, when we start spending less time with those people, sometimes they find their parallel. They're parallel. So they like the relationship dwindles organically, naturally. You still have a connection. You still sometimes get together, but not as often as you would in the past. And it's okay. These because I see people feel so much guilt about this. Don't feel that way, because every human being has their own path, their own growth and progress, and not everybody is growing the same way and in the same speed. So it's okay.
I do want to give a shout out to those of you in this network, in the Teach Better family. This might be the space where you meet another person to help be a part of that parallel direction you're going with. So as you continue to comment and engage with Ipek and I on screen, which we love, by the way, I love the comments. We also want to encourage you to connect with one another in the comments, because this could be another fruitful relationship in growing your professional learning network. But excited for more suggestions, Ipek. This has been a fascinating conversation so far. We only have about 25 minutes left, and I know we still have a giveaway coming, but I'm just soaking up all these ideas on how to continue to enhance our lives. So valuable thus far.
And you said it perfectly, Ray, because I was coming to that, creating our own communities. See, this is, for example, Teach Better is a great example of that. Like-minded people coming together, learning from each other, sharing experiences, sharing tips and tools with together. It's like finding the family that you create. Right? It's good to have your own family, everything, but it's also wonderful to have a community where everyone is speaking the same language, where everyone, you feel understood, you feel heard, you feel validated. So that's why that's like, as I said, the first thing that I said was like, yeah, well, no brainer. You reach out to those closest to you, your partner, your family, your friends. Yeah, but the ones that still make sense for you, still you feel like you are growing together. That's the idea. And the other thing is reframing the way you look at work and life. For example, if you feel like it's same old, same old, same old, every day, the same things, try to find some value in your work and focus on how your role helps others. Okay, what difference did I make today for my students, for the people I worked with, for my family? Instead of focusing on the things that are not going well, focus on the things that are going good. Like when you come home, when your spouse asks you, how was your day? Don't start telling about what didn't go well. Start talking about what was great that day. What, like in the morning when I wake up, the first thing I say is, universe, what gifts do you have for me today? I start my day with this every day. And at night, when I go to bed, I close my eyes and think, okay, what were the miracles I've seen today? And you know what? When you start doing that every day, you start to see more and more and more miracles happening, because you start to see everyday's mundane things to become miracles.
Yeah, and I think that that's a very important takeaway that I hope our community continues as we're taking notes throughout this conversation, which is the beauty of 12-Hour Live. Thank God it's recorded. We can go back and listen to these suggestions, but the mindset of really truly looking for what we want to give our attention to, because, so often we hear that story of how when you are working as a pilot, if you are struggling to fly and you're trying to avoid an obstacle and you focus on the obstacle, you'll hit it every time. Whereas if you're just focusing on having a safe flight, you'll be able to avoid any obstacles that come your way. So looking at intentional moments to say, what am I wanting my focus to be and how can I make sure I see them?
In positive intelligence, as I mentioned before, the idea is that trying to see the gift in everything, even in disasters. And it's okay to not being able to see the gift in everything while you are going through that. But we all have situations where we thought that this is the end of the world, I am done. And like 1 year, 2 years later, when we look back, we say, oh, if that thing didn't happen, I wouldn't be here today. Or because that happened, that opened the door toward this. So when we look back, sometimes we don't see the gifts right away. But when we look back, in everything, there's at least one gift, if not more. And I would love to, if we had time, I don't think we have time to do that, but there's a story, stallion story. Actually, maybe I can tell it very quickly.
Go ahead, and then we're going to do our giveaway. So please, we'll start with this.
Okay. So stallion story is like one of the backbones of positive intelligence. There is this villager. He breeds horses, and one day burglars take his horses and they are gone. So his neighbors come and say, "Oh, we are so sorry you lost your horses." He says, "Who knows what is good and what is bad?" They think, "Wow, he's interesting." Okay, they leave. Then the horses, where they are kept, they manage to get out from where they were prisoned, and they bring together 3 more extra horses with them and come back to the guy. So his neighbors come and say, "Wow, how lucky you are. You had 3 horses, now you have 6. He says, "Who knows what is good and what is bad?" They think, "Oh my God, this guy is crazy," and they go away. Then one day, his son is trying one of the new horses. He's going galloping and he falls and he breaks his leg so badly. And neighbors come and, "Oh, we are so sorry for your son. He says, who knows what is good and what is bad? A week later, the army comes, the soldiers come to the village. They are picking all the able-bodied young men to take to the war. But because his son has a broken leg, they cannot pick him. And so, who knows what is good and what is bad?
Wow.
So this story is it's giving me chills, really. But this is life. Life is this. Who knows what is good and what is bad?
So many powerful conversations thus far, takeaways. Ipek, I know we have more to share, but I would love to take this intentional moment to pause and celebrate our incredible Teach Better community here with a giveaway. Friends, we would love in the comments to be able to share with us your favorite moment thus far, a mic drop moment, a quote, a major takeaway from this segment. We have been live together for 40 minutes for this specific segment. It's almost been about 2 hours for our 12-hour live. We want to give away a free 60-minute coaching session with Ipek Williamson, which is, for me, I wanted that myself. I don't think I can win. So I'm going to celebrate for all of you. Please put in your favorite takeaway, mic drop moment, something you've gained from this session so far, and that will be awarded. We will be celebrating who wins that 60-minute session here in just a few minutes, but I know that coaching is going to be so amazing, definitely deserving for this community here. So please feel free to put that in the comments, and we will let you know the winner here in just a moment. While we wait for that winner, Ipek, I would love to look at, for our next 20 minutes, other solutions for burnout and stress. We identified what the differences were earlier in this conversation. And then as we got into possible solutions, we went into identifying the right people in your life, creating some new connections for people that have maybe drifted away out of where we're working, and then also being able to turn to friends and family to be able to gain support. I love the story you've shared. Such a powerful story there about who knows what is good and what is bad. That's going to stick with me for a long time. I'm excited to re-listen to that narrative later on after this recording is finished. What other elements can we share with our community here to combat burnout? Maybe they have turned to friends and family. Maybe they have built their own community or are working towards those things. What other solutions exist?
Before getting to that, I see the comments like they are flowing so beautifully, and there are so many people. I want to acknowledge all of them. Like Wanda Rayford is here as my friend. Thank you for being here. And like Sandra, Mary, Bobby, Kendra, Lisa, like Megan, Kevin, Wendy, like it's amazing. Cami, I so love this interaction, this active chat, actively joining our conversation. It's so precious to me. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And I want to give a special shout out to Sandra, who's the winner of our wonderful 60-minute coaching session. Sandra is an amazing educator that's been a part of our community for a long time. Sandra, make sure you email Katie, Katie, at teachbetter.com. You are our winner, and I'm so happy to celebrate you. And also, Ipek, just so you know, Sandra's somebody that I've been able to talk to one-on-one and do some private coaching with as well. And oh my God, you're going to love. She's just an amazing person. I'm so excited for you guys to connect more officially.
I'm so happy too, Sandra. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. Let's go back to a few more tips and tools, because that was only one little tip. So reevaluating priorities is so important. Setting boundaries. Not overextending yourself. The pleaser saboteur that we call in positive intelligence is, especially in some professions, pleaser is very potent, and educators is one of those. They want to do so much for their students, for their schools, for the parents of their students. So setting boundaries and learning how to say no to some things is so important. Also, taking obviously breaks from technology, setting a time each day to completely disconnect, and maybe, hopefully, do a little bit of meditation, like mindfulness exercise. I invite you to the Insight Timer app. I know Ray is a user of that app.
I am every single day. It is now a part of my routine. And I will admit, it took our last conversation for me to officially pull the trigger and make it a daily thing. Guys, this is an amazing app. You want to write this one down. And I use all the free features. It's so cool.
Yes, it is free. Like, there are people who didn't pay a penny for years. They have been using the app. There are thousands and thousands of meditations, short, long, for sleep, for stress, for burnout, anything you like. I have there over 90 meditations on that platform. Yeah. And, actually, my vision, my dream is having one day, every classroom, every child start their day with 5 minutes of meditation. Thank you, Brianne, for sharing the link. 5 minutes of meditation. I urge you, if you are a teacher watching us right now, I urge you to open Insight Timer app, play a 5-minute meditation. There are many meditations for children. I have at least 5 or 10 meditations for children. Play it for you will see how they will start changing.
Friends, I was so intimidated by this. Ipek knows, I've known her for a few years now, and I told her, I was like, hey, I don't buy into this hokey cokey thing, but thanks so much for your ideas. Oh my gosh. First of all, I always start with a meditation that's super short. And then as I'm in it, I can't believe it's over. And I hate that I have to go find another one because I wasn't ready for it to be done. So if it's intimidating to you, start with a teeny tiny one. There are like 1-minute ones if you need one that's that short. I agree with Ipek that the 5-minute ones actually get where I feel like I am really satisfied with the experience, but there are shorter ones there. And while the sleep is what I started with, I love the breathing exercises. That was something that was so foreign to me that I turn to often anytime I'm feeling stressed. And I love being able to have a tool for teachers that they don't have to do any prep for, right? You can literally search by time if you wanted to. You pull one up, they're going to be school appropriate, they're going to be student friendly, and it's something that is zero prep and allows you to reset your classroom. The classroom management element of it is enormous.
Thank you for for your support, Ray. Really, meditation changed our brain chemistry. I believe 100% where I am today is because of meditation. Really, that's why it's my life's work, because it changed my life. It removed the idea of fear from my life, from my world. I don't have fear. And I think I owe this to meditating regularly. So this is an invitation to you. Please try with your students, and you will see the bullying will go down, the conflicts, the like speaking back, all kinds of problems will go down. Try it for a month, and see how it's gonna change. Because and the reason why I'm saying up to 5 minutes, obviously children's like attention span is very short. So start with 1 minute, 2 minutes. I have a 2-minute breathing exercise for children. Just start with that. And when you see they start to understand and like it, go for a little bit longer. And you will see they will understand and learn better. They will be more focused. And it will help you to take a breath too in the morning. You will meditate with them, and it's going to be wonderful. But as we mentioned when we compared stress and burnout, They are quite different. Burnout may be the result of unrelenting stress, but it isn't the same as too much stress. And stress involves too many pressures that demand too much of your physical and mental power, energy. Um, and However, stressed people can still imagine that if they can just get everything under control, they'll feel better. Burnout, on the other hand, is about not enough. Being burnout means feeling empty, mentally exhausted, devoid of motivation, and beyond caring. So, people experiencing burnout often don't see any hope of positive change in their situations. Is if excessive stress feels like you're drowning in responsibilities, burnout is a sense of being all dried up. And while you're usually aware of being under a lot of stress, you don't always notice burnout when it happens. That's why just be mindful of your symptoms. And if you feel like I'm going through burnout, please reach out for professionals, really, therapy, coaching, meditation. You try first meditation, but if you feel like it's not good enough, please reach out for professional help, because sometimes, even though we try to do things by ourselves, let me tell you this: you can do anything by yourself. Actually, I believe that nobody needs anybody. Everybody can do by themselves. But what happens is, with a professional who will be helping you, maybe you will get there more than less half the time, like 1/3 of the time that it will take for you to get there by yourself. That's the difference. I believe in every human being. Everybody can heal themselves. The difference is it takes forever. And we don't have that much time to be in that burnout state. So that's why it's important. So, as I said, please create your positive intelligence groups and reach out to me. Let's do this positive intelligence pods together and learn how to deal with stress, our negative thoughts, and move ourselves toward positive and fulfilling and energetic thoughts and feelings. It's doable, and it's only 7 weeks. 7 weeks.
I love your suggestions here, and the challenge that I know many of us face is not knowing if we need to turn to professional help. I think socially it's become more socially acceptable for us to discuss that a little bit more. I know that as a community here within Teach Better, we try and be as transparent as possible to normalize some of those feelings that educators have, both positive and negative. You know, I myself go to therapy every other week, and it's okay. It's good to get support, but sometimes I'll say, Ipek, sometimes it's nice to talk with a close friend, talk with a trusted colleague, and get the validation that taking that step towards going to therapy or going to counseling is a good choice. So if any of you are unsure if that's a step you want to take, feel free to reach out to Ipek or myself. I would love to hop on a Zoom call and hear whatever you're willing to share, right? I'm not an expert, but I can absolutely share empathy and then just discuss if there's any concern or fear with taking a step in that direction, seeing if there's any way that we can support you to making the right choice. Maybe it is to go towards therapy or counseling. Maybe it's to make better connections. Maybe it's to go through some coaching with Ipek. There are so many options out there that we would love to meet with you judgment-free to support you through that.
It's Ray. For example, let's say they meet with you and talk with you. You bring a new perspective, right? That because we all have an angle that we are looking. Someone looking from a different angle could see something that was so obvious that we are not able to see. And in positive intelligence groups, I really love to have my groups from a certain profession. For example, I have one. I did one with executive assistants. I did one with wedding planners. I like to bring in same professionals, same kind of professionals together, so that they learn from each other, they grow it together. That's why I would love to have one with educators, with teachers, or administrative
So
professionals.
wonderful. You know, friends, we are going to transition here in just a few minutes. I want to celebrate, first of all, Sandra, who won our 60-minute coaching giveaway with EPEC. For those of you that have enjoyed this segment, do not forget that after our 12 hours has wrapped up, all this is saved. So if you enjoyed this hour and want to think on it again, or even share it with a colleague that you think may have enjoyed it, if they had been able to have the opportunity to listen here, you can head over to anywhere that you follow the Teach Better team over on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, or LinkedIn. I think YouTube's easiest, to be honest, and share this link so that everybody has access. We will also, of course, be putting the full 12-hour live chunked up by section in our academy later this year. So you'll be able to see all that as well. The last thing I would love to do, EPEC, before we head into our AI discussion, as we bring AI in education with Sarah Thomas to our conversation with 12-hour live, is I'd love, EPEC, if you could share your contact information, your website, kind of all those good things, because I know that our community here will definitely want to add you to their learning network.
So as I mentioned, I offer 50% off for the positive intelligence groups if you are interested in. And you can reach out to me through my website. It's ipecwilliamsoncoaching.com. Or I'm everywhere in the social media, LinkedIn, Facebook. You see my Instagram, whatever is it, on my name here. Yes, Twitter, everywhere. So I'm so easy to reach.
Wonderful. And if any of you have any issues connecting with anybody on 12-hour live, but especially EPEC, please just direct message anybody here on the team, myself included. Would love to give you a direct link to make sure that that contact is easy for you to make, because it is very important that we continue these connections. EPEC, thank you so much for this conversation. I feel like there were so many takeaways, and I myself, even though I was supposed to be the facilitator, I had so much reflection during this conversation. It feels so healing just to feel seen. And I really appreciate that you provided so much value in that.
Well, Ray, it is my pure pleasure and honor to support educators, to support you guys at Teach Better. Teach Better is, I'm so blown away by everything you do. I so love all of you, Joshua, Brad, you, Jeff, like amazing team. So it's always a pleasure. Like always count me in with anything you do.
I love it. You heard it here, friends. This is recorded. You heard it here. EPEC's going to start a segment or Teach Better. We need her morning motivation every day. All right, friends, we are here transitioning. Our next segment is on AI in education. This is actually a topic that we have a few different segments on today, but I'll tell you, we are specifically starting it off with Sarah Thomas because she is the queen of all good things and my go-to for AI support. I'm so excited for her to be here. And there will also be some obvious giveaways and good things headed your way. Stick with us as we continue our 12-hour live and go connect with EPEC. We'll see you guys soon. Struggling to implement good questioning skills this year as an educator? Head over to teachbetter.com/thegridmethod and go download the Question STEM Guide. This will separate out a number of different question stems using Webb's depth of knowledge, allowing you to scaffold your questions every single day for students. Apply this to conferences, assessments, or anything in between where you might need to evaluate students' levels of understanding.
All right, welcome back. We are back, and I'm just gonna go right into the fact that Sarah, I'm like jamming back here because I can see you backstage, and I look over and I see Sarah jamming the same way, that kind of like smooth, and then it goes into the rock, and we both had the same change. It was kind of like we were like this, and we were like, yeah, all right, like so. Well done, Ray, with the commercials.
Yes, that music was on point.
I'm so excited to be here back on 12 Hour, to have Sarah back on 12 Hour. I was just thinking to myself, our two brands of Teach Better and Edge Match, we've been connected for, it feels like forever at this point. We have several team members who are authors with you. We have several Speakers Network folks that are authors and team members with you. Like, there's such a cool, I just love our relationship. So I was thinking, as I was like, okay, how am I going to talk about them? I'm going to say my friend Sarah. And I'm like, no, she's our friend. I can't just claim her. Like, she is definitely this. So I'm excited. We only have 30 minutes, so we're going to get right into this. I want to talk about AI. We thought of you right away because we know that you've been doing so much in this and really diving headfirst in it. I think supporting educators in such a great way. Before we go right into it, let's take I'm going to put you on the 30-second clock because we only have 30 minutes. So the 30-second clock of if someone doesn't know who you are, and this might be the first time, like Ray said earlier, this could be the first time that someone's interacted with Teach Better in any way. They may be meeting you for the first time. Give us the rundown of who is Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. So first and foremost, I want to say thank you so much for inviting me. Like, you don't know how how honored I am to be here today. Super, super honored to be among friends and new potential friends. So really quickly, because I know my 30 seconds is ticking by, my name is Sarah Thomas, and I am the founder, CEO of EduMatch. I've also been an educator for, it's going to be 20 years this year. So don't let the baby face fool you. And I've taught every grade from 1st to 12th at some point, as well as been a master, an adjunct in a master's in ed tech program. So that's a little bit about me, and just love all things education, love all things PLN, PLF, all that great stuff. So see all the friends in the comments. Hey, y'all.
Yes, loving our comments. Keep filling can we fill the comments with some green hearts for Sarah while we get going here?
I love y'all.
Sarah, I'm going to go, we may or may not, we're going to get to AI, I promise. But the first thing I noticed is that you've got your name and some social media stuff on your screen right now. One thing I love about having you on things is we always learn something. So how are you making that happen right now? Is there a tool that you're using?
Absolutely. Yeah. So huge shout out to my friend Brian Romero Smith. He told me about this tool called Camo, and it lets you kind of have a filter, I guess, or an overlay of whatever you want it to have. So there's a lot of really cool templates on there.
It's called Camo, like CAMO, right?
Right, exactly, like camouflage. Yeah.
I've looked at it before. Anyway, looks great. Love having it there.
Thank
All right.
You.
So we're talking about AI and education, but let's start even back further. When you think about AI, what is it that comes to your mind? What do you think of when you hear the terms AI?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So AI, artificial intelligence, it's been around for a really long time. I was surprised to find out exactly how long it's been around. It's actually been around since the 50s and even potentially before. But AI stands for artificial intelligence, and pretty much it's how technology can help support us in thinking, predicting, and enhancing aspects of life. So we use it sometimes in our productivity, sometimes in our learning. It's built into products that we've been using for a long time and maybe not even noticed. Like, for example, Waze, the GPS tool, it's baked into that. And a lot of our learning programs that we use with kids that are adaptive, AI is baked into that as well. So now we have something that is relatively new called generative AI, even though that also is not as new as people think. Because I remember I first heard about it back in maybe 2015 and started playing around with it with my students a little bit. But since ChatGPT hit the scene, then it has really exploded in popularity just, around the world. And there's so many other tools as well. And now it's expanded not just to language, but also to image, music, speech generation. So all different kinds of things that it can generate for you. So it's I like to think of it as a thinking partner.
I love that, as a thinking partner. That's a great, and that's a great, I think, way of, one of the questions I was going to talk about, we might get to it as well, is whether we should be fearing it or not. But when you think about how long it's been around and how it's actually been embedded in our lives for a very long time in different forms, we can kind of curb a little bit of that fear, I think. But let's bring it to, I think that is, I'm going to just ask that question, because let's bring it into education specifically and where we're at in education. And to your point, when ChatGPT launched, like that changed the game in the sense, if for no other reason, because people just became way more aware of it. It's changed the game in a lot of ways, and it's led to a whole bunch of really cool things that have come out. But I think one of the most common sort of questions or wondering that's going on throughout education right now is, should we be fearing AI? Should we be scared of it? Should we be banning it? Like, should we be afraid of this technology either like having a negative impact on, I'm going to go like, we could get into a whole other conversation about whether it's good or bad for the world, but let's talk specific in the education for educators. AI coming in, obviously there's a lot of fears going around, but should we be afraid of this? And what are your thoughts on that?
So that's yet another good question. Like these questions are just great. They made me like think a little bit as you're sharing them. But with AI, then I would say that it's good to be aware but not fearful. There's like a healthy dosage of fear that I would recommend when it comes to anything really that we come across, like just that little bit of skepticism and critical thinking to make sure that we're critically evaluating whatever we're using and how we're using it. But in terms of banning it, then I think that that's counterproductive because it's already here. And there's going to be a gap between people who know how to use it and people who don't. And when we ban it and shut it down, then our students are kind of denied that opportunity to be able to learn it and to keep pace with the world. But I'll share with you a few concerns of note that I would bring up that we should be mindful about. One thing is about privacy and security, because as we know, ChatGPT, all of these different tools, a lot of them train on data. So, it's very important not to upload confidential information, private information, even though it may be tempting to do so because it can help to automate things for us. But we have to be very, very careful about that. And we also need to be careful about bias in AI algorithms because, we've seen stories on the news. We know, in terms of the algorithm, how things can come back skewed. So I'm going to totally butcher this lady's name. And I apologize in advance. I'm going to do my very best. But Joy Buolamwini, she did some research for the MIT Tech Review. And I think they cited her research, but she did some greater research about the bias that's present right now and how that needs to be overcome. And I just wanted to kind of share that with the audience.
When you're talking about the bias, is it bias in the sense of how the AI tool is set up to learn, and therefore the outputs are potentially going to be biased as well, like in general, or is it more like so for example, when your algorithm on a social media channel can be impacted by not just what you do on social media, but also what you do all across the web with cookies and things of that nature. Is it the bias of that, like us skewing the output that we get because it's understanding what we've done? Or is it just a general overall bias that, hey, like the creators of this might just not like XYZ or think a certain way, and so they've programmed that into the way that their machine is going to learn?
Well, it could be a little of both, honestly. I would say that, the data is trained on whatever it gets. So, it has access to whatever training set that it has. The internet for decades, I know that some tools kind of pull records from the internet, from books, things of that nature. So whatever it's learning, then that is the output that it's going to give. So again, we need to have that critical sense in order to see if what it's giving us is something that is free of bias, free of harm, not going to perpetuate harm upon anyone. And just being able to have that sense to be able to do that. And I love the comment about bias built upon bias. The exponential effect could be crippling, and I 100% agree with that. So whatever we choose to do with it, that's like another layer to it, whatever the end user chooses to do with the information that they received.
And you mentioned the privacy part, and I actually just recently read, just a day or two ago, was reading an article about how WordPress and Tumblr, and I can't remember what their parent company that owns both of them, I can't remember what it's called right now off the top of my head, is in talks right now with OpenAI and a couple others to sell user data for training.
Yeah.
And they didn't really specify like what user data, but that goes to the point where like when you input a query or a prompt into ChatGPT or anything else, like to your point, it's using that to learn. Therefore, it's taking that.
Yes.
So if you and then it's sharing it, right? Because they all have
Yeah.
all these different companies have different agreements and their API access, stuff like that. So like you need to be very careful about what you're inputting in there. Don't be putting your personal information in there or anyone else's personal information in there as well. And just be aware that that machine, that software, that whatever is using that to learn. And just be cautious of that. So, all right. So let's talk about, and by the way, as we're going here, please drop in the comments if you have questions. Like we'll go to you versus what Jeff is thinking in his head right now. Although I will always take a half hour of Sarah's time to myself. That's perfectly fine. So feel free to drop in the comments and we'll do our best to get to that as well. But I want to kind of go like for those that are watching, maybe that are either watching because they're like, I've heard of it, I see it, I want to like try it, but I'm scared of it, or I don't even know where to start, how to start from an educator. What are some of the ways that we can kind of get started with AI? Sort of my mind's going like sort of dipping our toe in to like get past some of that fear, get past some of the uncomfortableness. Like what's just like some easy, maybe you want to talk about some specific tools or ways that you've seen it used that's sort of, let's go beginner level. How do I get into this?
Yeah, totally. And I love Candace's point that she just raised about using AI for simple things like coming up with questions for a quote to use. So I would say like use it in a way that fits into your life. I give the same advice for social media for people who want to start building their networks and they don't know exactly where to start. And I say wherever you are right now, then just kind of build on that. And the same thing with these AI tools. Like there's AI tools that can help you. Like let's say I'm planning a trip to, I don't know, wherever, ISTE or something, and I wanted to go into ChatGPT or Gemini or Bing or something like that, just to figure out what should I do when I'm in Denver, or what should I do, like what are the best practices. I haven't traveled in a while, so what do I need to do to prepare myself, and what might be some tips to open up as an introvert and connect with people. So I could use these AI models for all of these different things. So definitely I would say first just exploring and seeing how it can help you in your own personal life. And then also seek out some professional learning on it. And it doesn't necessarily have to be traditional professional learning. The power of PLNs is that you can have access to other educators at your fingers at any time to ask questions. The power of live events like this, where people can just like kind of tune in from the comfort of their living room and learn more, as well as webinars. There are tons of webinars, tons of podcasts out there. But when you do, if and when you do want professional learning on artificial intelligence, and there's also, I should say, formal professional learning on artificial intelligence. There's also ways to arrange for that as well. Definitely check with your school district, check with your state agencies, check with conferences in your area. I know that one thing that we do at EduMatch, we both consult with schools and districts, and we also for individuals offer an AI summit. So we did that back in October. So thank you so much to Teach Better for being one of our sponsors.
All right, we love being a part of that.
Oh yeah. It was so great to have you all as our sponsor, and that was like a great event where we had educators from all over the world just kind of chiming in on what they do in terms of professional using AI for professional purposes. So I'm very blessed and honored to announce that I was just announced as an EdSafe Women in AI Fellow. So my project for that fellowship is going to be bringing back the AI Summit. And right now we have we're partnering with MSET to bring that back in later this year. So looking forward.
I was just about to say, like, are you telling us there's another one coming? Because another one coming. I love it. Awesome.
Yes, absolutely. So that is definitely down the line. So definitely stay tuned, stay connected with us.
So I want to stay on this sort of getting started, but I love where you started with, which is just use it in your everyday life, which is the best. Like, honestly, that's for all things, but like you mentioned, social media, that type of stuff, like just getting into it and messing around with it where there's no, where the sort of like the risk, quote unquote, is low, because you're just goofing around, you're just having fun with it, allows you to kind of learn how to use the tool, right? So like, let's say we've done that a little bit. Like, what are some of the sort of easy, for lack of a better term, easy, or I'll say safe, even starter ways that a teacher can bring this into their classroom and utilize it as an educator? What are some of the things that you've seen and that you're working with schools and teachers on?
Definitely. So I would say that like a big rock when it comes to AI tools is just making sure that you first check their privacy policy to make sure that nothing's being shared out, like none of your information is being shared out, and that is following COPPA and FERPA. So you can always just, usually at the bottom of the page, there's like a privacy policy. I would do like a quick skim over, but there are some tools that educators are using, and I'm going to be remiss. I'm going to forget somebody, I know, but I'll just throw out a couple so far that I've encountered. I've seen a lot of people using magicschool.ai. Edusafe.ai is another one. There's Curipod. And I should probably give like an overview of all of these different things. I'm just like listing them off. But Magic School and EduSafe, they both really help to, for lesson planning and for activities and things like that to engage students. Let me see, Curipod as well. Curipod is it's a tool that you can use to just kind of generate questions, generate interactive activities. Okay. Let me see what else. There's some AI baked into tools that you may already be using. And I'm seeing that Brianna is saying Magic School, the rubrics in Magic School. Yeah, they can generate rubrics, all different kinds of things. But there's AI baked into tools that you may already be using, such as let's see here. In Flip, there's Copilot. I see what Mike said. Diffit, yep, absolutely. And Adobe Express is one that I also really like to use with the generative. There's generative backgrounds there in Adobe Firefly, things like that. In addition, there's some great tools in Canva. I always say Canvas when I mean Canva. Quizlet and Quizzes, all of those that y'all are saying in chat, please just continue to shout them out so that we can all
keep dropping them in the comments for sure, because I'm seeing a lot of tools that have been around for a while, and it's really good seeing that they're adapting to and embracing the AI and bringing them into their tools. You mentioned Canva, quizzes, stuff. I don't know if Canvas does, but I'm guessing Canvas is doing it as well.
I'm sure their integrations do at least.
Right. Yeah. So what do you think are the most, you named off a few there, but do you have like a sort of an experience, or I'm trying to think of the word, an example, I guess is the actual word I'm looking for, that you've seen in a classroom or maybe with from a colleague or stuff where you're just like, man, that is cool?
I'll share one. This one is not as much classroom related. And this one I would actually put the caveat, you probably don't want to do this one in the classroom, but I want to share this with you all because I know that a lot of your audience is made up of creators, podcasters, things of that nature. So there is one tool that I use, and I'm putting like kind of a disclaimer because this is, I wouldn't say go out the gate with this tool, but it's called 11 Labs. And what it does is that it generates audio. You can even use it to clone your own voice. And again, I put like my asterisk by that because do your own due diligence. It's your own comfort level, things of that nature. But one thing that I'll share here, and I've never admitted this publicly. So we brought back our podcast, and we've been, putting out a lot of new content lately. But the intro, every intro before we get into the content itself, then I will generate that using AI in my voice. Okay. Yeah, I would do that.
How does that is that like a text and then AI turns it into audio, or you do your voice and it does things to it?
Yeah. So you give it a recording of your voice for like an hour, and then it will, process it, do its magic. And when I checked the security and the privacy on it, then I was satisfied with the settings. But, again, I tell the audience to do their own due diligence. And then it will kind of do a clone of your voice. And then you just type in the text and it'll spit it back to you in your voice. And I would say it's about 90% accurate. If you didn't know, I've never had anyone like call me out on it.
We're all going to go listen now. And
exactly.
Do I hear it? Do I hear the difference? The best part is we're all going to listen, and then we're going to be like, we heard it's AI. And Sarah's going to be like, actually, I was lying. None of it's AI. But you just met today. No.
Yeah. The funny thing about it, like I always say, this is Sarah or something like that. Like that's what I have it say. So that's like
something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to go listen. That's awesome. So this is an interesting way, because like one of the things that you kind of touched on already, and what we've seen, we saw like people mentioning the brainstorming partner. And I know like we use it on a team, like when Ray and I are going back and forth with like an idea of like a title of something or a way to phrase something, like we jump into ChatGPT and ask it for output, stuff like that. This is another one of just like, and I think this kind of goes the overarching, I'll say, theme or thought process. Like if you're new to AI and you're worried about it, you're nervous about it, whatever, or you're just not familiar with it, just go play and go find these things that you can have a good time. Like you can go do this and play with this 11 labs, do your voice. Even if you don't have a podcast, even if you're never going to use it, just playing with it to see how it is and exploring the cool tools. Because I will warn you though, and Sarah, I'm sure you can test this. Once you start going though, like you better have some hours, because you are going to spend you're going to get down rabbit holes of, because then you'll be like, all right, what else are they doing with AI? And you're like, holy cow, how can they do that? And it keeps going. So that's leading me to my next question. What do you think is and this can go beyond education, just AI in general. What are you seeing as far as I want to say coolest, but I already asked you cool for the education. I want to say more like most impactful, whether positive or negative, impactful thing for society that AI that might be in our near future in the next 6-12 months here, which could be crazy if you think about 6 to 12 months in AI. But like, what are the things that you're going, okay, that's going to be really interesting to watch, either because I'm really interested to see how awesome that gets, or that could go the wrong way. Like where are you at when you get down that rabbit hole?
I would say for me, the one that strikes me the most is creativity. Like I'm interested to see how creativity will be impacted. And the reason I'm saying this, I had a colleague who really opened my eyes to a lot of things that I had not considered had he not said what he said. So it just kind of brought a lot to my attention in terms of food for thought. So my colleague is an artist, and he is very passionate about making sure that that AI that generates images or that creates anything is not being trained on copyrighted material and just taking people's things without giving them credit. So I thought that was extremely interesting, and I want to see more about how this will be addressed. I've heard that some services are going to there's some. Actually, no, I'm about to conflate two different things. So I'll put a pin on that part, that very first part about the creativity piece, and how policy around that will emerge. The second thing would be about how we know what is real and what's not real. So, we have these deep fakes that are out there, and deep fakes are basically when AI generates a video of a person based on artificial intelligence, based on its training data and things of that nature. And you can make it look like anyone is saying or, doing anything. So some of us have seen this. It's used a lot in TV shows and things like that, but it's also used for more nefarious purposes. So being that this is an election year, it's going to be interesting to see how that continues to play out. And in addition, just I've heard that some companies are trying to put a watermark on AI generated deep fakes so that they can be identified as AI generated and not the real thing. So so Alex,
I'm with you on that. I think that's gonna be really interesting, especially because we're in an election year. Like it's gonna be really interesting to see. And it's gonna be tough. And I don't know that the restrictions and the policies and stuff are going to move fast enough. So I guess it'll be interesting to see. So I want to get to our giveaway, because otherwise I'm going to forget. I wrote myself a sticky note so I wouldn't forget the giveaway. Of course, it fell off my thing. So I want to do that really quick. And I love that you did the creativity, because this guy is like Mr. Creativity in his classroom. So giveaway that you can get, and this is one that you can go over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways to enter to get this one with all the other awesome giveaways over there. But the book from the one and only Kevin Butler, which is Lights, Cameras, Teach. Great book, and same reviews on it. We love Kevin. He's such a friend of the team. But you can go over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways to get that. So make sure you go do that and just check like all the boxes. If you're me, that's what I'm doing, but you might want to pick and choose. If you go through all of it, it takes a while because there are a lot of prizes over there. So we're super excited about all that. We've got about 5 minutes left here. Let's start with this, Sarah. I want to make sure I get this in is where can folks go to find you after this? What's the best way to connect with you? And then maybe give us a little insight into like what's coming soon from EduMatch. What can we expect? There's a lot of changes going on, a lot of really exciting stuff going on. So I'd love for you to share some of that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. So, so to connect with me, then please do so, because I absolutely love meeting my people, my educator fam. So I'm at Sarah the Teacher, which you see spelled all crazy right over here and also down there. I'm there on most of the socials. So check me out. You can email me with the email address sarah@edumatch.org. And I would absolutely love to connect. And for EduMatch, you can find us at edumatch.org. And yeah, so in terms of what's new with us, so many of our fam already know that we have kind of pivoted to include a professional learning branch. So that was in beta for 3 years, and we just got it out of beta. And since that time, we already had a partnership with Google. We are excited to welcome a partnership with Adobe. We've also had a partnership with Tech that we're excited to continue as well. And several other organizations, IDEA. Yeah, it was so great to see you too, Megan. And if I list them all, then I'm gonna forget somebody. So just go to our website, edumatch.org. But we're looking to continue to bring professional learning to educators, not just in the US, but also around the world. So we're looking to expand in that way as well. But for artificial intelligence or anything else really under the sun, when it comes to education, if schools or districts are looking for professional learning, then we got you in terms of delivering the content as well as books. We can do books, book studies, things of that nature. So just hit us up. We would love to connect with you. For sure.
Love it. And I'm going off of Megan mentioned, we got like a minute or so here left. Megan mentioned that she met you at AMLE. What you're always out of conferences, it seems like. What's the next one? What's one you're looking forward to this year, or 2 or 3 that you got coming up?
Yeah, for sure. So just a quick point of clarification. Pre-pandemic, Sarah was at every conference, but Sarah, mommy Sarah is not as much as at conferences as I like to be. But we were just at IdeaCon. I'm going to ISTE, and hopefully, it's from there we'll just kind of play it by ear. But I was excited at IdeaCon. I started feeling like the old me again, and now I'm like, okay, let's go. Yeah, absolutely.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate, we love you and your team and everyone over at our entire EduMatch family. So appreciate you being here. The comments are clearly saying the same thing. So really love it that you all got that. And to, Ray has mentioned several times today, this is being recorded. You can always go back and watch this to look at all the tools again and the comments and everything else. We're about to transition. We got a great segment coming up here. It is leadership reflection. And we've got Joshua Stamper coming on with Todd Nesloni and Tyler Cook. This is going to be a really good conversation. So super excited about that. Stick with us. Keep sharing the link. Keep commenting, dropping some green hearts. Make sure you're connected with Sarah. And we'll be back in just a minute here with Josh and Todd and Tyler.
All right. Good morning, Teach Better family. Hopefully everyone can hear me because my mic just went off. Of course, when you need technology, it doesn't come through. But I'm here with the phenomenal Todd Neslony and Dr. Tyler Cook. I'm so excited for these two gentlemen to be on screen and to be a part of this wonderful live event. And I want to say good morning to both Todd and Tyler.
Good morning, Josh. Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, Josh. So great to see you guys.
Well, I'm so excited because you guys are not only just amazing educators, leaders, but also authors. I've got your book here, Building Authenticity. And the reason that you're here is because I want to talk about reflection. It's a topic that you touch on throughout your book. And I didn't think there was anyone better to talk about this specifically than the two of you. And before we begin, I know I might forget about giveaways, so I want to touch on that because once I dive in with the two of you, I know I'm going to get caught up in the topic and probably forget. So make sure you're going over to teachbetter.com/12 hours giveaway. We've got two amazing books that are going to be given away. One is with Darren Peppard and the other with Mike Earnshaw, two phenomenal leaders. They're also embedded within the Teach Better family. They're podcasters on the Teach Better Podcast Network. So make sure you're checking out their work. But I wanted to thank them for their generous donation because they have phenomenal resources. To start this conversation, though, Todd, I wanted to touch on a story that you actually wrote about in your book, which was about kind of reaching that breaking point as an educational leader. I think a lot of us have felt this way. I know, Tyler, you're shaking your head. You probably felt the same way. I know I did. But you had talked about just something I think a lot of us do is bragging about just the hours that we're putting in. You specifically talked about not taking a lunch, but then in that, finding out that you were actually getting really stressed out and you were having some mental health stuff going on, physical stuff going on. And that's kind of led you to this reflection process that we're going to talk about today. So do you mind kind of sharing just kind of how you're feeling in that moment and what led you to start incorporating reflection process within your daily journey?
Yeah, I think this is such a great thing to talk about because in education, especially, we focus so heavily on others, other students, other colleagues, other families, that we get in this mindset of they are always more important than us. And I think what happens is we get into what we are in education now, which is everybody's burnout, everybody's tired, everybody's easily flustered. And so for me, it's always reflecting over not being in a selfish way where it's all about me, but being in a way where if I take care of me well, I know I can take care of my people better. And I always want to be giving my best to them, which means I have to constantly be reflecting over where am I spending my time? What am I thinking about? What am I doing to take care of me? And what nonverbal messages am I sending to my team as well, which is exactly what you just shared was the lunch thing. And I'll just use that as an example. I was one of the people who was often say, I'm so busy, I didn't even get a lunch today. And we wear it as like this badge of honor of like, oh my gosh, you must be doing a lot of important work if you didn't even eat. Until when reflecting, I realized after talking to my team, they were like, yeah, that doesn't make us feel like you're doing more work. Like it just makes us stop and go, wait a minute, he's not even stopping to eat. So if he's not even going to take care of him, how can I trust him that he's going to say he's going to take care of us? Because people always put themselves first in the end. So I need to make sure that he's taking care of himself. Now, that doesn't mean at the same time, like I'm taking an hour-long lunch. Clearly in education, nobody has time for an hour-long lunch. That's why we can all eat as fast as we do. But that means even some days, even if a 5-minute lunch is all I have time for, my secretary would go and stand in front of my door and guard it and protect my 5 minutes so that I could have 5 minutes to eat. Or maybe I'm eating on the go as I go to my next room. But I'm still making sure that I'm taking care of me so that I can take care of others.
Yeah. Tyler, I want to focus on you right now because I can't remember, Tyler, if I heard you talk about this at a conference or Todd, but, just asking the congregation or the group that's there in the session about reflection, like how often do you reflect? And most folks say very little when, answering that question. And so for you, Tyler, I just want to know, within your leadership journey, when was it for you that you really figured out, okay, this is important work and I need to start having some reflection process within my own life?
Such a great question. And as Todd said, the way that we steward and manage ourselves on the inside ultimately comes out on the outside in the way that we lead in. For me, really, that juxtaposition was I was finding myself wanting to objectively make the right choices, the right decisions, to show up the right way. But I found myself clouded by my emotions, clouded by my fatigue and being worn thin. And so someone gave me some advice a couple of years ago, and they said, you need to make sure that you're checking in with yourself throughout the day, because we put our heads down, we bulldoze through, we grind because the demands never stop. The responsibilities are endless. And so I actually have 3 alarms set on my phone, 1 at 9, 1 at noon, 1 at 2. And when the alarm goes off, I ask myself 2 questions. How am I doing? And what do I need? And sometimes, right, 9 a.m. goes off like, how am I doing? Like, I'm doing all right. Like, what do I need? Like, I just need to focus here. I need to, make sure that I, check in here. By 2 o'clock some days, like, how am I doing? Like, I'm overwhelmed. That's a little indicator on my dashboard. I need to just go take a lap around the school and get in my office. Or what do I need? I need to make sure I just process through the emotions of this really hard phone call I just had with a parent that now just feels like a wet, heavy blanket on me. And so if I have a tip for leaders out there, check in with yourself throughout the day. Ask yourself, how am I doing and what do I need? Because as Todd said so well, we can wear this like tank armor all the time and plow through thinking it's noble. But if I'm so stretched thin emotionally that when someone comes in with a simple question and it's the straw that breaks the camel's back because I'm not taking care of myself, it's not fair to that person who's, just coming to me because they need something as a leader.
All right, so I want to talk about strategies now, because I mean we've talked about the importance, and I don't think anyone that's watching or listening is going to say, oh, this is not important work, because we all know what it is. It's just a matter of building those habits to make it so it's a practice that it occurs every single day. And so, Todd, I'm going to throw it your way. I know you guys talk a lot about different strategies within your book, and I know that you also speak on this. So, if there's something that someone can incorporate tomorrow to help them in that reflection process, what is something that you would recommend?
Well, I know Tyler mentions the alarm thing, but I'm a calendar guy. Like, I live and breathe off my calendar. The problem I have with alarms is I never remember to turn them off. So they go off in church or they go off in the worst meeting or when you're in the bathroom and everybody can hear it, like whatever it is. So I love that alarms work for Tyler, but I'll just say they don't work for me because it just gives me extra anxiety about it's going to go off. That's why I'm one of those that my phone is always on silent. But I love putting things in my calendar because I live and breathe off that. Like, that organizes my day. That helps me get through that. And so I would say that, another thing we talk about in the book, and something that Tyler really made important to me, is part of the piece of reflection that I was not doing was seeking feedback from those in my life that matter. And I word that very carefully, because seeking feedback from everybody is not beneficial, because not everybody's feedback matters or will help you get better. Some people just like to be not as friendly as they could be. And so when Tyler was telling me that, I thought, okay, yeah, I have a lot of blunt people in my circles. Like, they give me feedback. I ain't ever got to worry about it. It's coming in all the time. My wife's one of them. And he said, if you're really looking to reflect, he said, you need to ask people for feedback too. And he said, when was the last time you asked your wife how she experiences you, or something you could do different? And I thought, that's such an interesting thing to think about. And as I was reflecting in that moment, I was like, I don't ask people. Part of me scared about what the answer is going to be. But part of me is just thinking, well, why do I need to do that? Like, people in my life will tell me. And so knowing that Dr. Tyler Cook got his doctorate in this kind of work, I was like, well, I'll listen to him and I'll test it out. My therapist always makes fun of me because he's always like, I always know when I give Todd advice, he's going to try to find every way to say, well, I don't know. Let me test it and see. So when Tyler said this, I was like, okay, let me test and see. I texted my wife right away and I was like, how do you experience me lately? What is something that I could do better? And she had to answer real quick. So I knew she was ready. And so she told me, we had just had our twin boys about 6 months before. And she said, I know we've never been parents before, but sometimes when I'm doing something with the boys, you give me a look or you say something that makes me feel like I'm not doing it right, even though neither one of us really know what we're doing. And I thought, wow, like I had never seen that. I'm always reflecting on how I can do things better, but I never noticed that part of what I was doing. And I said, I'm so glad you shared this with me. Like, I can definitely work on this. I said, why didn't you tell me? Like, you tell me stuff all the time. And she said, well, you know, we hadn't really been getting a lot of sleep lately with the boys only being 6 months old. She goes, so I didn't want to add one more thing to the list. She said, but when you asked, I knew you were ready to hear. And that has stuck with me so deeply, because some people, even those who are most blunt in your life, are still waiting for you to ask because they don't know if you're ready to hear it yet. And for me, getting the courage up after reflecting over some things and being able to ask that question, I was able to hear it. I was able to take it in because I was seeking it from somebody I respected, somebody I loved, and I was open and willing. And so I think that really made some differences here. But I think that's one thing that I'm always reflecting on is I can't be the only one reflecting. If I'm truly trying to get better, I've got to seek out what the people who are closest to me are seeing as well. Because sometimes I get a false view of what reality is really like.
Tyler, I'm going to throw it back to you in regards to strategies that you've implemented within the reflection process, because as an admin, I mean, we have very busy schedules. You know, it's essentially riding a bike where everything's on fire, you're on fire, the bike's on fire, right? So if that's the case, you know, what were some things that you started with as far as the implementation process to make sure that you were, you know, going beyond just setting those alarms in your phone, but making sure that you're getting the best product in regards to reflection strategies?
Yeah, great question. So I'm a big James Clear fan of Atomic Habits. If you've ever read the book, it's just packed full of everything you need for any moment you need it. And talks about every action we take is a vote for the person that we wish to become. And I believe that your morning routine, how you start your day, calibrates you for how you're going to show up for the rest of your day. And there's another great book that talks about renewing your mind daily. And so every morning I'm driving down Troop Road and I have a T that I'm going to come up to on my way to work. And I can take a left and my school's about a half mile down the road. And while I'm driving down Troop Road, I ask myself this question every morning. I reflect and I say, am I ready to give? Am I ready to serve? And that calibrates me every morning because my mind can easily, for the 25 minutes I have driving to work, I can filter down like the Rolodex of my to-do list of all of the things that I have to go grind and do. But I want to make sure, Josh, that I always keep the main thing. You know, we can see on social media all these quotes and all this inspiring stuff. And, you know, this is our calling and our passion. But when you're in the thick of it, sometimes we need to remember that we're here to give, we're here to serve. And so as I'm driving down, if my answer is yes, I'm ready, I take a left, I go to work. If it's not yet, I take a right and I drive and I reflect and I get curious and I look inward and I make sure that I'm at that point where I can show up as a healthy me. And so that is one tip or strategy I would encourage every leader is most of you, if you're doing it well and you're showing up, you open your eyes in the morning and you're already thinking of the things that you need to do and the responsibilities that you have. But first and foremost, put out in front, let the lens that you view everything through is, am I ready to give and am I ready to serve?
So I'm wondering if you take a right, is there like a Starbucks or coffee shop that's like on the way? Because I think I'd be taking a right a lot.
You know, it's just a lot of straight road right next to Lake Erie. And sometimes I'll drive 5 minutes. Sometimes I'll drive 10 minutes. I don't know. Sometimes, I don't know, maybe I'll drive 3 or 4 hours. No kidding.
Yeah, right. Todd, I want to touch base on what you were talking about with your staff and kind of that badge of honor, because I think a lot of us have fallen into that trap before. But I also want to touch base on the fact that, yes, it's important for us as an individual, as a leader on campus to have this reflection process, but it's also another to make sure that our campus is doing this also. So like for our teachers, for our counselors and whatnot, to, you know, make sure that this is kind of part of our culture. So is there anything that you did on your campus to kind of help allow them the opportunity to reflect or to make it as an emphasis to say, like, this is important work, please take care of yourself, and this is one way to do it?
You know, I think one thing is I'm a big why. Like, I love asking why, even when I feel like I know an answer. And I often have to tell people when we're in a conversation, like, I'm not trying to be argumentative. Like, I'm a thinker. I want to hear all of it. So why are we doing that? Why is this happening? And then another thing we incorporated into every one of our meetings is we would say, are we doing this because it's what's best for kids or because it's what's easiest for adults? Now, that's not saying what's best for kids at the detriment of adults. There's a line here. I don't believe in doing what's best for kids until it burns out every single adult on campus. Obviously, that's not best for kids then. But sometimes I think we do make decisions because just like, oh, that's super easy. Let's do that. Example. One thing we were talking about was some ways that we could change things up on campus. And we were reflecting on how we were doing things. And one of the questions I had is, why do we make students stand quietly in the lunch line? And I just become principal. And so I was asking these questions and they were saying, well, it helps keep the kids organized. It helps them get through the line faster. They're not talking. It's already really loud in the cafeteria. Like that just brings the noise level down a little bit. And I'd say, okay, but is it what's best for kids? Because, we've just asked them in many classrooms to be quiet during the learning for like hours. And then we let them come into this, what's supposed to be a social time. Meals in any kind of life are supposed to be a social time, and we're telling them be quiet, and then when you sit down, be quiet and only talk to the person next to you or at your little table. Like it's just like, why are we doing this? And so I think when we're always thinking about even questioning the little things, it leads us to even question more the bigger things. And so you may be listening thinking, well, Todd, it's just a lunch line, like that's ridiculous. And I would say, well, yeah, I mean, it's in the big scheme of things, it's not going to make your campus completely revolutionized if kids are allowed to talk in the lunch line now. But it gets us constantly questioning everything that we do to make sure we are doing it the way we want to do it. And I think that's always a really big piece to me, is remembering that intention doesn't lead to what is actually happening. We often use the excuse of we had good intentions behind something. We're sorry you didn't take it that way, or it didn't turn out the way we hoped, but our intentions were good. And it's my reminder that I don't care what your intentions were. Like what I care about is how things actually happened. And that's where we got to reflect and think about, are we doing it the right way? Because our intentions clearly did not lead to success. And so always asking that why question, but also as the leader of the campus, opening up myself to have people question me, to have people ask, why are you doing that? Why was that decision made? Why is this happening? And for me to own it honestly, own mistakes that I make, own bad decisions that I make, own all of that. Because when people see a campus leader who always looks like or acts like they have it all together, it makes them feel like I can't ever get it wrong because they never get it wrong. And if I get it wrong, they're going to look at me as less than. And so owning my mistakes has always been important to me. And it's taught my team to take risks, because as long as you own it and we can figure out what you did wrong and we don't keep doing the wrong thing again and again and again, then I'm okay with mistakes happening here and there, as long as we're not breaking the law. Like those mistakes are not okay. The breaking the law ones, that's too far. But as far as like, oh, I forgot to put my grades in, or that lesson totally failed, or whatever, I think it starts from the top. And we can't always be the one making sure everybody else is doing everything if we're not doing the work too.
Yeah, I think it's a great point as far as owning it as a leader. We need to make sure that we're being as transparent as possible with our staff to let them know that we're not perfect. We make mistakes too. So love that point. Tyler, I want to throw it your way just with the same question in regards to making sure that, you're making sure that your staff has this culture of reflection, and just any ways that you try to implement that on your campus.
Yeah. And this is something that I'm really intentional to do when we meet monthly for our staff meetings. And the style of leader that I am, I really truly believe that it's equally our responsibility as building leaders to obviously grow our staff instructionally, right, in their pedagogy, and ensure that they're sound in their teaching practices, using data to inform instruction, all that. But it's also our responsibility to grow our people too. And so I spend probably a third to 40% of every one of my staff meetings in reflection. So the very first staff meeting of the year, we're goal setting, we're action planning individually. Sometimes I'll have them write a letter to themselves that they open at the end of the year, or they identify some key, kind of key performance indicators they want to hit. We do all that stuff at the first meeting, but then our next meeting in September, I have guiding questions up on the PowerPoint, and I have documents in their hands where they do a true 30-day reflection. They do a 60-day reflection, a 90-day reflection. And they're questions like this. Walk up and down the rows of your classroom. Walk in your mind up and down the roster. Who do you need to invest in relationally more? Who do you feel connected to or disconnected from? Walk through the halls of our school. Is there any discord between you and another staff member that you need to go repair relationally? Reflect on the last unit that you just taught. What are some areas that you want to make sure that you're intentional to go back and identify that you want to tweak and adjust? Because sometimes we get done teaching a unit and we're right on to the next one. All of those things. When we are going through the sequence of a school year, it's really easy to cross over a checkpoint and let things stay in our rearview mirror, because we know the next day comes, the next Monday comes, the next lesson planning comes. And so I realize that it's my responsibility as a leader to provide that opportunity for teachers to really pause and reflect. And when I model that as a leader and then give them opportunities to do it, it becomes sort of muscle memory for us as a staff. And so they really know what comes at the staff meetings throughout the year. And then, of course, at the tail end of the year, I'll end with this. In May, like I'm sure many leaders do, we spend our final staff meeting of the year reflecting back and saying, okay, here are our wins. Here are the areas that we need to target, because far be it from me over the summertime to set all of these goals and all these markers and get the compass set for what we need to address for the next school year without anyone else's feedback. And so everything that we're doing in the following year is really driven by the response of our team as a whole at the end of the previous year.
No, I love that. So I just want to tell everyone that's watching, if you have any questions for these two amazing leaders, we've got less than 10 minutes. So definitely throw that in the chat. And then Todd, I want to throw it back your way for challenges, right? Because obviously there's a lot of challenges within our life, but it's another to make sure that we're implementing these habits of reflection. And so I'm just curious, like, what is your biggest challenge in the reflection process? And then how do you overcome it within your busy schedule?
That's a great question. I think my biggest challenge is reflecting without projecting my own insecurities and my own self-doubt and all those kind of things. One of the best things, and I talk about this everywhere I go now, that I have ever done is begin going to therapy. And it's, I went to a PD, heard about the value of it, heard, we do all these things to take care of our physical health, like the dentist twice a year. If you've got young kids, you take them to their 1 week, 6 month, 1 year, like all those appointments. And you don't do it because something's wrong with them. You do it because you need checkups, you need maintenance. And so the presenter was like, why don't we do that for mental health? Why don't we go at least twice a year? And I was like, you know what? Let me give this a shot. So I found one that was not in my town because I don't want to see my therapist at the grocery store. So I found one that was a town over, and I told my wife I was going to go. And her first question was, what's wrong? And I was like, nothing's wrong. I just heard this thing. I want to go give this a shot. I want to see what it's like. And now for the last 3 years, I go every single Friday. And it has been completely life-changing. And it's not even been because something's wrong. It's just been good to have somebody who's not in my daily life, who doesn't know me outside of the room, to be able to listen to me, just work through, talk through things, and for him to just say, let me tell you what you just said. I want you to hear it come back. Or why are you thinking like this? Or could you think about that differently? Or how are you, listen to the way you describe that person. And as I've been there, I will tell you, it's made me a better husband. It's made me a better dad. It's made me a better person at my job. I wish I was doing therapy when I was a school principal, because that would have made so much of a difference in so many areas. Let me give you an example. Even with the conversation today, one of the biggest things we talked about recently in one of my therapy sessions was my therapist said, I want you to reflect on what you are saying about this person. Because we were talking about somebody in my life. And he was like, are you setting expectations for them, or are you setting desires for them? He said, because there's a really big difference between the two. And he said, if you're setting expectations, then they should know what those are. Like you should have been very explicit with those so they know how to meet the expectation and if they're rising to it or not. And then you can be frustrated or not frustrated depending on how it goes through. He said, but if it's a desire of yours for them, you can't be mad when they don't reach that. That was a desire. It's not an expectation in that moment. And I don't know if it sounds like it here, but in my session, it was completely eye-opening to go, oh my God, like I have never expressed any of this, yet I've been expecting it and getting frustrated when that person was not meeting my expectations, but I never even let them know that was an expectation. And in reality, it was a desire the entire time. And so even those little moments of having somebody sit and reflect with me have just been absolutely life-changing. And that is why that's the number one thing I tell people right now. It's like, if you're going to do anything, go see a therapist. Like, I don't care if your life is at the best life it's ever been. Great. There's still stuff to talk about. Like, I'm never who I want to be. I'm always working towards who I want to be. And as life happens, I change. And so being able to have those conversations has been game changing. Of course, I could talk the whole 30 minutes about therapy, but I know Tyler's got the answer too. So,
Tyler, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, and as you heard, Josh, throughout this, when we're talking about reflection as a leader, it's not just like, do we have the right benchmark assessments in place for ELA, right? It's all this inner work that we have to do. And one of the biggest challenges that I find myself daily ensuring is that I take care of the log jam. It just as a byproduct of doing life ends up happening, whether it's at work or, coming home with my 4 kids or, the uncomfortable conversation that I just had with a teacher that, feels, so weighty. And every day we have to make sure that we kind of clean the clogs out of the sink. And so, my challenge to myself has been, and my challenge to anyone listening is, when you finish your day, ask yourself, and I use a core emotion wheel. If you've ever seen the emotion wheel, sometimes they have the ones that have 150 different emotions. I found one through Connection Codes that literally has 8 emotions on it. And it's got like guilt, shame, fear, joy, hurt. And I'll walk my way around the wheel. And I'm like, when did I feel guilt today? I'll reflect and I'll think, I felt guilty today when I had a PTO meeting late tonight and I didn't get home before Anna went to bed. And I processed through that. I felt joy. I felt joy when my wife Stacy texted me and said she got a babysitter for this Friday and we're gonna go on a date. And I felt sad. I felt sad when my kindergarten teacher found out her mother has cancer, and just my heart hurt for her. And I walk my way around this wheel and I process through my emotions, because our emotions aren't bad. We feel, we can feel anger and joy in a span of 10 minutes. It doesn't mean one or the other are good or bad. They're indicators of just what's going on inside of us. When we don't process through our emotions regularly, they have to go somewhere, and they oftentimes just get packed down and stuffed right here. And so, as I even hear Todd talking about with therapy, if we want to make sure that we're making decisions, we're collaborating with our team, we're empowering our people the best way possible, we have to make sure that we're not clouded by anything subjective going on inside of us. We want to have a clear 100-foot view so we can lead well, so that we can cast vision, so that we can mobilize and equip people to ultimately do what's most important, to impact the lives of kids.
All right. I couldn't push mute fast enough to say that what a wonderful point. I know that a lot of people are putting stuff in the chat and it's resonating with them as far as the reflection process. This is wonderful information and ways to implement this into really any educator, not just leadership, but because this is important. I love what we're talking about today, guys. Man, I'm looking up the clock and I just realized that we're running out of time today. I could talk to both of you for a very, very long time. I know that we're going to be switching to Ray and Nicole next, I believe, for building superfans of learning. I'm super excited about that conversation. But before we do that, I just want to, thank you both for joining this segment. But then also I want to thank, the wonderful giveaways that were given. So we have Road to Awesome by Darren Peppard and the Educulture Cookbook by Mike Earnshaw being given away. So you can go to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways for that. And man, guys, I just appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for being on 12-Hour Live.
Thanks for having us.
Well, I wish we were all together hanging out, but this will have to do for now, guys. So
for sure.
Josh, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, jumping in for 12-hour live. We're gonna like figure out this mute button thingy. My name is Ray Hewart. Hi, Katie.
Hi, Ray. I'm not Nicole. I don't know if you knew that.
Well, you look just like her. I mean, she's like super cool and a middle school teacher, except she teaches science.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I should go then.
Yeah, I really hope Nicole can join us. I know she's having technical difficulties, but we thought we could jump into the conversation by doing a little bit of reflection and then getting into this topic. We're going to be highlighting how we're building super fans of learning. So this is a really good opportunity to put on that teacher hat. I feel like we've had a few segments actually thus far that have got us some like good deep reflection on ourselves. I feel like now this is when it turns and we're going back into instructional strategies, how we're building relationships, looking at the classroom. I think this is kind of a good segue.
And I'm pretty sure I don't know if we started it, but Josh and I did a whole morning show on being super fans of things. And I'm just going to remind you, and I'm only saying this because I know Josh is paying attention. Remember when Josh told me that I should be a super fan of something? And then I said I had nothing.
That's not true. I listened to this episode. All right, now we're starting this off just because this is a debate. So I listened to that morning show you and Josh did together. I actually vividly remember listening because I was on a walk with Alfred. And you said you were a super fan of something. He just didn't approve of what you were a super fan of. So then the rest of the segment, the rest of the show, Josh was like, you're a failure because you're not a super fan. And the whole time I'm on this walk at like 5 a.m., it's really dark with my dog. And I'm like, she had an answer. You just didn't accept it.
Okay. Yes, it's all coming back to me. Josh just wanted me to step up. He wanted me to be just more, I think, more passionate about it. And I was like, I'm a super fan.
Well, you were, though. You had a Peloton instructor you were a super fan of.
And for the record, I worked out with her this morning. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a super fan that you already engaged with your person today. I do want to shout out Joshua Stamper, who's backstage shaking his head during this segment. So I do love that while we're obviously here getting to see all of you, we can kind of see people below us who are backstage, and it's always super fun. Speaking of somebody backstage, we have an amazing guest that is going to be joining us. Her name's Nicole. I am a stalker of her on Instagram. I think it's so funny that we're doing a segment with her right now about building super fans because I think I am a super fan of her. So we'll be right back as we bring on Nicole. Interested in making more effective targets this year? Let's use AI. Head over to any sort of AI tool. Here we're using ChatGPT and copy and paste your standard from another tab. Above the standard, you are going to write specific language for what you're looking for. For today, let's do something simple. Create targets, using web depth of knowledge, for the target below. Now, when you press enter, it's going to give you a number of different tools, but feel free to adapt this. You can ask for it in student-friendly language. You can ask for it to guide you in better understanding the depth of knowledge of each element of the standard, or you can even ask it to do something silly, like write it in a pirate voice. One of my favorite features, make it easily understandable by a kindergartner. It's a great way to start when working on lesson planning. Happy teaching. Hey everyone, we are back for our 12-hour live, and I am a huge super fan of the girl we are featuring, this amazing educator. Hey Nicole, how are you doing?
Good, how are you? Thank you so much for having me.
Oh my gosh, I'm so overjoyed that you were here joining our 12 hours. I know that we're supposed to be talking about becoming super fans of learning. But for me, I feel like I am a super fan of all these different people on 12 Hour, you especially. I just recently watched one of your reels on Instagram that you had done for a science activity. So I know we have so many different things we're going to dive into. We have plenty of time, thankfully, and we have a $25 gift card that we're going to be giving away later on in the segment. So these are all really good things. Nicole, before we get too far into it, I first want to challenge our community here to tag their favorite teacher bestie, because this is going to be the time that we're going to be talking about engaging our learners. And this is a really great time to collaborate with your friends. While you're doing that in the comments and sharing those green hearts, Nicole, do you mind sharing a little bit about who you are, what you do, all that good stuff?
Yes. My name is Nicole. I am a 6th grade science teacher in Atlanta, Georgia. So I have been teaching Earth and space science for about 8 years now. So it's kind of crazy that it's been that long. My journey into teaching has been kind of different because I didn't go to school for teaching. So I really didn't know what I wanted to do, and I started subbing. And then long story short, I picked up a 2-day sub assignment, and the teacher ended up never returning for some reasons. And that's the classroom I'm in today. I've been in that classroom for 8 years. The principal hired me before that year was up. I was a long-term sub, and there's just so much in that story. Like, they were looking for someone else because I wasn't certified. And then that person ended up like declining. And I was like, well, let me go get my GACE certification, which is like the Georgia certification. And so he hired me before that year was up. I did my teaching certification, like an alternative route. And that's how I became a teacher.
No, I had no idea, because you are such a dynamic teacher. That's literally, I don't know how I connected with you, but I know I loved following you even just before I got to meet you. We've talked on the phone a few times since, but you're just so passionate, so dynamic. And you're like, okay, I mean, this is the lamest way to say this, but you're like super spunky. Like, I love that there's just like so much character in what you do. I had no idea that this was not where you knew you were going to end up. That's so interesting.
Yeah, I have my degree in psychology. So I thought I wanted to be like a counselor, therapist, and then, which has helped me for middle school, for honest. And I worked in a counseling office, and I was like, it's not for me. I need more people around me. And so we ended up moving. I started subbing, and I fell in love with it. So
I love it. I love it. Friends, go follow Nicole. I also really love your family, like when you post about what's going on in your personal life. And so I love that balance of, even just as, you know, a super fan of you before we officially met, I loved being able to see you as a teacher, like working your butt off, doing these crazy things, and then also seeing like your hubby in your life. And like, it was just kind of fun to have that balance. Those are my favorite follows on social media.
Yes, my son is turning 1 year next week. Isn't that crazy?
Crazy. I remember when he was just a baby, all the pictures. So that's so exciting. Congrats. So for our community here, we're always looking to add people to our professional learning network. And something that I really love in my role on the team, one of the things I really enjoy is being able to bring new faces into our Teach Better community. And I would love to say that I hope many of our community here already is engaged with you, but if not, this is a really good opportunity for them all to go get a follow somewhere, wherever they prefer social media. I like following you on Instagram and engage with your content. Tell us a little bit about, before we get into like the teaching stuff, what kind of stuff do you like to post on Instagram? Why are you sharing things for educators to see on social media?
Well, it's kind of crazy, but I had my personal Instagram, and, you know, I just told you my unconventional route to teaching. And so I was following some teachers on my personal Instagram, like literally just trying to get ideas. I'm like, okay, what can I do to engage middle school students? You know, like, I was learning the science as I was going, because that's not what I went to school for. And honestly, in school, science was my least favorite subject. And so I was like, okay, I need to engage these middle schoolers. So I started following some people, and then I started like posting my own stuff. And I thought, I don't think everyone cares because they're not teachers. So I was like, let me make my like a teacher page. And I really seriously made it just to like follow other teachers. And it wasn't even around the time where it was like teacher influencers. It was just kind of like doing what like just this is my teaching page, and I ended up connecting with other people, and it kind of grew like organically. Then I just started posting what worked in my classroom like as I was learning. So right now I feel like I'm posting a lot of my like science demos and experiments, and kind of like just like talking through how I do it. Cause that's one thing. When I was looking, sometimes I'd see a post and be like, okay, but like, how did they do that? Like, I see the result, but like, how do I get there? So that's kind of what I'm doing right now, like talking through my demo and like how I even explain it to my students. And then, like you said, like my personal life, like my baby, my husband, throw that in there. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm posting right now.
I have to tell you, I'm not even a 6th grade science teacher, but I get to, collaborate with so many different educators through the Teach Better team. I love watching your demos. First of all, I learned something. Second of all, I love being able, when then I'm in an elementary school or a middle school or in high school, to be like, ooh, I have a really good follow for you on Instagram. Like no work on your end, but go connect with her because she might push you to do something you've never tried before. And that's why you were so perfect for this segment about building super fans of learning, because you really are looking at content that I didn't actually know this, but content you may not really like and enjoy, but trying to make it engaging, which I know many of us here, especially in the Teach Better community, we didn't necessarily get into teaching because we love the content. Like math was my favorite subject, and that's what I taught. So I get the conversation that we can have here around it, not just being that the content is interesting to us, but how we can make it interesting to everyone. I'd love to hear your initial thoughts on how you feel like you've started building super fans of learning in your classroom.
Well, it kind of goes along with what I just said. Like, I did not like science when I was in school, but I think back to my science classrooms and it was open your textbook, read this section, and answer the questions at the end. That was like, do the vocabulary as well in the textbook. And so my science experience was just like not good. Like, I was just not a fan. And then when I kind of got thrown into the science position, when I became this long-term sub, and I was like, oh, like this is what I'm teaching now. I started like digging and like trying to find, demos and experiments. Cause I mean, like science is so hands-on. And I was like, wow, this actually could be super fun. And so I started looking at like, okay, if I could do a demo, I'm going to do it. If I can do a lab, I'm going to do it. If I can have them do something hands-on, I'm going to do it. And like limit my time speaking and making it more student-centered. Like with science, we try to have them try to explore before I explain it. And so a lot of times when we're starting a topic, I'll just like hand them an activity, or I'll have them do like a demo or something. For example, I feel like that's not making sense. So for example, when we talk about inertia and gravity in space, I have them do this thing where they like run with a ball like a T-Rex. And I'm like, you have to try to drop it in a bucket, but you can't let your hand down. You just have to run, pass the bucket, drop it, and see if it'll land. And if they do it right, it's impossible. It won't land because of inertia. And I just like, I don't even tell them that. I'm like, try to get it in the bucket, and some of them try to cheat to get in the bucket. But I'm like, no, you didn't do it right. So then afterwards, I'm like, okay, so we have this discussion, like, okay, so what happened? And they will literally explain to me like Newton's law without even knowing it. And then I'm like, okay, because they're like, well, you were running, so the ball kept moving. And I'm like, yeah, an object in motion stays in motion. And then it's like, okay, this leads me to then now I can explain it for you. But they've already had that exploration, so they kind of have this like prior knowledge about it.
Okay, so I was just doing a professional development day on Monday with Megan Polkey, by the way, a member of our team. And we were working with a school talking about ways to get away from being a lecture teacher. Like that was what the PD was on. Mm-hmm. I found that exploration being the first thing that you bring to students is the easiest thing for people to start with. However, so many educators were getting stuck being like, well, I want them to explore the concept, but like, what do I give them to explore? How do I get ideas for that? A lot of educators were like, so I had them read an article. I'm like, sure. Yeah, but like, maybe there's something else we can do. So tell me a little bit, there's no way that you came up on your own on a random Monday being like, what if I had my 6th graders run like T-Rexes with balls in their hand? Like, it's just it's so fun. It's so comical and so poignant to the topic. How do you get there? Can you talk us through like the messy part of planning?
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like as a teacher, I'm always looking for ways, even when I'm not teaching, like, I got that idea from Instagram. I saw another science teacher doing it and I was like, oh, great. I'm going to do it, but I'm just going to do it before I explain. And then, for example, I was watching Stranger Things, who's not watching Stranger Things. And in the last season, they put Elle in this like salt bath when she was like going into the other world. And I teach about salinity and the density of water. So the amount of salt affects the density of water. So I literally like wrote in my notes app, I was like, use Stranger Things video when I teach salinity. And in that year it had already passed. So I was like, I'm just going to use it the next year. So I've used it for the past 2 years and I just like show that clip and they're like, oh, it's Stranger Things. I'm immediately engaged and I'm like, okay, what happened? Why did it happen?
That is absolutely, that's literally exactly what I'm looking for. Those are 2 completely different ways to get students to explore. Mm-hmm. One, they're physically moving, they're doing an activity. It's probably a little louder, like you're going through that activity. The other is showing some sort of video clip that they don't even think they're going to learn something out of, but they get to ask questions and have that discussion. I think that's such a valuable way to start off content and have students engaged, because then you already have them with you before you get into the nitty gritty of whatever standard you're trying to master.
Exactly. Gotta engage.
Have you used AI at all to help you brainstorm? I know that came up recently in my world.
Yes, actually I have. I will literally like throw it in there and be like,
yes,
a science demo for this. Or recently, in my school, we collaborate with all science teachers. So I'm at a middle school of over 2,000 kids. It's huge. So I'm one of 7 science teachers just in 6th grade.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah. 6th grade, we're at like 700 kids right now. So I teach like 130 kids every day. And we were collaborating and we're like, okay, how can we make layers of the atmosphere engaging? Like, it's so boring. And like what we had was literally like notes and some, I don't know. It just was like, I'm bored looking at this. So I know middle schoolers are going to be bored. And so I started thinking and I was like, okay, I'm like brainstorming. I'm like, okay, what if we like make them create like a superhero for each layer? Because like each layer has like a specific characteristic. And I'm like, they can make a superhero. And I shared it with my co-teacher. I co-teach 2 classes. And so my co-teacher is great. And he was like, oh yeah. And then we could like literally create a villain and like make this whole backstory. And this villain is trying to come to Earth to steal all our water. But like the superheroes have to like defeat the villain. So he put it into AI and like AI literally created our villain, like made an image of our villain, made the name, made all the like slides that we were going to use for the kids. And they like loved it. They were like, oh yeah, I'm creating a superhero. And they were literally just talking about the layers of the earth and what they do, but it was just packaged differently. And so they were engaged and AI helped us with that.
Yeah. Amen, girl. I'm literally like, oh my God, I want to see this so bad. But when you mentioned it initially, I'm like, that sounds like boring information.
Right. Exactly.
So this is interesting. So I love 2 things you just highlighted. Again, I want to make sure that our community here can take notes and apply this to their own lesson planning. One is kind of brainstorming out loud and thinking a little bit ridiculously. Like we phrase things like, oh, think out of the box. Yeah. I like to phrase things like, say an idea that's absolutely absurd that we'll never do. Like just spit something out.
Yeah.
So that is one element that I think is really, really helpful to make engaging content. When you're with community and you're just kind of brainstorming nonsense, something usually comes out of that. The other is whether you have an idea or you don't, being able to put that into now the tools that exist like AI, ChatGPT, or whatever you're using to be able to say, here's kind of what I'm envisioning. I need someone to flush it out. Like I need a brainstorm partner to get me like 20% closer to where I'm going. And then you and your co-teacher could review the information that AI spit out and say, yes, this works, or no, this doesn't make sense for our lesson. And that's the last 10%. And it really helps you work on this engagement category.
Definitely.
So when we're talking about building super fans, obviously, like the first step has to be engaging students. And I feel like you've given some really, really fun examples. I always feel like I want to be in your class, but today especially, it sounds awesome. I'm sure there's other ways as the lesson continues or even as the class hour continues that you're building super fans. I know one of them is relationships. You look like you have such great relationships with your students. I'd love to have you speak on that a little bit because that goes along with being able to engage them effectively.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, I'm in my 8th year now. My first couple of years, I feel like I was so heavy on relationships and kind of like pulled back on the high expectations, trying to find my what's my balance? And then it was like, I'm definitely have so much to learn still, but I feel like I'm at the part where I'm like, okay, I have these high expectations for you, but I'm also going to build that relationship with you so that you can meet me there. And so a couple things I do is just I do check-ins on Google Forms. And so we do standards-based grading. And so I pretty much have a quiz every week or every other week on the standard that we just learned. And so after the quiz, they know that I have a link to a Google check-in. And it's literally like a mood board. And it's usually 8 different faces of a celebrity or someone they know. And they choose which picture describes them. They tell me why. I put a random question. And then at the end, I always leave a space for them to share whatever they want to share with me. And sometimes kids are just whatever, putting their mood and moving on. And sometimes kids share a lot with me. Like I said, I teach over 130 kids. So it's hard for me to individually connect with everyone every day. But this gives me an opportunity to look, and some of my quieter students will use this space to write to me where I'm they probably wouldn't come say it to my face, but they'll tell me, hey, this is going on. They might be can you move me from this person? They're annoying me. or they tell me the drama that's going on, middle schoolers, the drama, it's always there. So it is cool for me to get to just have that check-in with them. And then sometimes I've had to refer them to the counselor because it is more serious, but it gives me that opportunity to know what's going on. So that's a way that I use to connect with all of them. And then
and just to have you pause, friends, this is a really easy routine that you can put in for the rest of the year that can give you an automatic win of fostering relationships. Because Nicole, one element I really love about what you just shared is that this isn't an activity you do one time in the morning to build relationships. Those are good too, but this is something that you can put in as a sustainable routine. You don't have to think about it. You can pop in and check it when you need to. It's saved because it's, a Google form. This would be a really good strategy to continue to foster that open communication with students. So really good. Sorry to cut you off. That was really wonderful.
Yes. So that has been a good tool. And then recently, I'll pull small groups or whatever. And our school is really pushing it. And I do it, but I'm I definitely could do it more. And
we all can improve, especially with small group conversations. I feel like all of us, we're how do I do that every single moment of every day?
Exactly. So, I was like, you know what, let me just do it. And I've been doing it lately, and it's more like helping me build relationships. Like I have them there, like sitting and we're like working through something, but I kind of allow them to like get off task a little bit and talk to me.
Yes.
And it seems like they like want to come over now. It's like, they're like, I want to come. And I was like, hold on, I can't have like 10 of you in my small group. But I'm like, it almost has just like opened the door to be like, okay, we could kind of get off task a little bit, talk. And then I'm also going to help you figure out your work.
But I love that. So friends, if you're here tuning into 12-Hour Live, we have a number of different segments on something we call the grid method, which is this mastery framework that many, many educators in our community use. And something, Nicole, that I swear by is that it helped me so much. And I've seen it help educators get time for conferencing. But the main value I saw in student conferencing was just to build relationships. Like, I know they're getting personalized feedback, but like, honestly, it's the relationship component, because you can be there to like one-on-one give them a big cheer for something, or like giggle at something with them, or it's so nice to kind of be off task in community. So that is a huge part of building relationships, and also is good for like teaching.
Yeah. And literally, I just pulled them on Thursday, and we're talking about weather, and they're like being a meteorologist, and they're predicting the weather using weather maps and all this. And so there's like a kid that is really struggling with attendance, and we're like, is just really not there a lot. And so he came, and another kid came, and I had another student there, and we're like going through the slides, and I look, and he typed worm front instead of warm front. And we were all like cracking up laughing. Like I was like tears in my eyes. I'm like, I don't know why it's so funny, but we were all cracking up. And I was like, it's not a worm front, it's a warm front. And we were just like all laughing. And I just feel like that like small little like time in our small group, they like so enjoyed. And then like everyone is like looking over like, why are they laughing so hard?
Right. Why are they having so much fun over there in a conference? I want to go.
Right. So that's just been like a cool way to build relationships with them.
I love this. Nicole, we're going to dive into more ways that we build super fans of learning. I'm going to ask you to share maybe some more activities or ideas that you want to make sure our community hears. We still have a half an hour to talk shop here about building super fans. And if you are listening live with us right now, we would love to hear your questions for Nicole. I love her ideas on a continuous basis that I get on social media. Now is the time to challenge her with something that maybe you personally are struggling with. Maybe there's a situation we can talk through, a question you can pose. Just let us know. Before we dive into that, Nicole, I thought we could give away our gift card. How's that sound?
Yay, I love giveaways.
I know, me too. So we are very lucky for this giveaway. So we are giving away a $25 gift card for no other reason besides that it was donated by an incredible person in the Teach Better family. Maura Sweeting Miller is a PhD. She is in our community doing so many good things for educators, and decided to just donate a $25 gift card to somebody in our community, which, hello, how cool is that? Like, I love it. So to win this gift card, all you need to do is let us know in the comments what you're excited about this week in teaching. How are you going to engage students? What's exciting that's going on? Is there something special we can highlight? Let us know in the comments. Here in a minute, we'll let you know who wins that gift card. But what a fun opportunity to just kind of highlight what's coming next week and give us an opportunity to celebrate all the good teaching already happening in our community here. Nicole, do you have anything you're excited for next week?
I do, actually.
Yeah, sure, please.
We're learning about weather, and now we're in the fun part of learning about tornadoes and hurricanes and thunderstorms. And so we have this like cool demo that we're going to do. I usually do a demo where they like rub a balloon on their hair, and then it moves a aluminum can because of the static electricity, and that's kind of relating it to lightning. But my co-teacher has brought another one that we're going to try, and it's like with steel wool, and you like rub it on a plate, and it like causes a spark.
Oh,
like a little shock. So I am super excited to try it with them.
That will be so fun. Will you promise to please record it and post it on social?
I will. I definitely will.
Nicole, I'm just going to start messaging you like every week to be like, I haven't seen a science experiment today.
No, I feel like I have to keep it up. I'm like, oh, like what can I post now?
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. I just love the ideas, and I'm not a science teacher. But for those of you that are looking for fun demos, I feel like some of that stuff could just be cool attention getters to do on like a wacky day too. But
Right.
I want to give a special shout out to Lisa Jones as our winner. Congratulations, Lisa Jones, a part of our Teach Better family, winning a $25 gift card that was donated to this community for no other reason than just having amazing people that when they can give, choose to give. And we so appreciate that. Lisa, congratulations. Please make sure to get your gift card. You have to email Katie, Katie at teachbetter.com. Tell her you won the gift card, and she'll make sure to get that to you. So many good things here. Nicole, let's dive back into our topic. Our topic is about building super fans of learning. What comes to mind in terms of like the next direction of building super fans of learning? We've talked about relationships a little bit. We've talked about starting off lessons with exploration. I love that. What else comes to mind?
I feel like we really have to set those high expectations for our students. We have to let them struggle. And I know that's hard sometimes because it's like, as a teacher, you want to fix it. You want to make sure they know what they're doing. But like, you know, the term like productive struggle, they need that. And I think sometimes we maybe hold their hand too much because no fault of anyone, like we want them to succeed. I get it. And especially being teaching 2 co-taught classes, you know, I have multiple students with different learning disabilities. They learn slower, or they have these different things that just make it more difficult to learn. And so it can be easy to be like, well, okay, I need to do it this way because they're not going to get it. And like even collaborating with the 7 other science teachers, that sometimes comes up like, well, my students just won't get it. And it's cool because this happened recently, and another teacher was like, you just got to do it. Like,
yes, we have to figure it out.
Yeah. And even with a lab recently, I'm like, should I set this part up for them and then just have them do this part? And then I was like, no, like I'm just going to have them do it. And some of them struggled and some of them did it wrong, and I didn't fix it. And then at the end, it just led to a great discussion of why did we get different results and what could have we done differently to get the result we wanted. And then I feel like that struggle is a better, they will remember that better than if I would have just told them and they fixed it without really understanding.
No, I think that's a beautiful way to look at productive struggle. It's almost like as a teacher, we're trying to find the balance of support and giving clear directions and trying to make sure that we're setting our students up for success, but not essentially making the success happen without their efforts.
Right.
And I think that that's an interesting part of mastery learning, and just so much of teaching is how much should I be doing versus how much should my students be doing. And I think that creating then the repercussion of then having a teachable moment, whether it be, you know, because we did get what we wanted or because we didn't, actually allows your students to become invested in the process, which in turn creates those super fans. If they know every single moment they walk into your room, they're going to be supported. They're going to be able to explore something. They might be able to get it wrong, and that's okay, but we're going to learn from these experiences. I feel like that creates a very safe space to engage with content.
Yeah. And that's you know, on top of that is you have to create a safe space so that if they do fail, they don't feel a certain way or they don't feel embarrassed. I tell them all the time, I'm like, you can fail in science. Like scientists literally like experiment, they fail and they try again. And so because a lot of kids will like write their hypothesis, what they think is going to happen, and it's wrong. And I'm like, they're like, I need to change it. I'm like, no, your hypothesis doesn't have to be right. That's the point of exploring. And so we do have to create a safe space so that I let a group be wrong and they weren't laughed at. Like we were like, hey, and they were able to like stand up and explain why they were wrong without feeling like embarrassed.
It's interesting. I wonder, maybe this is too vulnerable to ask for our community here to make a comment, but I think as adults, we need to remember that being wrong doesn't always have to be like a detrimental event. Like if we were all to reflect the last time we were wrong, I will tell you mine was like 20 seconds ago. And it happens constantly. We're constantly failing. I know even this week, Nicole, I was having just such a rough time. And I sent a text message to Jeff and Chad on the team being like, I am so sorry. I've made so many stinking mistakes. Like that's literally, I wrote this like a long text being like, I just am really sorry that I have been such a terrible teammate. Like I just keep making all these mistakes. I'm making all these wrong decisions. And both of them reached out separately and were like, wait, that it's fine. Like people make mistakes. Like don't let that be what you're hanging on to. So I'd love to challenge our community here. And even Nicole, if you're willing to share, like, what was the last mistake you made? Like, let's celebrate it so that we can also choose to celebrate that in our students.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like, think of so many.
I know, right? Like this morning, when I made my smoothie wrong.
No, but I think that is so important to talk about because we see the post and like, yeah, I'm posting my science experiments and my demos. But what you're not seeing is the like back and forth that I have with the student or me engaging when I should have just let it go. Like we're humans too. And so I just feel like, the other day, Thursday, it was, I don't know what it was, but like everything was getting on my nerves. Yeah. And so I'm like, every little thing the kids did, I was like, what are you doing? Like, I'm confused, And it's like, I caught myself and I'm like, why? Hold on. And I literally was like, all right, I'm pulling a small group because I need to just like chill. And one of the kids was like, Miss Marty, are you having a rough day? I was like, you know what? No, but I also am getting frustrated. So like, I'm sorry, and it's like, I feel like as teachers, it's okay to apologize to your students too. Like you're modeling what we want them to do. Cause like, I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. So sometimes I'll be like, hey, I'm sorry. Like I was upset and I could have handled that differently.
Yeah, I think Danae Acker just put that in the chat. I've been seeing like the comments continue to pop up. So I think it was a while ago. But yeah, she's like, we have to model making mistakes like that. Otherwise, how are we going to see that it's an okay element for all of us to be able to do?
Exactly. And like you said, model how to handle it because, middle schoolers, yes, they need they need help with modeling how to handle certain situations. And if we are too prideful to say we're wrong just because we're the adult, that's not being a good teacher.
Yeah, no, it's interesting so far. So we've been talking about building super fans. I feel like it's going to fall into having some common practices that we put into a routine because I'm a routines person. Like if you tell me I had to do something like a brand new idea every single day, I'll fall off the wagon. But if I can put something sustainable in my schedule, then I can like actually see the growth and positives come. We've been talking about like being vulnerable, failing in front of students as a way to foster relationships and build super fans of learning because they're seeing that it can be a messy process. We talked about building relationships with students in a number of ways. We talked about having students explore their learning to be able to kind of bring their learning to life, which is so exciting. Other elements of super fans, I think, really lends itself to knowing your students and what comes to mind in terms of building a super fan of learning.
Yeah, like I think you said knowing your students. Like I can kind of tell when I'm like, all right, I need to spice up my lesson today. Like maybe we had to take notes the other day, or maybe we had to do a graphic like not every day is going to be a demo and an experiment. And so just kind of like when your lesson isn't the fun part, like you have to you have to be that fun part. Like you have to bring the energy. And so sometimes what I'll do when I know it's like, all right, today's kind of going to be a little boring. I'll do like a competition between both sides of my classroom, and who's ever like engaging with me most or participating most, I'm like putting marks on each side of the room. And then they're like, dude, like, come on, like, you know, and just to like add a little element, I literally was writing a tally mark on my whiteboard. I did not prep for that. And then like sometimes I'll be like, hey, you won, good job, you get a round of applause. And then sometimes I'll give them candy. I mean, it just all depends, but like you have to bring the energy too. Like think about it. When you're in staff development, you're sitting there for more than an hour. You want to get up. You want to get up and move. And so another thing I do when we're just like taking notes is like, I said they were in boot camp. And I was like, all right, every time I blow this whistle, you're going to do whatever I like tell you to do. They're like, what? And I'm like, yep. And so we're like taking notes. I like blow the whistle. I'm like, all right, 10 jumping jacks. And they're like, get up. And they're like 10, you know, some kids are just like standing, whatever. But when I tell you they asked me to do boot camp,
Right.
They wanted to do it again. And it was literally, they just got up to move a little bit and sit right back down and finish our notes. But like little things that like that did not cost me anything. And they still asked me if we could do it. And so finding a way to just
change it up.
Yeah. Change it up. Something you haven't done.
I love being able to change it up when it doesn't cost you anything. That to me is like such a win. I just saw on social that it was like this bin of like scratch paper because the teacher was trying to get the students to like write stuff down. But it wasn't so much to like write stuff down for notes. It was like just scratch notes. Like they were, you know, whatever they were doodling or they needed to do math problems, whatever, but they didn't need to save it. So they had the students write their names on it, do everything they needed to do. And then they threw it in the bucket as like, you know, basketball thing. And then the teacher randomly selected one and that student won something. So it's like scratch paper, but it was the ability. So I love that when we want something and we want to encourage that behavior with students, making it engaging for them as an opportunity to build those super fans, because then they become not only invested in what you're teaching, but then just invested in the learning environment, which allows everyone to be more successful.
Right. Yeah. I've adapted like hand motions from the Ron Clark Academy.
Oh, we love them. Shout out to Kim Bearden, a member of our Teach Better family. Love her.
Yes. I visited there and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And so we actually as a team have our students like stand when they speak and they give feedback. So like if a student is talking, they're going like this if they agree with them. And then they're going like this if like they said something, but something was kind of off. And then they just go like this if they just disagree. And it's not like you're wrong, like in your face. And if it is, like I call them out. We're like, we're not doing that. But the hand motions let me know that like they're engaged, even if they're not speaking. And so it is something that you have to like teach and coach all the time, like, cause they'll like fall off if you don't stay on them. But I'll be like feedback and I see motions or I see this or I see this. And then they have to like stand up and explain themselves. So that also creates that space of like, hey, if you're wrong, I'm going to correct you. And it's not in a rude way, but like, I want them like teaching each other instead of me saying it all the time.
And that's a teachable norm, right? There's all different norms that we're teaching on a continuous basis and reminding students and reteaching over and over. That's an opportunity to say, hey, when I ask for feedback, these are the 3 types of feedback you can do. They all have motions that you can easily do. You don't have to open your mouth necessarily. Right. And then you're able to engage. And then you as the teacher are able to do some reflection on what answers they're giving you just visually. I know Katie and I are doing a segment later in 12 Hour talking about formative assessments. That's a formative assessment. That right there is getting data from students and then being able to use it in some way. So many educators that I know are in our community are constantly trying to find better ways to give personalized feedback and use formative checks to change our instruction.
Yes.
Nicole, that is literally the most ideal example to be able to say, look, I did one thing. I got data from every student, and then I quickly was able to adjust a few minutes of my lesson to either reinforce or reteach an idea based on the information in front of me. Like, hello, talk about excellent instruction.
Yeah. And then if someone can't, like, if a student can't correct it the right way, I'm like, all right, let's pause here. Let me go over it real quick. And then let's see if we can, discuss it again. Just like you said, like fixing it on the spot. Let's move on.
So good. Nicole, I know we're like wrapping up here. We have about 15 minutes, a little less than 15 minutes for our conversation. Usually I do this at the end, but I do want to make sure we take plenty of time to do this. And then we'll kind of wrap up with one more concept. Nicole, will you pretty please share how our community here can stay connected to you? Because I very much want to encourage our community to constantly be growing their professional learning network. There's members of our Teach Better community that we love for you to connect with. And then we love bringing people into the family and adding them to our family network as well. So Nicole, however people can stay connected, it'd be great to have you share that out.
Yes. I'm on Instagram at Marty in the Middle. You can follow me there. I'm also on TikTok, the real Marty in the Middle. And I don't think I'm like fancy or whatever, but my page got banned for some reason. So I had to add the real. And I was like, this is so cringy, but I have to do it. But I do feel like I'm probably most active on my Instagram. I'll like repost my videos on TikTok too. And I feel like TikTok is, I'm on there too, but yeah, message me, whatever you want to do. And I will definitely say, hey.
I love it. Yes, definitely message Nicole. She's also, I'm giving you a little shout out. You've been speaking at some conferences, and I want to see you speaking way more. You have been kind of traveling and supporting educators, not just on social, but like being with them in person, either at events, conferences, school districts. I know that that's something that you might do more of, but I want to encourage our community here to see if they can catch you somewhere like a conference sometime soon. What's kind of your go-to presentation? I know you've done a variety of things, but anything you really love presenting on that our community here might be able to catch you doing sometime soon?
I have done a science conference. So that was really fun, where we just like showed demos and like different labs. And then when I spoke at another conference, me and my teammate, she teaches math on my team, we spoke about how we build relationships and how we connect beyond the content. And so that was like, talking more about the Google check-ins and like other things we do in the classroom. So I feel like those are my two like go-tos, like science demos and relationship building.
But I love that because first of all, relationship building, every educator can learn from. The other is, I know you're sharing the science demos for science sake, but I'll tell you that an educator being able to pull up a science demo and show it to their students and talk about what occurred as just a bell ringer or attention getter is something all of us can do too. Math teachers can use this. Writing teachers can use this as, an opportunity to use a piece of writing to explain what's happening. There's so much there. So definitely a good follow. Nicole, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I forgot the review games.
Talk about that.
That could be for all contents. I forgot I spoke about that as well. How I incorporate like review games in my classroom.
Ooh.
And so I could literally take any game and just turn it into a review game. And so recently the Super Bowl was coming up and we had a test. And so I asked the PE teachers if I could borrow some flag football flags. And they were like, yeah, here you go. And I like put some tape on my floor and made like a football field and split my class into two sides. I had the Chiefs and the 49ers, and they had to answer review question. Whichever side did it the fastest, I like pulled one person up from each side. Whichever person answered it fastest got a point for their team. And then they played like a quick round of like flag football. And whoever got a touchdown first got another point for their team. And so I love like incorporating when I can like a review game, because they're like super engaged. They're like, can we do this? Can we do this? But we're also like, we're reviewing the content for their test.
Right. I love the reflection of just pulling a game that's already created. I think maybe I'm just weird, but like I feel like when I was teaching, I'd try to create a review game like from the beginning.
Yeah.
And what a waste of time. There are so many good games out there that we can just grab and adapt and either add a test card to, or like add a fake rule that requires content to be learned, whatever it is. I think that's such a great way for us to engage with students and have them get to know their content. Do you have any other go-to review games that you like to pull in?
I like to do anything like basketball related too. So it could literally, I usually use the trash can as like the hoop or my recycling bin. But like trash get ball, grudge ball, those are all like good ones. You could find the like directions online, but sometimes I'll literally just do like 2 versus 2 basketball. And I'll be like, look, first person to make the shot gets a point for their team. And then they make the point. They sit down. The kids get so hyped. Like sometimes I'm like, all right, bring it down a little bit.
Yeah, like volume.
Yeah. But just literally taking any game, and I try to switch it up so I'm not playing the same thing over and over. I've taken like Jumbo Django before and had them each side had to pull a piece after they answered a question, and then they whoever like knocked the tower down lost a point for them. Just like you can make up whatever you want and the kids will be like so engaged in just because they're like getting to do something.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just joking around with Katie Miglin, who I know is up next on our segment, and she always found ways to do like creative games with her content that I'm like not cool enough to think of on the spot. Like I don't know how she comes up with her ideas. And one of the simplest ones she mentioned recently was literally like the worksheet that they were gonna do. She just cut it up and taped it all around the room or taped it all around the school. And it's something so stinking simple that I'm like, man, why didn't I think of that? Like it's so easy, but they're up and moving, they're engaged, they get a little like goof off time while also reviewing material. Like there's so many things here. The other thing I was going to mention for those of you grid method teachers, I know we're going to do a lot of grid method segments coming up here on 12 Hour Live. If you are a mastery learning educator, one of the easiest things that you can start putting in your enrichment is to have students create games for the content that they've already mastered. That not only you can use right off the bat anytime you want to do a review, it could be months later. Why not? A game still exists. Or you can use it next year in your grid as a student to be able to engage with the content. So it's kind of an easy way for students to prove mastery, but then also now you have a game that's already done and created for you.
Yes, I love that. I did that recently because like sometimes I'll have them like, all right, make a gim kit or a Kahoot of like, and they'll do that. But then I was like, okay, make a board game. Yes. And they like were making the pieces and everything. Like they got into it. And then some made their own card game. They had all the rules, and I was like, whoa, this is like really cool. Like, yes, they were really creative.
And Nicole, I really love that when you do that, depending on the student, maybe they go and like completely start from scratch, make all the pieces. Like I love when students do that because it's just like, it's so neat when it turns out. But then the other is, okay, a student that might be struggling, maybe they have a list of games that you already have access to in your classroom that they can just adapt. Like the Jenga is a perfect example. I already have the Jenga. Find a way to use this. Now they're not starting from the beginning. They're just creating the rules and the questions, which, hello, you would have done that anyway. Like it's already done.
Right. I love that.
It's so fun. So as we wrap up here, I'd love to leave our community with just a little bit of insight, inspiration. We got about 5 minutes until our next section where we are going to be talking about breaking the barriers of poverty, a very, very important segment that will be 30 minutes long. Nicole, if you had one last thing to leave with our community before, of course, they go engage with you elsewhere, what do you hope our community here keeps in mind? It's Saturday. They're choosing on their day off to get some professional development. They're headed into a week ahead. Friends, next week's going to be great because it's my birthday. So I promise you it's going to be a great week. But like, what do you want us all to keep in mind?
Wait, when is your birthday?
Oh, it's Wednesday.
Oh my gosh, my son's is the 7th.
Oh my God, we're almost birthday twins.
Yes.
I love it. How cool is that? So we can celebrate our birthdays together next week.
Exactly.
See, I knew we were always connected every time. I'm like, there's something about it. That's awesome.
But man, that's a good question. I think if you are here on a Saturday, you already like have the passion. And I think that is something that we are not seeing as much. There is so much teacher burnout right now for good reason. But if you could like keep a community that's going to keep you inspired and passionate, like I feel like that is so rare and it's so powerful to have, like to be able to talk and like be excited about teaching your kids. And like, yeah, I get it. Like every day is not going to be exciting and you're going to get upset and we're going to get frustrated and annoyed, but like, it's okay to like still love this profession. And our students need that. And so I'm like preaching to myself too, because I get it. It's hard. It's so difficult. But if this is your passion, keep going.
So important. I do want to give a shout out to EPEC, who was earlier this morning. We've officially been live for 4 hours, friends. Earlier this morning, we had EPEC come on talking about stress and burnout. So if any of you are feeling that stress, feeling that burnout, wanting to know what to do so that you can have the motivation and excitement to do the things that Nicole and I were able to talk about during this segment, please feel free to go back and re-listen to those segments. They're all saved for you. They're not going anywhere. We always have the opportunities to have good content in front of us when we're ready to consume it. So Nicole, thank you again. This was so fun. I so appreciate you joining the fun and officially being a Teach Better family member.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. I am honored. It was
wonderful. Fun. It's so good. All right, next up, we have Breaking the Barriers of Poverty. Xandra is on this segment. I have to tell you, last time I interviewed her, Nicole, you were gonna love her. She is full of personality. Her smile like brightens a room. It's insane, and she is so effective in what she does. I'm a little upset that Katie Miglin gets to be the one that interviews her because I feel like I fought for this one and lost, and I'm still going to be a little bitter. But we're going to continue with 12 Hour Live. We'll be back, friends.
Hello. Welcome back to another amazing segment. Okay, Xandra, I have to tell you, everyone on the team has talked about you, and I've never had the chance to talk to you, but everyone is like, oh, you're going to love her. She's fantastic. And I just feel like this outsider that has never had an opportunity to know you and get to like talk. So welcome.
Thank you so much. And my voice is like shot. So I'm going to do my best to sound like a lady, but I sound like a man. So I am so excited to be in this space with you. And I heard a little bit of the segment with Ray and you, and yeah, I'm thrilled. And I hope to meet you in person one day super soon.
Yes. Well, Xandra, I know that, you know, we've had you on, I think it was a morning show before. Yeah. So if people haven't checked that out and they want to know like who you are, what do we need to know about you? What can you tell us? Tell us a little bit about where you're at. What do you do? All that good stuff.
Yeah, totally. I am a superintendent in Monterey County, California on the Central Coast. I know there is a little town called Greenfield, about 20,000 people. My school district serves about 3,700 kiddos, preschool to 8th grade. I am a product of my community. So I actually went to Greenfield schools. And so it is just extra special for me to be able to lead a district of little girls and little boys that look just like me. So like walking through the classrooms is just extra joyful. Presenting at career days and telling them like, yeah, I'm you, you're me. Breaking kids free from, this segment's all about breaking them free from the cycle of poverty. So we get to talk about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I do. And then there's so many other things I get to do across the nation. When the global pandemic hit, we had a couple choices to make. Do we like curl up in a little ball and like figure out how to handle things by ourselves? Or do we reach out and make friends and navigate social media? And that's what I chose to do. And, meeting Josh, meeting, people like you was just a gift, because now I have a national presence. I know so many superintendents and school districts and have been involved in so many wonderful things just because of, reaching out on social media and saying, hey, I've got a problem. I don't know how to navigate this. Can you help me? And I am so all about, I know I'm the superintendent and I can do a lot of things with my powerful title, but I choose to reach out to so many people to say, what's your advice? Like, help me out. And I'm vulnerable. I don't care about, not knowing all the answers. Like, I'm so true about just trying to do the best thing for kids. And yeah, that's a little bit about me. Oh, and then I'm the baby of 6. So let's talk about family. Yes, we're extra. And that's why, like, oh my gosh, when we're in spaces, we're like, oh my God, like you can pick out the babies in a room easily.
Me too.
You're the baby. I knew it. So baby of 6. And I'm really the baby. There's like 9 years between me and the rest of the 5. So like,
oh man, yeah.
Totally the baby. And yeah, they just kind of raised me to be this kid that, stopped at nothing to do good things for people. So yeah, a little bit about me.
Oh, I love that. Well, you hit on some like kind of big things. You grew up and now work in the same district, which is so cool. It's always cool to hear kind of that story. I know our own Carrie Pitstick is the same way. She grew up and now is educating in that same district. And it's just kind of fun to like hear those stories, because obviously it was such a powerful and positive experience for you that you wanted to give back. I love that you're the youngest of 6. Now I'm only the youngest of 2, so not quite the same, but
still.
Yes, exactly. We do kind of stand out, it's fine.
Yeah.
But one of the things you kind of talked about was being vulnerable and reaching out. And I think it's so interesting to hear people who are willing to admit it, because Joshua Stamper, I see your comment, sir. Bullying me.
Oh, funny.
But it's interesting to hear people who say, I want to reach out, and why reinvent the wheel? There's other people who are struggling. Pandemic was a perfect example, but there are so many people who also don't want to admit that they need support or that they need help. They want to act like they know it all. And it's a tricky kind of thing to be able to do. So props to you for admitting that. Props to you for reaching out and connecting. Because yeah, there's so many awesome educators all over the world that are doing fabulous things. Yeah. And it's like, if you're doing it super well, can you teach me your way so that I can do it? And why do we all have to invent something new and innovative? Let's share. So in your district, the topic we're going to talk about today is poverty, which is, can be a sensitive subject. And I want to be mindful of that. But when we're looking, today our segment is really looking at it from an educator's perspective, and how do we navigate students in our classroom, whether we teach a community that has significant poverty, or whether we're just having individual students that are facing some adversities. Kind of what got you passionate about this early on in your career, where you're like, this is something that I want to know more about?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So just being a kid, growing up in a community, and I grew up a long time ago. I'm old, but the experiences we didn't know were not like, we thought they were just the best. Like we really did. And we experienced it, and we thought we were like super cool. And we were like, we rode our little bikes outside. We didn't have technology. We didn't do all these things, but we were just like kids. And, doing some really cool things in school. But then for me, I started thinking about, how do we strengthen opportunities? Because I didn't know the possibilities out there in the world as a young girl. I became a teacher because my oldest sister is a teacher. There's 6 of us. We're the only 2 that went to college. We were like all about school. My others were like, forget it. We're like, we're going to work for dad in the farming community, or we're going to go do this. But her and I chose teaching as a profession. Why she fell in love with it, I don't know. I think she became a teacher's aide first and then loved it. And then when I was a 5th grade student, she became a kindergarten teacher on my campus. And so I was able to go over there and see what teaching was all about. So at a young age, I was only 10 years old and I knew I wanted to be a teacher. And I didn't know the experiences, were what they were until after you reflect. And I think about opportunities, like I was going to do whatever she was going to do because she was my big sister, right? And so I became a teacher. If she was going to be a doctor, if she was going to be a surgeon, if she would have been a lawyer, like I would have totally done that. And then I would have missed out on all this joy, right? But I say all of that because opportunities are so critical. And what we put in front of our students as opportunities are game changers, where we take them on trips, what we expose them to with hands-on conceptual learning is super important to what opens their eyes into something that's going to spark something in them that they want to do. And I don't ever want poverty or generational, social economics to predetermine a student's success. And I say that because my district is 90 to 95% of students in poverty. Like the federal line is, we have poor families that are really struggling, multiple families living in one household. We've got, super dire straits when it comes to apartment living, and just the cost of living in California is so astronomical. And most of our parents work in the field because it's an agricultural area. So they work in the lettuce field, or they work here in like the grapes, or pick strawberries to feed their family. So I say all of that background to let our listeners know, like, what we do as leaders is so critical. And so for me, opportunities is what is the game changer. So yes, 95% students in poverty, 98% Latino, but 100% highly capable. So here's how we shift the narrative. In our local funding, every year we write in every single child, every single year is going to visit a college or a university. So we have little kindergartners rolling down the streets of, California, and school buses going to college, all the way up to our secondary kiddos every single year, so they can see it. And we have local talent, like people who have been in our schools, that have gone through Greenfield schools, as our tour guides when we get there. We've tried to find people that are going to that college to do that. The other thing is robotics, computer science, medical detectives. We've super changed the narrative with those opportunities for kids to touch things and engage in things. We have partnerships. Silicon Valley is just up the road, not even a little over an hour, and you're there. So Google, Apple, Microsoft, Adobe, if our kids wanted to get jobs there and make over $100,000 entry level, they totally could. So what we did is we backwards mapped all those industries. What are the industries? It's computer science, it's ag technology, it's education, it's healthcare. It's what's happening in our industries here. And then how do we backwards map that from kindergarten, preschool, all the way up to secondary, to say, if you wanted to enter these careers, guess what? We're going to build out a profile and skill sets that you need. And if you applied, you're going to get picked. Let's go. Let's go get you that, whatever that is. But it all starts with classroom experiences, because those innovative experiences with them are game changers. They're game changers in opening their eyes to say, oh my God, we just got all these virtual reality headsets, and they're dissecting hearts. They're looking at DC. They're visiting all these different places that, oh my God, maybe I want to go to college on the East Coast. Maybe I want to go be a surgeon. And they're have these headsets on, and they're totally doing all these mechanics. And that's sparking for them something that they want to do when they grow up. And so those are the opportunities that completely transcend poverty and gets them, engaged in things that are absolutely possible. And we are yes people in Greenfield. So my team, I love my team, my teachers, classified staff, administrators, they all wrap around in how do we care and love on every kid so that they know that we're their greatest champions. And if they want to do this, we're going to say yes. And we're going to help you figure out a way to get to that end game.
Oh my gosh, I love that. Sorry, Teach Better. Are you guys hiring? Because I'm going out to California.
Come.
One of the things you talked about is kind of that creating the opportunities. And I think sometimes as educators, we underestimate that. And I'm going to speak, I was a first year teacher, and I remember my co-teacher and team member, she said, we go on this field trip, remember, and it was like a field trip to a park. She said, remember, some kids don't ever leave their house. Like they don't leave their neighborhood. Their world is their neighborhood and their school. And I remember being like, that's such a foreign idea. And she was like, we were going to like a woodsy area, maybe like 30 minutes, 40 minutes away. And she was like, this will be some kids' first opportunity in like woods. And I just was, as a first year educator, my world is so tiny that I was like, what do you mean? But you're right. Even things that we as adults feel like they're so accessible, they might be very inaccessible for kids, especially if their family isn't able to, yes, it's a 40-minute drive, but that's a 40-minute drive. And like you said, an hour away, Apple, all those places, but still giving them the opportunity to experience it. And then they can make a decision on their own if they want that a part of their future. I think that is so, so cool.
Yes. Oh my God. So like two things with that, like, yes. And we live 40 minutes from the beach, but our kids never go.
So jealous.
They don't even know. Yeah. Yes. And it's just right there. Like you can go put your little feetsies in the water. So like going to the Monterey Bay Aquarium, like going to Big Sur where the national marathon is not even something that most of our kids visit, because on the weekend, family need to go do whatever they need to do just for their living. But so getting kids over there is amazing. And I just need to tell you that I got an email this week and I'm super duper excited because we are a partner with Apple, and not many people have the inside with Apple because they're very, hush hush about what they do for schools, but we are a partner with them. And I get to take 2 groups of kids up to 30 to the Apple Park to go inside and tour their facilities that sometimes their own people don't get to, like even the workers there don't get to go in, like the Steve Jobs theater that has Hermé leather and all this wood from like the sequoias or from Italy that they imported. It's nuts. We took a group of about 50 last year, and I just got permission to take 30 kids, 2 groups. So like I get to take a group in March and a group in May. And can you imagine my little Greenfield kids are going to walk through those buildings and say, oh my God, like I can work here. Like I'm going to achieve my dream, and I'm going to do everything I can in school. I'm going to graduate with honors, and I'm going to come work here, because we're going to have their staff like talking to our kids about like how wonderful it is to work at Apple. And then the same thing we're going to do with Google, because I'm a Google fellow. I applied to be a fellow, and only 25 of us across the nation, were accepted. And that is a super honor, because now I'm inside scoop with Google for Education. And so now Google's going to do the same thing. They're going to allow me to bring like 30 to 50 kids twice in this spring, just to feel like Google, like when we say Google it, like, yeah, my kids are going to be like, yeah, we're the ones that wrote the app and the algorithm for that, So that's going to be, and it's just like little things like that that are breaking kids free from the cycle of poverty. And they're so about like what can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting. We've been talking for like 15 minutes, and you have not mentioned what I feel, and I could be very wrong on this, what people traditionally think of when they hear students of poverty. You have not mentioned making sure that they've got clothes and food and resources. You are thinking beyond all that, which is so innovative and cool, because sometimes that's what we feel like that's all we can do, right? It's like a student is of poverty. These are the resources we can provide them. And that's where our story ends. But you're like, no, I am getting them as many opportunities as I can so that they don't live this life forever, that there's hope. So, I mean, I guess this might be a really silly question, but do you still face some of those things, the lack of resources on the day-to-day? Because these field trips sound amazing. It's so cool. But those are, a few things throughout the year. What about the day-to-day with some of these students?
Oh, sure. And don't get me wrong, we do all that too. But I don't want that to be the focus of like, oh, poor kids, they don't have shoes. Oh, poor kids, they don't have this. Because we take care of all that first. Like I have team members. I have 2 people at every school that are my family and community liaisons. I use local funding to make sure that we fund 2 positions at every school. We also have 2 positions at the district office, and we have a family resource center at the district office. Like their day-to-day job is to connect parents with resources. We have a community collaborative that meets once a month, and all of these people, agencies come to Greenfield. We have this phenomenal lunch meeting. We feed them and they share all their resources. Like if you need food, here's the Monterey County Food Bank. If you need bus tickets to get to the city, because Greenfield's about 40 minutes from like a big town.
Okay.
So there's Monterey County Transit that will take them there. We give them free bus passes. We have a closet where we have shoes and backpacks and jackets and blankets. We send our staff to like LA, to like the warehouses to go buy a bunch of blankets. During winter, we brought a bunch. We gave away like thousands of blankets. We do diaper giveaways, like all of that. Yes. Like that is just an expectation. I'll just tell you that. Like, I don't toot that horn as much because it's just a basic expectation. Like we are going to do that first. And that's like, there's not even any questions. We have a few homeless, unhoused families. It's just, as soon as we find out, they immediately get a voucher for a 3-day hotel stay. Like that is just normal. Like that is just normal day-to-day operations. And my team knows if you encounter a family that is on the street, get them a voucher, 3 days in the hotel, get them cleaned up, get them clothes, get them whatever they need. We have homeless vouchers. We with the McKinney-Vento is a grant that we have in California that we have funding set aside to buy them jackets, to buy them clothes, to buy them food. And we do all that as just basic. Like every single family needs to have that for sure. Because we know that without that, they're not going to be able to have a full tummy to come to school. We also do morning breakfast before school. We do a second chance breakfast if any of our kids are late. We do lunch and we do dinner service too. Like we feed our kids all, like if they're part of our programs, we do all of that because we want to make sure that nothing prevents them from getting into the big stuff. And so the whole 15 minutes that we started talking about, I'm talking big picture. Yeah. I'm talking end game. You're getting into college. And when I do like career day, I just did one last week. I did one yesterday, spoke to our kids and I show them my little house. Like I grew up in Greenfield. I grew up in a little 1-bedroom house that my dad converted the garage into 2 bedrooms. There was 6 kids, 2 adults living in one home. We had 1 bathroom. Like I remember, I know this is a, public show, but I remember having to like go in the back room and like, they're like, here's a Folgers can. I don't know if you remember any of our older listeners, like the metal cans, go to the bathroom in the backyard because you're not getting into the bathroom. Everybody else is in line. I'm like, what? I have to go pee in a can, like whatever. But that was like little kids trying to figure out how to navigate life. But we didn't know. We didn't have a lot of money. We didn't know because we had so much love in our house. So I show our kids when I go into career days, I said, don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed to speak a second language. Don't act like you only can speak English. Use your Spanish. Yeah. Don't act like you're a big shot, when you get a big house, because you need to take a picture of the little house you're living in right now and have humble beginnings always. Be grateful. Like I talked to them even about my faith, born and raised. My family was all born and raised in West Texas, beautiful Bible Belt area. My grandpa was a Baptist preacher. Like I am my mother's daughter in terms of just faith and being grateful of all these things. Like I know, like I can't mess this up as a superintendent of a district, because then I'll mess it up for all the other Latina women or just women in general that are after me. And I have to be super intentional and kind and hire the best people to love on our kids because they deserve that. And so all of those little things matter so much in preparing our kids. So the basic necessities, absolutely. And then I want them to dream big. I want that. Let's talk about the opportunities that we put in front of you so that the mindset changes. Yeah. Like, I don't want them to go home and think, man, I'm never going to break free from the cycle of poverty. I'm never going to do it. Like, I don't want them to see that as a deficit. Mm-hmm. I want them to see it as, you know what? Absolutely, you can. I'm going to show you my little house that I grew up in. It looks just like yours. But guess what? I'm a superintendent now, and I was you before. So you are absolutely highly capable, and it's our job to get you there. And so that's why the big picture things are so important about university, about the robotics, about the partnerships with Apple. One thing I'm super proud of right now too is I have advisors. So I have 15 advisors. And if you go to our website, I would love for you to go to our website, the Greenfield USD website in Monterey County. Make sure you pick the right one. Go to the district tab, go to the superintendent page. You'll see my letter to the community. And then you're going to see 15 advisors, kids from 3rd grade to 8th grade that like tell me how to do a better job. And we meet once a month, and they're so cool. Like they're just sending me pitches too. I'm like, okay, we're a body of decision makers. And so if you have a big idea about how we can make our schools better, I need to hear it. So last week, one of our 6th graders pitched to the advisory council, and they said, we want to start, and so they started a soccer club on the weekend. Every school is playing each other. And they said, but we don't know which school, so we need uniforms. We need you to help us find money to buy uniforms. I said, okay. Does everybody think that's a good idea? Yeah. So we voted to buy uniforms. Done. And then I just got a pitch from a 3rd grader, and he's like talking about something he wants to pitch to the team the next time we meet. So it's like student body making big decisions. And like, just think about that. As a 3rd grader, as a 6th grader, you're pitching an idea. They have to have a slide deck. They have to have, their goal. How are they going to measure the success? As a little kid, like I didn't do that.
Right.
Guys are doing it. And then now they're going to have like these grand ideas as they progress through our schools of just being these critical thinkers and collaborators. So,
and you're setting the bar high. You're telling them you can have these ideas, but you've got to do these things to support it so that you can pitch it. And yeah. I love that you're holding them to the higher expectation and helping them kind of figure that out, because those are skills that are going to be helpful when they're standing in a boardroom at Google or when they're applying for a job at Apple. So that is so fun. So Xander, I know we don't have like a ton of time, and I honestly we could talk literally all day.
I know we could.
If there's, we have a great group of administrators in our Teach Better family. We meet every Tuesday morning for Admin Mastermind. But if there is someone listening and they're like, these sound like fantastic ideas, like they support everything you're doing, but they say, where do you come up with the money? What do you recommend for an administrator who's struggling with the financial side? What do you do to navigate that? Because that is a big component.
Yeah. Okay. So many different things. I'm very fortunate to have some special grants that come into our district for, our local control accountability plan, all those kinds of things. We are very strategic with how we use our money. We try to get as close to kids as possible. So we're not buying, furniture for the district office or, these crazy things. We're getting as close to kids with people, with resources and opportunities. So that's first and foremost, like really line up all your funding sources. I'm really good with money. I used to run categoricals and all the programs for like 10 years. So before I became a superintendent, so we line up all the resources, and then you look at the goals of those resources and you say, what can I use for this? And because a lot of people don't know the fine print in some of the grants that you're getting or the continued funding. And so what are the intents and purposes? And so like Title I funding, a lot of people get Title I Part A funding. It's for raising student achievement for students in situations. Well, there's money set aside within that for increasing attendance, for preschool programs, for the unhoused or the homeless, for parent engagement. And so you can set aside those kinds of sources to be able to do the work that you need. The other thing that is really, really valuable is looking at your community and finding out partners that you just need to ask. There's so many groups that are out there, philanthropic, that want to contribute and do things, and they will donate. We started a foundation. So any district out there or schools that want to start an educational foundation, you just have to have a 301c, work with your business office, and you can have donations coming in that you can use for special projects like a career day or like a resource fair or for student field trips to go somewhere. And so those are really cool things to look at all your sources, then look at your community agencies that want to help you, and then reach out to philanthropic groups that are, they want to donate towards the end of years. And then starting a foundation isn't that hard to do. So looking at the resources and being able to start a foundation so that you can do really cool things with local funding. I'll also say one of the things that, one of our greatest assets is being on social media and tooting our horn. Like that's how I got discovered by Google, and how we got discovered by Lego Education and First Robotics, and, those putting ourselves out on social media and showing how great your kids are. Like my kids are on, like we're taking pictures of them all the time and saying, look how capable look how brilliant they are. They're beautiful, bold, brilliant kids in Greenfield. They deserve to have that education. And people see that across the nation, across the world. And that is like one strategy that then people want to invest in you. Different companies will then reach out to you and say, hey, how can we support what you're doing already? Like the first team, Monterey Bay, Pebble Beach. A lot of people know, the beautiful AT&T Pro-Am right here in Monterey County. We're going to a gala tonight with the first tee of Monterey, and they're treating us. It's a whole fundraiser because they're coming into my schools and teaching kids how to golf, like in kindergarten. Like it's so beautiful. And we could have the next pro golfer coming out of Greenfield. But it's just those kind of relationships that they see how genuine we are. We like breathe and love on our kids so much that then they want to contribute and be part of this mission and vision for our kids. So that's my advice to anyone that just is wondering, like, where do I start? Don't keep your greatness a secret. That's like the big thing. Don't keep your greatness a secret. I'm not special. I'm just going to say that. I just am able to market the special things we do. Like we are a brand in Greenfield, and I show off our kids because I love them and everybody loves them. But I'm not special in that sense. There are so many special districts across this nation that are just not marketing and branding the wonderful things that you do. And that's how you get discovered, when you're able to show and highlight, the beautiful kids of your community. Like that is a game changer that really transcended what we do in Greenfield in breaking kids free from that poverty.
Oh my gosh, Zandra, your energy towards all of this makes me feel like anything is possible for any district. Like, don't even come to her with an excuse, because she's going to bring all this excitement to tell you how you can, figure it out. And I just think that is what has truly made you successful, is that you have really kind of said there are no barriers on what we're going to do. And I'm just going to highlight this, which may not sit well with some people, but you have not talked about a standard. You have not talked about a state test. You have not talked about any of that. And I think all of us are willing to like run to your district and see the cool things you're doing, because you see a student as so much more than the typical what's happening in the classroom. And you're providing them the opportunities. I'm sure your staff is just excited to continue those opportunities. You just empower others just with your enthusiasm, which I absolutely love. So Zandra, if someone has listened to the segment, whether now or they're listening, on one of our streaming platforms or catching it on YouTube later, and they're like, okay, I need to like literally pick her brain, how can they get a hold of you? What's the easiest way?
Oh gosh, I'm on the 4 big channels. I'm on Twitter, X. So you can DM me on there and ask anything. I'll send you resources if you have a question on that one. And it's at ZJ Galvan on there. And you can find me on my name. I'm on LinkedIn as well under my name. So those are the 2 more professional kind of ones I use. Instagram and Facebook, I do personal, like a lot of my family stuff, my awesome daddy that's going to be 92 on Monday that I just adore. I do a lot of posting there, but I also do the professional stuff. So if you want to friend me on Facebook or Instagram, I can find you there too. And that's under just my name. And then on Instagram, it's at Zan Galvan. So yeah, any messaging that they put out, I'm on there quite often, and I'll send you resources or answer any questions or set up a meeting, to help support whatever you're doing. So like, we don't need to reinvent the wheel to do great things. So I'm excited about that.
Oh my gosh, this was so fun. I am going to petition that we need like an hour, 2 hours in the future for sure. But thank you so, so much for giving us a little bit of your morning, and enjoy the event tonight. And just thank you for letting us like hear your excitement towards education, and just have give us the different perspective on when we think of a student of poverty, what we really can see that's beyond what we see in our classroom. So
I promise. Yeah. And I got to give a shout out really quick to my sister in Minnesota, not my real sister, but my sister that's chosen. She's online. She just sent me a text of like, oh my God, look at you two, like all jamming. And that's my girl out of Minnesota. So Rebecca Castanedo, I love you so much. Thanks for watching. I'm sure there's others watching all over, and I just really thankful. So
wait, I think she dropped a comment.
Oh, Oh my gosh, she is still on. There she is. That's my girl. I was her boss a long time ago. She's an amazing teacher and educator in Minnesota. I love you.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We have quite the crew coming up next. So we're going to go ahead and transition to our next segment. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Katie. Can't wait to meet you in person.
Yep.
All right, Teach Better family, I have the pleasure and honor of having the amazing Mark Horner with me, who has been in education for 25 years, high school administrator. He's a part of our ambassador group. He's a podcaster. He's a part of our Teach Better admin mastermind crew. And man, Mark, thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, good morning or good afternoon, Josh. Dude, Xandra was amazing. I would not be offended at all if you like plugged her right back in, put me on mute, and let me just kind of bask in her knowledge and gain some wisdom from her.
Well, Xandra knows how I feel about her. She is a rock star. I am a super fan, and we talked about super fans earlier, right? And I'm a super fan of hers and what she's doing in her district. So
Yeah.
It was amazing to have her for 30 minutes. And I'm with you with as far as what Katie was talking about, as far as making sure next time we have her on, to have her on for much longer, because that energy and excitement was phenomenal. And I felt like that with all the guests this morning. We've had so many phenomenal folks, and I already had the pleasure of having Todd Nisloni on, and it was phenomenal to have some leadership discussions. The reason I'm talking about him specifically is he was just on the admin mastermind. So for those who don't know, we meet every Tuesday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern time. Mark Horner is there joining us, and so many other phenomenal administrators, leaders in education. And we started having guests here come out to the admin mastermind. So for those who are in leadership and in administration specifically, if you want to go to teachbetter.com/mastermind, you can sign up. It's free. And Mark, you get to be a part of that group every Tuesday. And I was curious what you think of that group.
Josh, I absolutely love the admin mastermind. Let me tell you a funny story about this past Tuesday. So I was supposed to be out of the building, but I was so excited to jump in with administrators as well as to see Evan on there. And I invited my principal, Mr. Treen. And it was a proud moment because 3 of the admins that were on the admin mastermind were all Talmadge admins, which is, I'm going to brag and continue to brag about that. But then I had been bugging my principal to get on and join for months. I mean, way back in August, I invited him when we started the school year. And this was the first time he jumped on. And afterwards, he shut his door. He walked in here and he goes, "That was the greatest 45 minutes that he has experienced this entire year." He was, we talk between, Mark and I, we're both Mark and Mark. So, we talk all the time about what we're dealing with, how we're struggling, the drain of the year, the pull of the positions, and just how to stay focused. On Tuesday, that was the conversation. Everybody was dealing with the same thing. Everybody, we recognize that administrators, no matter whether you're an assistant principal or you're at the district level or whatever, we are all suffering with the same setbacks and frustrations and the same type of victories. And it was just to come together and talk to each other about it. We both walked away completely recharged, and he's like, "I'm not missing." So
awesome.
It's a must attend for any aspiring administrator or current administrator. I just feed off of it. When I miss it, I just I don't feel right.
Well, I think the sentiment is the same in the comments, and you're getting a lot of love from a lot of our Teach Better family, Mark, as you're embedded in this community. And I'm excited about the conversation today with you because it's something that me and you on a side note, we try to touch base with each other once a week at least. And, that's part of the admin mastermind group is we feel like we're on an island sometimes, or, what we're experiencing on the campus or at the district level is specific to only us. And that's so not true. And to be linked into yourself and to this admin mastermind community is so wonderful, because then we got to, learn that, oh, I'm not alone in this journey. I'm experiencing the same thing, even though I may be in a different state or a different country. There's so many different facets that are exact same thing going on, specifically about the calendar too. Like right now we're in the thick of it. Everyone else is feeling it. Spring break's coming up, and it's just wonderful to get that support. But then also, like some folks have already discussed this morning, is like, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Like if Mark, you're doing something phenomenal in Ohio, why couldn't I do that in California or Colorado or Texas, right? So for us to have that community and to have you specifically a part of that, I just feel so fortunate.
Yeah, it's, the reinventing the wheel comment that you made there. I think so often, especially in leadership, when you do start to think that you're on an island and you forget that everybody else is experiencing it, you kind of draw within yourself and you start to beat yourself up. But it takes humility. It takes a lot of self-reflection and introspection to realize that you need other people. The only way that you and I can really, truly change like the culture of our schools, the culture of education as a whole, is if we are fighting shoulder to shoulder with everyone else. And when somebody is vulnerable enough to admit that weakness and then come on to the admin mastermind or hop on a Teach Better Live and type in the comments or do something like that and just say, hey, I need help. What do you have? And then not allow their pride to get in the way and just say, I'm going to try it. I'm going to add. Yeah, we had a guest. I forget her name, but the science teacher earlier. I was actually getting the oil changed. And I'm sitting in this car shop and I was watching on my phone, and she made this comment about how she hops on Instagram or she'll hop on another social media platform. She sees something, she shoots off a DM, gets a little bit of information, and then she adds her personal touch to it. Right? There's nothing wrong with that. We are in the business of beg, borrowing, and stealing, and we should not share, because that's the only way we're truly going to change kids, right? And that's what Xander was talking about. I mean, she is like, her goal is to make sure that her kids are better than she was, and that's all of our goal. We want every kid to walk out of our doors when they graduate a better version of themselves. So it's just awesome to come together and to see that we all have the same mission, the same purpose, and the same why.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about, doing what's best for kids and doing everything possible. I think that's a great bridge for our topic today, which is pushing beyond the barriers of the system. And Mark, I want to touch on just your experience, because you were a very successful teacher. I know the practices that you were doing within the classroom, and you made the shift into administration, and your journey in administration is very early and young, and you are doing a lot of amazing things in that short period of time. But I want to touch on just what you're surprised about regarding systems, because I can think of plenty of things of finally getting into that role and then being like, oh, this isn't how I thought it was going to be. There were some things that were in the way of my decisions or my passions, and I felt like it almost was like a gatekeeper situation. So I'm curious what your experience was like, especially the last couple of years, and if there were any surprises.
Yeah. So for the audience, for those who don't know me, I spent 23 years in the classroom, and I got my admin license way earlier. I had a few opportunities. They didn't go through. About a year and a half ago, I had pretty much said, okay, God, if you want me to stay in the classroom, I love the classroom, I'll stay there. I was perfectly content with that. And then an opportunity arose to take the AP position here, to apply for the AP position here in the same high school I was teaching. I mean, I've been in Talmadge City Schools for all 25 years of my career. So I was hired to be the assistant principal, and I came in with a new principal, and it immediately was like culture shock. What I had been accustomed to as a classroom teacher, very different than what my role as an AP. And Mr. Treen, Mark, he had spent 11 years as an assistant principal, so he was able to mentor me and kind of talk to me. And he would always tell me, I mean, here's what you can expect. Here's what you're going to feel. And I would think, I'm not going to feel that. And a couple months later, I'm like, yeah, I feel that. I feel that ceiling. I feel that resistance. I feel that frustration. It was funny. You and Brad had a great conversation on your previous episode of the podcast, and you mentioned of your podcast, which, by the way, I'm sporting my favorite shirt, Coffee First, and then I Lead, Aspire Leadership T-shirt. So, but
appreciate that.
Yeah, you mentioned that you walk the hallways, and kids who used to come to you, then they turn and they run from you.
Yep.
And that was a big struggle for me. We talk about how, sometimes I'm like Darth Vader walking down the hallway and kids run away. So I struggled with that at first. It was the whole discipline side of it and how to build that relationship and how to add the restorative component to it. And I'm still struggling. I'm still working through it. Most of our conversations center around that. How can I still build a relationship with kids, have high expectations for them, hold them to a standard, but let them know that I love them and that I care about them. And your counsel, your mentorship has really helped, guide me in that area. And it's been an incredible learning experience. But then, you know what? Throughout the day, throughout the month, throughout the year, you always run into something that wants to bring you to an abrupt, screeching halt. Like the system we have in place, whether it's a standardized test or whether it's limitations that the government's placing on us, or whether you're bound by curriculum or standards that have to be met, we're always running headfirst into those things. And then we kind of bounce off that resistance. Mark and I and our team, we have an incredible leadership team, community-wide, district-wide as well here, at the building. Our 3 counselors are tied into our leadership team, and we're constantly having conversations. Okay, well, how do we push past this? We got to meet this demand, but how can we still think student first, teacher, educator, first, and then try to meet those mandates? And I never knew how much of a buffer between all that stuff administrators are.
No, it's so true. And I really would love to define barriers of the system, right? Because, if it's a teacher that's watching or a counselor or something, maybe you've seen this in small chunks, but as far as being an administrator, like you said, I kind of mentioned it earlier, when you get in that role, you start to see a lot of behind the scenes and how decisions are being made. And you had talked about the state, talked about the district, and then of course, if you're an assistant principal, also the leadership and the decision making of your principal. So there's a lot of things that it kind of has to be filtered through. So when you think of barriers of the system, how would you define that, and maybe give an example of how you've encountered that?
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of constraints that we run into, and so it's interesting, Josh. I'll preface this by telling you, one of the Mark and I talk all the time about, it's a lot like coaching. Like the distance from the assistant coach's chair to the head coach's chair is 100,000 miles long, right? Wide, and it's the same thing as assistant principal versus the principal. And I keep pointing that way because his office is right there. A lot of my issues, the constraints that I deal with, are very different than him. And I kind of dabble with what his issues, but, dealing with the equity issue, dealing with the financial side of school operations, having this idea where it puts students first and you really want to incorporate it, but then you don't have the funding for it. And, so then trying to build relationships with the community. Xander talked so eloquently about this, about how to tie in the community into this and get extra funding, trying to find ways that you can overcome those barriers, dealing with preparing our educators, right? Selling the vision, as well as providing professional development for our teachers to grow in those areas. And then, one of the biggest constraints, honestly, at the high school level is time. Finding time. We don't have a lot of time to work in small communities here. And the successes that we have seen, one of Mr. Treen's initiatives has been to put together this applied exploration class where we've taken a language arts teacher, and we've taken a social studies teacher and a science teacher, and we've given them common planning time. And we put the 3 of them in a room, and we had a 9th through 12th group of students. They met, and this was all last semester. And one of the biggest takeaways from those 3 educators was that not only was it an adventure to teach those kids, but they were able to tap into each other's expertise and learn and grow from each other. And they walked out of that experience better educators, better colleagues, and better friends. And we would love to provide everybody with that opportunity, but you're just, the constraint of time is there, and the constraint of money, and the constraint of good substitutes, and all of those issues. So there are so many moving pieces when it comes into a decision. There isn't one decision, as you know, that's made on the whim, where we're like, okay, let's just throw this initiative into place and step back and see what happens. There's conscious thought behind it. And we try to approach all the constraints and think about all students, and are all students' needs being met? Are we aware of our educators? What do they need to do to be prepared for this? The community, the board office, are we meeting state standards? Are we staying in line with them? So it's a constant conversation.
No, I love that you talked about all the different stakeholders, because our decision making does impact a lot of folks. And I guess that's where I want to shift to, Mark, is just the way that you've observed these barriers impacting your students and your staff, specifically within your school.
Yeah, so communication is key, and selling the why. And as we're talking and thinking about, one of the blessings of Teach Better is bringing like-minded people together, having a common message, having a common purpose, and then inspiring, right? And that's one of the things that we really try to do. We try to make sure that the why is out front, that the ultimate goal of anything that we're putting into place is to kind of meet the demands of our portrait of a graduate. Like, we have a portrait of a graduate, these qualities that we want every student to graduate high school and exemplify. And then also it's in line with our strategic plan. So we have this district plan in place where we talk about preparation for the next chapter of their life. Very little of it, kind of like with Xander's conversation, very little of it's about standards, right? Or meeting a test. It's more about being Talmadge Gold, being the best Talmadge Blue Devil, being the best contributing citizen that you can be. And so we try to take that why and we try to infuse it into everything that we're doing. Whether it's an initiative like the Applied Exploration, or our initiative to really look at personalized learning and authentic learning, project-based learning. We're trying to provide as many opportunities for as many kids to kind of connect with their learning and to explore, and then and then learn and study as we possibly can. And so when we push these initiatives out, we talk about how they connect to the why. And if something is presented to us and it's not connected to the strategic plan or portrait of a graduate, as well as it's not kid first, then we have to say no. We've got to kind of put a stop to it. That also includes some of the barriers that maybe outside agencies might have. We may be told to do something, we'll align to it as much as possible, but we're always going to try to keep that strategic plan in place and those qualities in place. So we just try to communicate as much as possible. We've learned that when we don't communicate, we've got to communicate more. Buddy of mine, Jeff Springer, when he was kind of advising me to become an administrator, he's like, communicate. That's what he kept telling me. Just over communicate everything, and we try to do that as best we can.
I don't think there's a over communication possible within administration, Mark, because I don't know about you, but it sounds like on my campus, I would say something 7 to 10 times and I still would get questions on things. So, I think the more that you can do it in the different avenues, the better you're going to be within that position. And I don't think folks realize how important communication is. Not only effective, but it's clear communication is necessary when you're dealing with all parties, if it's students, if it's teachers, or with your parents. So, all right, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Mark, because I'm looking for something specific, right? A specific instance where you felt compelled and passionate to push beyond a barrier. So if you can rack your mind a little bit and think about, how you advocated maybe for some students or maybe some teachers, and then also what was the outcome of pushing through that boundary?
Yeah. So, immediately my mind drifts towards the discipline side, because that's what I spend a good portion of my time with. And one of the barriers that I've ran into is feeling okay with separating myself from the code of conduct and kind of like these intended these consequences for discipline, and putting a more restorative approach into it. And Mr. Treen has been completely open to that. We've had lots of conversations, and I've taken a lot of the advice that you've given me, and really, instead of jumping into a consequence, adding restorative steps. So for instance, bringing kids in here, like the other day, instead of a 1 hour detention, I had a student spend a lunch detention with me. And I gave him a few questions that I wanted him to think about. And then we ended up having this wonderful conversation. And it was just, we both walked out with our feeling like our buckets were full. And I could have very easily gone the easy way and just said, hey, you're getting a 1 hour detention. And that barrier, that it's hard to describe it as a barrier, but it's always there, right? You feel like you always have to do that. You feel like this is what the system has in place. This is what the system demands. And so now if you don't do it, you're not following protocol. And breaking away from that cycle and saying, okay, actually, I can use a little bit of creativity here and I can engage in deepening this relationship. And then it's going to pay dividends in the long run. Had that same situation with other forms of discipline as far as in school versus out of school suspension. Instead of immediately defaulting to out of school, we put in place systems that will help the student just kind of think through and process some of the decisions they're making, help them build relationships with teachers that they know that they can rely on. We're bringing in outside groups. Like we've got some, honestly, we are predominantly white suburban school. We do have issues with not being able to connect appropriately with some of our students of color and some of our students of different ethnicities and nationalities. And so we are bringing in people from the outside to help teach us and then help us overcome that barrier and put them in contact with some of our kids so that they can become a mentor. You talk about your mentor program that you ran in your school when you were an administrator, and that was some of the inspiration behind trying to bring in people from our community, connect the school to the community, and then attack a need that we have here in order to deepen a relationship with students so that they can become the best versions of themselves. And so it's a barrier, though. Again, when you come in here in the pace of the day, this might sound like a minor barrier, but a big barrier for me is time and time management.
Sure.
And trying to figure out how to organize my day and to prioritize those things that are most important versus those things that can be put on the back burner. And I've had to say, okay, meeting the needs of these kids because we don't have what they need, that takes precedent over addressing all those tardies or things like that.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, there's so many different barriers, and I could think of 1,000 things that I wanted to implement, and I got no as the common answer, specifically from people above me, directors of the district. And a lot of times it didn't make sense. Like, for instance, we had a company that was willing to give us a ton of free technology, like these huge smart boards, thousands and thousands of dollars. And we got no. It was like, I don't understand why that is. That's only going to help us. And I could go through the litany of things that they were worried about. But at the same time, I pushed and I pushed and pushed until we got those into our school because I was so adamant about getting, a resource for our kids. Or for instance, I'll give you another example, Mark, is we had a lot of issues, talking about student behavior. We had a lot of issues in the bathroom, fights, whatnot going on. And there were doors to the bathroom, even though there was an S curve to get into the room. So you can't see anything, right? Every other school I've ever been an administrator for didn't have the bathroom doors. So talking to the director, or actually I called facilities to come and take the doors off because it was creating such an issue. And I got a call from a director saying, well, you can't just do that. You have to get permission.
Yeah.
I'm like, why? There are 13 other middle schools that don't have doors. Why does my campus have to have doors? And then it came out to be one gender could have the doors removed, but not the other. Well, how's that equitable? Right.
Yeah.
So then when facilities came, they're like, hey, all the doors are supposed to be taken off. And I said, yes, all the doors are going to be taken off because that's the right thing to do. Right. So that was me advocating, even though a director had given, a different answer. Thankfully, I didn't get in trouble for that, but I can tell you that it was what was best for kids because our discipline issues in that space dramatically went down because we could hear what was going on. We knew what was occurring, and we could have, a male staff member go in quickly or a female staff member go in quickly. So something so minute, but has a dramatic impact. Yeah. Sometimes as an administrator, we have to advocate. Sometimes we have to push those boundaries, even if we get the answer initially that we don't like.
Yeah. Well, and it's, I think I've had conversations with aspiring administrators since I've taken on this role, as well as teachers and who aspire to be in the classroom. And one of the things that I talk to them about is, make sure you look at the strategic plan of the district that you're interested in working for. If they have first of all, if they don't have a strategic plan or a portrait of a graduate, that should be a red flag right there. But if they do have it, and you're able to read, what the moral compass of the district is, as well as what the why and the purpose of all stakeholders is, and the direction the district is going, then you're able to see that you will have resistance, but you're going to be able to trust those who are above you, that they're keeping kids first in mind as well. And if they have to say no, that there's a deeper purpose to it. Our superintendent, on our strategic plan, it talks about our superintendent being the moral leader of the district. Our superintendent is exactly that. He constantly is feeding his mind. He's constantly talking about his why. His philosophy is that every student have a great day at Talmadge. He's constantly, he's visible and he's around. And I know that if I approach him with a kids first, school first idea, I'm not going to run into a lot of resistance. And if I do, there is a real reason for it. Thus far, Josh, we have been blessed that, on my end, in the assistant principal position, anything that I've advocated for safety, or for, just dealing with restorative issues, trying to, empower our PBIS committee and get more movement and traction there, I've not been told no. And part of the reason is we go in specifically with, here is the why. We're just not asking for money. We're not trying to, be difficult for our, and go take doors down and, for no reason. Here's the why. And we've been supportive. I'll run into resistance, sure, because the more I get told yes, the more I'm going to ask for, right? And then I'll run into some things. Some of the no's come on the higher level decision making that, like Mr. Treen is advocating for. When we look at staffing issues, or we look at, the master schedule and what we're going to offer, and some of the constraints in that area, but it's the same thing. Okay, we want to put this in place. It's kids first. Our kids are going to be challenged. They're going to grow. Our educators are going to become better. Let's move and try to overcome the barriers once they hit. So.
All right, buddy. We have a giveaway. So I figured, like, the middle of our conversation, we probably should pause just for a moment. And I want to thank Dan Kreiness, who, man, he's a part of a lot of things, including our admin mastermind on every Tuesday morning, but then also our podcast network, and has blogged with us and done a lot of other things. So I want to just shout him out real quick. He's got the Transformational Leader Reflection Journal that he's given away. So this one is actually going to be a live version, right? It's not just the website that we've been touting, although I do think everyone needs to sign up at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaway and register for some fantastic prizes. But first one to respond to this prompt here: what is the most rewarding thing about your job? So whoever's the first, I want to have a positive note to this conversation, as we are advocating for our students, our teachers, and our community members. So first one to chat, and then Katie will let me know who that is. The first one to respond to that's going to win the Transformational Leader Reflection Journal by Dan Kreiness. All right, we're going to continue the conversation, and then Katie will give me who that winner is. Katie, is that the first one? Okay, I'll wait. I'm being impatient, Mark. All right, so let's move on to... this is no surprise. This is how I was in my leadership journey. I guess that's plenty of examples of that also. So, when you're passionate about an initiative, we've talked a lot about barriers. I can think of one too here, Mark, when you were talking about, something as simple as like creating a bus avenue for kids to have a safe walking space, right? To have literally lines painted on the ground.
Yeah.
And how many folks had to be a part of that process was crazy to me. We even had from not only people from the district, but even from the city to come onto the campus to provide the guidelines for that. So I'm just wondering if there's anything that you've been a part of where you were shocked by just the amount of folks that were providing guidance, either in an initiative or something, as simple as like drawing lines for a bus lane.
Yeah. So something specific, I'm going to continue to think about that. I mean, the first thing that jumped into my mind was like our ACT day that we just had a couple of days ago, you know, and how many voices were involved in that testing coordinator, school counselors, principal, other teachers, just trying to organize all of that. But it has really been really very much a kind of an epiphany for me, how many people have to be involved. In the classroom, you're like, okay, I'm going to make a decision and I'll go to the principal and get permission there. But, you know, now in this role, we constantly have to be aware of, you know, teachers. We have to consult the union. We have to make sure that our custodians are aware. Like we're right now out there in the rotunda, they're setting up for a dance. Mm-hmm. And I would have thought it would be okay to empower the teacher with the key to go get the ladder. Right. It doesn't work that way. The first dance we set up for, when I gave the key to one of our teachers, our head custodian was over here and was like, no, that's not how this works. You go through me, and then I ask you, and I get a verbal commitment from you. Now nobody's, going to be held responsible for an accident. And then we, but don't skip that step, Mark. Don't skip that step. And and so when we, when we're moving that direction, it's there's just, you have to think. Well, the other day we came in, it was a Thursday morning, and I was actually with our head custodian. We were walking the hallways and the power went out. Then the power came back on, and all of a sudden we had this strobe light effect. It was crazy. It was like you were at a disco dance or whatever. And all of our rooms were doing that. And it was, we were trying to figure out, what do we do? Well, Mark and I couldn't just make one decision. Before you knew it, we had our head custodian, we had the superintendent, we are our chief operating officer here. We had all of our, all the custodians. We have the electrician. Everybody was here, and I made a mental note. I'm like, if I were the principal and in charge at this point, I don't think I would have known all those steps. But now I'm learning. I'm taking notes. I'm like, okay, here's who we contact. Here's who we contact. And then Mark and I sat down. Once we had everybody in here, we're like, okay, who do we communicate with now? Who are we sending messages to? How do we communicate with the bus garage? And how do we make sure, like everybody, we got to make sure the elementary buildings know, and there's confusion with the bus routes, all to lead to an hour and a half later of calling off school, and sending everybody back home. And I was just, for me, in my inexperience in this role, I never thought about all the moving pieces and all the people that are involved in that kind of a decision, whether to call, whether to cancel school at that point or not. We had a similar situation here. I wasn't part of this decision making, but we did kind of what you're talking about. We put sidewalks in. Well, the city did. They put sidewalks in outside of our school for our walkers. That was a big deal. That was a big deal. We had all kinds of people involved, including the neighborhood, and people. Everybody had to have an opportunity to kind of provide input into that decision. So it's a challenge, and I'm learning daily. I've made plenty of mistakes where I've skipped 2 steps and I've gone to one person and said, hey, I want to do a fun Friday. I want to open the gym up. First time I did that, guess who I forgot to talk to? Our PE teachers. I was like, sorry guys, I'm stepping on toes here. So sure. I'm constantly writing down little maps because, my opinion is this, I'm renting this space temporarily. The person who then rents it after me, I'm making sure that they have a full like agenda and understanding of what all that goes into those types of decision making. So,
no, I love it, Mark. I'm shaking my head because I've gone through many of those same experiences myself, stepping on toes, apologizing, saying, "Oh, I didn't realize that was the process or procedure." Yeah. Especially when I was brand new, and for myself, I had the opportunity to be an administrator in multiple campuses and multiple districts. And as you know, every building is so different in how they do things. And it was easy for me just to assume that the procedure and practice that was on one campus was exactly the same on another. And obviously was very wrong.
Yeah.
All right. So I want to talk about the winner for our wonderful giveaway here with Dan Kreines' journal. So that's Megan Balduff. Thank you so much for being the winner. Yeah, Megan. So my dog's happy about it too. You can hear him in the background. So congratulations, Megan. All right. So let's talk about collaboration, because I think that's one thing that we need to talk about. Before we talk about collaboration, though, I do need to let Megan know. Please reach out to Katie@teachbetter.com to claim your prize. That was one little thing I forgot. So make sure you email Katie, and she'll get that to you. And then let's talk about collaboration. We talked about communication as one component of success within initiatives within a campus, and especially when you're pushing some boundaries. But there's another piece there, and I think we've kind of alluded to it, which is that we need to make sure that we have everybody's voice a part of decisions and the implementation of potential practice. And so, like for myself, especially when I was young as an administrator in my career, a lot of times it was very similar to a teacher. I have an idea, want to implement it, let's go. And I would go 1,000 miles an hour, and then I forget people that were supposed to be part of that process. So for yourself, learning the last couple of years, what is your strategy in regards to collaboration to make sure that you're not leaving anyone out?
Yeah. This was a huge adjustment for me moving from the classroom. When I first became an administrator, it was, one of the things I actually struggled with was being in the trenches on the daily with the kids, building that relationship, and watching them grow from the beginning of the semester to the end of the semester. And then, it seemed like it was very easy for me within the classroom to connect, collaborate with the kids, collaborate with some of my, fellow educators, and just institute a plan. And the first couple months when I jumped into this role, I learned really quickly that you can't initiate things that way anymore. You are now an administrator, and you have got to tap into the expertise of those people around you. And so as we've really begun to collaborate more, we try very hard to bring in as many voices as we can. And one of the things, Mark, as he's mentored me in this role, he asks me two questions. Is it good for kids? And are all kids being seen and heard? And I struggle with that a little bit, because you think that it just comes naturally and that you're addressing those issues. But now I have to be next level. I have to think about, okay, are the kids who are dealing with severe trauma in their life, are they being, brought into the conversation? We have a very quick, a rising Nepali population here in Talmadge. Are their voices being heard? Are we honoring them and their traditions? And are we tying, being self-conscious of their history and trying to teach it or try to address it? Just kind of going down the line of every student that we are blessed to have here. Are we making sure that they are their voice is being heard, or someone is representing them? Because by myself, my motive might be pure, and I may be wanting to provide this opportunity for kids to become better, but I'm going to miss something. And it takes vulnerability and it takes humility, right? I don't have all the pieces to the puzzle. I need, we have an MTSS director, Jen. I need Jen in here talking to me about the kids. We have, other people in different positions that have different insights and they bring different knowledge to it. I need them part of this. Lisa Wilmoth was just on here. I need Lisa and her background and her experience. I need her here talking to me. We do need the union rep, and we do need the custodian, and we need a representative from the cafeteria and the lunchroom. We need them all part of the team in order to help our students grow and get better. And so we have to collaborate. Our PBIS committee is a great example of that. We have, and it's getting bigger. Every meeting that we have, we add a different dimension to it. And the past 2 meetings, we've been blessed to have a woman who works in our cafeteria in there, and the insight that she brings and the ideas that she brings, like, oh man, never even thought about, tying this into some of our initiatives. And now we have a whole team of lunch ladies in there who are promoting the PBIS mantras, and they're using our quotes, and they've got our signage up everywhere. We collaborated with them, and it's just one more opportunity. Now our next objective is we want to get the buses involved, right? And we want to get our custodians involved as well, so that we can all buy into this mission of helping kids get better. So collaboration it's absolutely key. And I think it's also important, as I'm thinking about this, how important as building leaders it is that we model that. Collaboration is one of the portrait of a graduate qualities that we have. Like, we want to teach kids to collaborate, but if we're not modeling it, then it's going to fall to the wayside. No one's going to really care about it.
All right, so let's talk about the next piece of this is you are making sure that you are getting everyone on board. You've brought in a lot of different voices to get that collaboration piece, but then maybe we're now getting some resistance or lack of motivation in the initiative. So what are you doing to work through that obstacle?
Yeah, that's a huge obstacle.
Yeah.
It's so funny that you would ask that question, because this has been a topic of conversation.
For sure.
We are handling it delicately, on my end, with some of the things that we, that we're promoting, as far as, classroom management strategies, as far as communication with parents and guardians, as far as restorative practices. We're handling it delicately. We're handling it with conversation and lots of questions. Lots of questions. I've got Adam Grant's book back here, Think Again, and the beauty of that book is just learning how to ask questions and getting people to kind of come up with the solution on their own, as opposed to you mandating it. I mean, you eventually get to the situation. In some situations, the buck stops here, right? And you've got to mandate it. But if you're not getting buy-in on in the classroom or in the hallways, then it's not going to be effective. So just really trying to have those conversations and reminding people of their why. 99.9% of the educators in this building got into it because of what Wendy is saying right there. Their passion for the kiddos, right? They got into it because they loved kids, but life hits them from all different directions, and you deal with life and trauma and aging and different life events, and you kind of lose touch with that passion and that desire. We did an exercise just the other day in our PD, and we had the high school kind of remember their teachers remember who their favorite teacher was and what it was about that teacher in that classroom that inspired them. And then also think about your best day in the classroom. How would you describe it? And reminding people, okay, our why is this. And so if I can take a PBIS initiative and I can say the reason that we are promoting being safe and the reason we're going to reward it with this activity that will pull kids out of your classroom, but the reason I want you to use that language in the classroom, and the reason I want you to, tie in the Portrait of a Graduate language, is because kids are going to incrementally get better and you're going to see behavior issues go down. And here is why, because if you can get those behavior issues down and you can talk about being safe and they feel psychologically safe in your classroom and you build that relationship, not only are they going to learn, but then you're going to be equally inspired, right? There's a great book by David Brooks. It's either The Road to Character or The Second Mountain. I love all of David Brooks' work, but in it he talks about this moment where he walked into Penn Station, and as he's walking around this dirty, grimy hallway, and he's seeing thousands of people hopping on the subway, he has this epiphany. He's like, every person in this station has a soul, and that soul longs to connect. And I thought about that. And when I read that, I stood at the top of our rotunda and I looked down, I looked at every kid sitting around at their table, and I see teachers and I see custodians and I see coaches and I see band directors all walking through. And I was like, every person in this rotunda has a soul, and that soul longs to connect. And that, suddenly that became my initiative every day, to connect soul to soul with somebody and show them that I love them, I care about them, that I desire the best for them. Make sure that I'm feeding my mind on a daily basis so that that soul stays replenished, and I plug the cracks in my foundation and make sure that I'm staying connected with my why and my mission, and then sharing it. And so that when I do talk about something, an initiative, as challenging as it may be in the classroom, I'm hoping that my teachers are like, man, if Mark is presenting this and he finds value in this, and we know that he loves and he values us and he values the students, we're going to give it a shot. We're going to try it. That's my hope and prayer. That's what I pray about, all the time. I just want it to be of value, and that there's trust and vulnerability and a willingness to try, and then kids get better. And I want the teachers to know that it's okay if it fails. It's first attempt in learning, right? You just learn from it and you get better. Sorry, I'm going off on a David Brooks tangent. I apologize.
Do not apologize, Mark. That was brilliant. And I want to push even further with that, because I think there's a lot of value in what you're talking about with those connections. I think people are resonating with that too, because they're posting the comments here about it. But also the trust component is huge. I remember talking about something that was kind of off the wall that I was passionate about in a staff meeting. And afterwards, a colleague that I trust very much followed me into my office, shut the door, and said, "Hey, a lot of people think you're full of," and it was an expletive. I won't say it here on live, but you can understand what they were saying.
Yeah, talking about.
Right.
I've been accused of the same thing too.
Do you need me to share what the expletive is, or does everyone know what?
Ray, you know them all. I know.
I just wanted, if anyone needs it, just DM me. I got it.
Whoa, that was kind of like a little creepy there.
You didn't expect Ray just to jump in at any moment?
No.
Little gift for you, Mark. But
Nice.
The idea was that the staff was starting to trust me. And even though it might have been something off the wall that they didn't have much maybe experience with, or maybe it was a new idea, that at least they understood that, where my heart was coming from.
Yeah.
And they were going to follow me because of the connection and the trust. Yeah. And I'm curious if you're starting to see that now, since you've been in the same campus for, a couple of years.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I am. And, you talk about that closed door meeting with a teacher. I had that moment. It was a little bit different, but I'm going to share it. And, I had spoken wrongly to a teacher. Not, I didn't watch my words. And when I walked away from it, I didn't even think about it. Right. But then she came into this office, she shut the door, and she shared with me, and I was deeply moved. And I thanked her for I'm so honored that you would actually confront me with that, because I need to learn, and I should never, ever talk to you that way. But the reason I cite that as an example is because she knows me. She knows what my heart is. She knows that I, value her and what she brings to the student body, what she brings to the staff, and what she brings to me on a personal level. I'm better because of her. And when she came in and she shared that, it made me realize just, to be approachable in a leadership position like that it's invaluable. Being blessed to have been in this building for so long and know our teachers and know their heart and their passion, I do feel like the majority of them feel like I'm approachable. They can come in here. They know that I've been very loyal to the district. I live in the community. My kids have come here. We have been plugged in. I mean, I love Talmadge. I love it. And when I never imagined I'd be here for 25 years, but when I look back and I kind of look at the chess pieces and how God has kind of maneuvered things around, I see the bigger purpose. The bigger purpose is this position right here, right? Every experience that I've had has led to this moment right now where I have an opportunity to work with students who are dealing with stuff that is just unimaginable, and let them know that we as a staff and as a district, we love them, we value them, and we want what's best. And even if I give you a 4-hour dreaded Friday detention, I'm doing so with you, making sure you walk out this door, with a shoulder hug, a fist bump. And honestly, Livy Chan and I talk about this all the time. And honestly, Josh, I look right at him. I'm like, hey, listen, I love you. You're one of mine. I told a kid that the other day. I said, you know what? We were talking about becoming the best versions of ourselves. And I'm like, well, here's the reason I'm in constant pursuit of becoming the best version. I owe it to my wife. I owe it to my kids. I owe it to my Savior. And I owe it to my other kids. You guys are my other kids. And if I'm not becoming the best version of myself, then I'm doing you a disservice. And it's the soul to soul thing. Parker Palmer has this great quote where he talks about there's an inner teacher inside of every student. That inner teacher longs to learn and to be convicted and to be challenged. And inside every teacher, there's an inner teacher, your heart, your soul. If you aren't feeding that inner teacher, you'll never connect to their inner teacher, right? So if I'm not taking care of myself, if I'm not feeding my mind, if I'm not looking for opportunities to serve and to lead, then I'll never connect with the kid in my classroom, or I'll never connect with the teacher. But because I've been blessed to have opportunities to grow, and I've got people like you feeding my mind and mentoring me, and Mark mentoring me, and other mentors in my life, and I'm constantly growing. When a teacher or a custodian walk in here, they know that I value them, that my job is here. I'm here to best provide, to take care of them, to protect them, the teachers and the students, and it just leads to a deeper relationship. So
love it. All right, Mark, I want to go back to something you said real quick,
yeah,
because we only got like 10 minutes. Like, I know we had an hour segment, but it feels like we were here for a very short period of time. So you had talked about plugging the holes of your foundation. And I know that was a powerful quote that was even mentioned in the comments. So when doing that, being a young leader, and I know we've got aspiring leaders, we got current leaders that are watching right now, what are you doing to, help yourself build and maybe even get the confidence to push on a barrier within the system? So is there like a professional network? I know you've talked a couple of books. I mean, what are some resources that you're using to make sure that you're building yourself up?
Yeah. I'm growing in that area of, moment of vulnerability, like teacher evaluations or, asking challenging questions of my fellow educators is a little bit of a struggle due to the nature of our relationship. I'm getting better. I have systems in place that help me stay accountable and help me grow. And so I know I've talked about this before, but I win the morning. I have to get up in the morning. I don't know how many days in a row I've got it. I've done it, but I get up, I spend time reading the Bible. I spend time in prayer. I spend time in silence. I spend time reading a book that something that I can grow from, maybe something from David Brooks. I'm reading Rory Vaden's Take the Stairs book right now, working my way through there. I do a lot of journaling and reflection, just kind of, I make it a point every morning to reflect on the previous day. On Saturdays, I do my top 10 things I've learned as an administrator, and who I've learned from and what I've learned from them. I'm a little bit older, so if I don't put it on paper, it's gonna be gone, right? But I got to win the day, and I got to set the tone for the rest of the day. And I spend a lot of time thinking about the potential conversations I'm going to have and how I'm going to respond to them. And that's part of why I ask myself on a daily basis, what am I feeding my mind and what is my foundation? And when I do see something that needs to be plugged, I tune in on that, minding my mouth and making sure that my tone and making sure the words that I choose has been a challenge. So I picked a verse that I memorized in Proverbs, whoever guards his mouth protects life, but he opens wide his lips brings about ruin, right? I think about that. I think about Calvin Coolidge, who said, if you don't say it, it can't be used against you. And I focus on those things. I saturate my walls with pictures and things like that remind me, so that I'm just constantly holding myself accountable. I have a group of men in my life who hold me accountable. They ask me the tough questions. And I know that I have to answer to them if I'm not living with purpose in my life. And my principal, friend, mentor. I have a leadership coach who's a friend and a mentor. I have the admin mastermind. I mean, honestly, I draw incredible value from that. Josh, I consider you one of those guys you always speak truth. I know that in a time of need, you're available and you're able to help me. I've tapped into your expertise. The Button Up Boys, a group of fellow principals now. I was the only teacher. They were all principals, but now I'm a principal. We met during COVID and Min and Ed, and we've since then continued having correspondence. Raymond Porton is a Teach Better ambassador. Jeffrey Prickett is one of the podcasters. Jeff Springer, myself. And we are the Button Up Boys, and we talk almost daily. And then being an ambassador, it is one of the greatest privileges of my life to be a Teach Better ambassador. And I see so many of them here supporting me. I read their Voxers. I listen in on the conversation. I don't chime in as much as I should, but I'm an admin. There's a lot of teachers there. I like to listen and become aware of and see what's going on in the teacher world. So I just stay in tune, but they have no idea how much value and strength I draw from them. I have to work out daily. I mean, I work out daily. If I don't go down and I work out here, I work out in the weight room. And if I'm not doing that on a daily basis, the mind goes crazy. And I go down there, plug in some AirPods, and I watch something really like a brain dead, Walking Dead or the 100, I'm not learning. I'm not challenging myself. It's like I'm gonna burn calories. Then when I lift, I'll throw on a nice podcast. But just I have to have those systems in place to maintain my sanity, and then when I go home, I have to be able to let that stuff go, because then, it's me and my wife and my kids, and they get my time, and I have to provide the best version of myself for them. And so it's just constant awareness, constant introspection, just trying to become the best version of myself.
All right. I want to touch on what Megan Wells had talked about. She put up it takes a village. And I think that's so true. When it comes to leadership, because we can't do it alone. I mean, it's been said already today. But I wanted to touch on, with just the last 5 minutes that we have here, Mark, just on the role of mentorship, because you've mentioned it several times this hour in regards to, you tapping into your principal and some other folks to learn. And it's such a powerful thing that I've experienced. I know you have too, but I want to, if there's an aspiring leader or someone that's going through right now that leadership journey that doesn't have someone that they can have as a touch point for mentorship, I want to know what the power of that has been for you and why it's been so valuable.
Yeah. There's a great book. I'm trying to remember the name of it, and maybe I'll remember it by the time I'm done talking about it. I read it years ago, and there was a point that really resonated where it said, in order to really live your life on purpose, someone above you should be pouring into you, and you should be pouring into somebody below you. And that has always resonated with me. I hunger for mentorship. I have guys at church who are in a different stage with their kids and their marriage. And just the other night, just asking them questions about, what that stage of life brought with it, and how do you handle your adult kids and the adult decisions, and then I have so many mentorship opportunities here where I'm pouring into young men and some young women, but mostly young men. I try to connect the young women with some of our amazing rock star teachers, but I just having an opportunity to talk to them about what it means to be a man and how to, and such. And you have to have people who are pouring into you. There are, Jeff Springer is a big mentor of mine as well. Jeff is constantly in contact with me. He's a retired administrator, and he is also a coach, a leadership coach. And he helps me process the things that I'm struggling with. And he talks to me about the difficult issues of being in leadership, and how do you push past the constraints, and how do you push past the lack of buy-in. That was one of the questions I actually wrote in my journal this morning. Totally unrelated to this conversation, but just looking over the past week, how do you get people to buy in that don't buy in? And I know we've addressed it, but it's just so funny how it all aligns. But I want to shoot that off to him, and I want to ask my principal, Mark. This is kind of an interesting scenario here. Mark is 10 years younger than me, and he's got young kids, but he's been an administrator for over a decade. So we always joke around, he mentors me on how to be an administrator, and I'm kind of his mentor on being a father and husband, because I'm much older than he is. But you have to have somebody in your life that will speak to you honestly, will lend you an open ear, and will just lay it out on a line for you and hold you accountable. Accountability is key. You have to have accountability. We are not meant to do it alone. I think it's inherent to every person. There are a lot of people who are probably shaking their head like, nah, I don't need a mentor. Yeah, you need a mentor. You need a coach. You need somebody who's going to help you become the best version of yourself.
Well, I can think of too, just going into my principal's office, shutting the door and bouncing ideas off of her. And then a lot of times getting feedback of, yes, that's something you should move forward with. Or if you do, here's the steps that you need to go through to make sure that you're getting the outcome that you want. And if I didn't have that open door policy to go in, shut the door and say what I need to say, then I would have really stumbled. I would have probably had very few moments of success because I didn't have that guidance. And so if you don't have someone on your campus, you need to make sure that you're going somewhere else to make sure that you're building a relationship, to have that mentor to speak into you, just as important as what you're saying. And I think, like you said, everything that we're talking about, even though it may sound like it's outside of the boundary of pushing beyond the barriers of the system, it all is interlinked when it comes to leadership. So it's so important to have people speaking into your life. And with that, Mark, I want people to connect with you because we literally have less than a minute. So if someone is seeking anything in regards to leadership, I know you're an open book. Maybe they don't have a mentor and they want you to pour into them. Like you were saying before, how can they get connected with you?
Well, you can see me. That's my X. I'm just making sure it's my Instagram too. I'm pretty sure it's my Instagram handle as well, at THS Mr. Horner. Reach out anytime. And then you can shoot me an email. It's horner.mark@talmadgeschools.org. Horner.mark@talmadgeschools.org. And I'm sure it's connected on the Teach Better website with our ambassadorship. And, you can click on there. I would love to meet anyone and talk to anyone about all of this and so much more. So,
wow. I want everyone to link up with Mark as soon as possible. And now we're going to go over to the crazy and zany Ray and Jeff, as they're going to have, I guess, a brain break for us all, because we desperately need it. All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Josh.
you all.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, we are still at 12-hour live. Jeff, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm loving the commercials, Ray.
Are you?
I'm enjoying them. I'm gonna give everyone, buckle up, hold on to something, sit down. I'm gonna give Ray a compliment. The fact that last night we were talking, I was like, she did the commercials, she had them in, but I hadn't seen them. And most of the past events, it's like you'd always throw them my way. You're like, hey, can you take a look and just see? And we just didn't do it this time. And I'm like, well, I don't want to see him now. I kind of want to just see him live. So I'm just seeing him as everyone else is doing. And I've been enjoying it. I was looking Katie and I were both dancing to that one. And then I really enjoy that. It's that was a super sweet one. And then the hard rock comes in.
Yeah.
It's that's my life basically.
So I know we're supposed to do a half an hour recap, but I just really need to get something off my chest before we get too far in.
Oh gosh, here we go. Okay.
I have two things. One is, well, more than that, I want to say hi to everybody who's been sticking with us, by the way.
No kidding. Super active comment section. Yep. I got my Teachers Deserve Better shirt on.
I love it.
Which is almost your book, but slightly different.
Yeah, we've had almost 700 comments thus far. I would love if we could share some green hearts, but individually to get that comment count up. Right now,
one at a time. So if you want to share 10, we need 10 comments with one heart each.
Right.
Or if you're an old school AOL Instant Messenger, you can do 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, and then go back and forth and make a cool design. I don't know if anybody else used to do that, but
right now we have 677 comments. I want to know if we can reach 700 by the end of this segment.
I have faith.
I have faith too. We're already.
I have faith too. It's already getting okay. We're going.
Keep going. Okay.
Keep going.
Here's the other thing. I also didn't want to wear this scarf, so I put it on my drink because I'm trying to get as much green as possible.
I like it. It's just you wanted to wear the scarf, but you didn't really want to wear it, so you put it on. Is that Sprite?
I'm just collecting green stuff. No, it's a bubbly.
Oh, the bubblies. Yeah. Bubbles.
Here's the other complaint I have, and this is maybe why I might need Katie Miglin on the screen here in a minute. So Katie, prepare yourself, take your glasses off, get mentally ready. Jeff, so I didn't like my snacks that were here that I prepared for 12 hours.
Not even I know you mentioned specifically in our text that you didn't like the food you have, but you don't like any of the snacks you have.
I'm not feeling it. I wanted other options, so I ordered it. I ordered a delivery.
A whole bunch of snacks, didn't you?
I ordered a delivery. Yeah. The problem was it arrived the moment that commercial was playing, and I'm now on screen for the next 2 hours. So either I need to go run because the stuff is sitting outside. It's outside.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. In pure Teach Better team fashion, we're going to give Ray what she wants. So why doesn't Katie, and maybe, I want Katie and Josh. They're both in the back. Have them come on.
Yeah.
It takes 2 of them to equal the awesomeness of Ray, apparently. That's what we're going with, guys. So I'm going to bring them up, and you go get your snacks.
Okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to mute myself, but I'll keep my camera on so you can see me when I'm back.
Yeah, I'm going to take you off screen. I don't know why she thought she gets to stay on screen when she's leaving us. Like, that's not how this works. Are we taking bets on what snack she ordered?
Gushers.
Gushers?
Ooh,
okay.
That's a good guess.
I don't actually know, but I'm really in the mood for a gusher.
She eats like a toddler, so
a
it could be
weird
anything
craving
with
to have.
sugar.
It was in like something I was reading yesterday. Someone was talking about a gusher, and I was like, dang, I haven't had one of those.
I think we have Gushers upstairs.
Oh, look at Sarah Jesse agrees with me.
Because Jacqueline had like a week-long period where she liked Gushers, so we, then I go out and buy a whole bunch, and then she decided she didn't like them anymore. So we've got a bunch. I'm loving all the green hearts, by the way. Like, Dustin's going nuts right now.
Joey, and I appreciate, but we all know veggies are not on.
Veggies are not it.
Yeah, Ray's not getting veggies.
Sarah understands.
No.
What are the things that turn your fingers red? Hot Cheetos.
Oh, hot Cheetos.
I was gonna say markers. I don't. Paint. A lot of things could turn your.
What are you eating, Jeff?
All right, listen. We've thrown all the rules out. I'm bringing Brienne up too. Nope. Ray. Look at this. It's like, are we done? This is the end, right? This is what we do at the end. Like everyone comes on. Like
this isn't supposed to be the end. I just wanted a snack.
But Bree came up in there. I'm like, I'm not gonna. She's on. Are you on next, Bree? No, you still got like an hour, but you're on here soon.
She's just watching in the comments. She's been commenting up a storm.
I don't think she appeared in my little backstage. So
there's no hand raising thing on.
Yes, Katie. Yes, Katie, please.
Whoever said, let's get our count up to whatever number, and then
we're at 740 right now.
Yeah, says the girl who isn't in charge of bringing all of that on screen. So you
don't have to bring it all on screen. It's fine.
She knew what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was
doing. For everybody.
It's all good.
Congratulations, friends, on hitting 742 in our comments thus far. Excited to keep it going.
Let's go 1,000.
I don't think I'd ever say this, but okay, I was gonna say, Dustin, you can calm down for a minute, but or just keep going. Let's get 1,000. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What is
Wait,
that?
Ray, what
did Steve this? What are those?
What?
Put Steve's up on.
What
are those hearts that are on fire or bleeding?
Yeah, they're like on fire.
Is that a threat?
No.
No, that's like the morning show swag.
Yes.
The warm up.
The warm up. Yeah. Fire.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, are we keeping everybody on stage, or are we kicking it back down to just me and Ray? Okay.
What?
Hi, Bree.
Wait, I just want to know, what did you get for your snack? That's like the only thing I'm here for.
Oh, I can't reveal that because it's my snack for tonight.
Oh, you want to reveal like on the final?
How are we all supposed to be sharing snacks on screen?
Katie, I'm going to remove you down so you can sit there disappointed.
Wait, it was just I got 2 things. One was a veggie tray. So for any of you trying to eat healthier.
Did she really get veggie tray? We just like who we have to apologize to someone. Who was it? Was it Joanna that like we told her?
I did. I got a veggie tray. A vegetable.
It's a veggie tray.
But then I also got my snack that I'm going to have at the end of 12 hour because I knew what yeah, see? There you go. Teach better family member right there who understands.
Okay.
Wait, if it isn't one of the following things, you're not allowed to come tonight. Hot Cheetos, Gushers, or Nerd Rope. If it's not one of those, just stay home or whatever. I don't know.
Okay, I want you to know that I had 3 options of what I was going to eat at the end of the show, and that covered none of them.
Okay, while we're trying to get this out of Ray, if you have snacks with you, drop in the comments. Let us know what snacks you have. We'd like to see.
I had 2 salty and 1 sweet, and I hadn't decided which one, but now I have my 3rd option.
It's funny. I'm looking at the people on the screen, and I got 2 salty, 1 sweet as well. I'll let you figure out who's who.
Josh is the sweet one. We know.
That was pretty easy. That wasn't hard at all. That was.
Is today a good day to quit?
Do you guys know that we're still live? So we're gonna let's do a. We're supposed to be like recapping or something. I don't know.
Kick me off. Bye. Anybody hiring? I'm gonna go work with Xandra.
Anybody hiring?
She just wants to go to California.
Josh, yeah. I'm so torn between pushing the button to remove you or remove Ray. I can't. I'm really having a hard time right now.
I missed you too, buddy.
Both Josh and I are up on the next segment, so we're sticking
Okay,
around.
we'll give Josh a time to breathe here for a second.
Yeah.
I don't know why people are still watching at this point.
Well,
actually I do, because they're like, well, maybe if I can push through this junk, some more smart people like Mark Horner will come on stage again.
We're almost at 800 comments, so of course they're here. We're at 784.
We're at 784 comments, and only 782 of them are hearts.
Hi, guys. My name's Ray Heward. I'm the CXO co-owner of the Teach Better team. Right here is Jeff Gargis. He doesn't really have a title because he doesn't do anything. And we're really excited to be here for 12-hour live. Yippee!
Okay. So we've been on live for 5 hours and 40 minutes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Which means
we not even halfway?
I was going to say, we don't even halfway yet. Like, we still have more than that left.
That's why I needed the snacks, guys.
Can we cover housekeeping stuff really quick?
Sure. What kind of housekeeping do you have?
Well, because we're on here, and then at 2:00 Eastern time, we've got a segment, and then from 2:33 we have a segment, and then that is the moment at 3:00 is when we're going to change streams. So check your email, check our social media accounts at Teach Better Team. Like, refresh if you're on Facebook right now or on Twitter or on YouTube, whatever. Like, refresh it. And you'll be able to go. Now, if you're on YouTube, you can actually just click out to our channel and you'll see the second stream is already scheduled. I think on the other ones, you might just be able to like refresh the page or the account and you'll see like the new stream post come up. So like this one will cut and it'll be like, we're typically like 30 seconds.
Right.
And the other one's back on.
Yeah.
And then we'll get on and we'll want you guys to share that out and stuff. So that's like the housekeeping thing. And also, if you haven't gone over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, make sure you go over there and get yourself entered into all the amazing giveaways that we got going on. Okay, I'll check those two off.
Between the two segments, we're ending with a grid method segment about common misconceptions, and we're starting with a grid method session, which is about incorporating collaboration in a mastery classroom. So the hope would be that y'all come with us, just as you know, like as a mini test, so that you guys know this in the background. We track like if our numbers transfer over. So just do us a favor, even if you don't want to watch anymore, just go over there, click the stream, and then be like, I'm out, guys. Peace out.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, we are at 805 comments thus far. So you guys have rule showed up for me. I appreciate you.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I don't even see that. Where do you see the total comments?
Great question, Jeff Gargis. Well, let me show you. I have intentionally not opened the comments because I wanted to track the number.
Oh, because so you were watching the notification number.
Yeah, since the beginning of the stream, I keep getting comment notifications, but
that was really smart of you.
I want to know. I wanted to know what our engagement looks like.
That's really cool. I wish they tracked it. I wish they like kept a number. That'd be nice.
I'll have it for you, buddy.
So, if anybody, we only had I think one or two that popped in and on there. But if you happen to have been watching on LinkedIn and it got cut off, that's because LinkedIn's terrible and only lets you stream for a little bit. So thanks for coming over to everything else. 805, that's my PIN number. Oh my gosh. Okay. Recap in the morning.
Really
What's
quick,
that?
Shout out to Sarah Jessie, who for maybe many of you.
I don't know who that is.
For people who don't engage with her, Sarah Jessie is a member of our Teach Better team. She is actually in the commercials at the end all the way. She's next to Brianne, because most of you know what Brianne looks like, but many of you don't get to really connect with Sarah Jessie unless you take her course.
So who is Sarah Jessie? Oh, she's the girl next to Brianne. That's who she is.
Okay. I meant in the end of the commercial. That's where she is.
I enjoy it.
Sarah designs all the blog headers. So for any of you who have gone to teachbetter.com/blog, all of those beautiful images that are made for our blogs are all Sarah Jessie, 100% of them.
Yep.
That's really good. Renee Acker is here, and she's been commenting all day, and I'm like geeking out. Like, I just want to like hang out with her.
So yeah, she has been. Thank you, Danae. She's got adult beverages going on too. Dustin just said that so is the goal for Candace Miller and I to break the comment record in the second stream from what we do in the first one.
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully we have the engagement. So we've had a very engaging morning so far in the comments outside of the craziness of the green hearts. So hopefully the second half is like that as well. And then Dustin, we'll call on you to like get us to the finish line if we need to with those green hearts. So
I think that's great. I'm stoked for it. Jeff, have you enjoyed the first 5.5 hours of the 12-hour live stream?
I have. I blacked out for a little bit, but for the most part, it's been good. No, it's been great. good conversations. And someone commented earlier about the variety of learning, which is one of the things that we try to do, and that I love that we do. Is it's a variety of topics and viewpoints and just conversations that have went on, which I think is super powerful. So it's been a good one.
Great variety. And I hope people have felt like they've been a mix of familiar faces and new faces that they got to know. That will continue, hopefully, as we continue on for the rest of the show. But trying to make sure that we're all just growing every single day, and not only our knowledge base, but also people that we're connecting with, and not only with those on screen, but also in the comments. I mean, there's been such a variety of Teach Better family members that have been able to pop into the comments that hopefully you guys are connecting with one another as well. Do you have any specific moment? We like 15 minutes here, and then we're going to transition to, I don't even know, because I don't have the right sheet up.
We're transitioning to
writing.
It's writing equals your best personal growth tool, which is you, Joshua Stamper, and Charlie Peck.
Wait, can I tell you, I'm really nervous for that one. And
Why?
Okay, so
because Charlie's so awesome.
Well, Charlie's amazing. Yes. But then also, I feel like Josh forced me to do this one because I'm doing a little bit of writing. He's doing a little bit of writing, and he's my accountability partner. But I'm like not sure I'm ready to talk. I don't even know what my writing looks like right now. I feel like Josh is going to have hard questions.
It's going to be that's going to be good.
I don't know.
Because you know what Charlie's going to be really good at? Making you feel okay with no matter where you're at in the process.
That's true. But any of you who are ever interested in like a writing project, maybe that means you want to blog for the first time. Maybe that means you want to write a book. I don't know. Like anything, that's going to hopefully be a segment you stick around for. That'll be an interesting one.
I'm going to spend the next couple hours sitting down, just kind of wondering why Joshua Stamper is not my writing accountability partner, but
Josh is a really good accountability partner for
whatever,
writing.
dude. Like, there's going to be some stuff going on, some drama in Teach Better Land for a little bit here.
I want to give a shout out to Nicole's segment. I loved her being able to share ideas.
Great.
Xandra's segment was so good.
So you were talking about like familiar face and that, like I had never interacted with Nicole or Xandra until today, and I didn't get to interact with them, but like watching them and having them on here, like great. So I actually wrote down, where's Xandra's quote? "Don't keep your greatness a secret." I love it. That's so shout out to both of them. Sorry, keep going. You were shouting out people, but
I loved EPEC. I felt
always.
like that was what I needed in life. I don't actually know that I knew I was live. I was having my own therapy session.
Well, yeah, but like you joked about that a few times, but like it felt like like we were all just having a therapy session. Like you might have been the one that was on the couch right there, but like we were all like just having a therapy session. Like,
I mean, it's different because during a lot of these 12-hour segments, and I mean this in a way that doesn't knock anything else that we do, but more often than not, I kind of know what the guest is going to share. And more often than not, I've consumed enough of that person's content to kind of know where they're going to take conversations, quotes that they say more often than once, like whatever. EPEC, no matter when I talk to her, she always has something else that is like brand new information that I'm like processing in the moment while facilitating a dialogue.
It's like yes. I agree 100%. And that session was really great. And you commented multiple times, just like the separation between, am I having a bad day, week, or even month, or am I actually burnt out? Like it's simple, but it's so powerful.
And I had no idea there were such clear signs. Like for me, I'm like, I've been stressed for 3 days. I'm like, if you're stressed for more than one day, then you're leading to burnout. But the way that she was describing the difference between the feelings and being able to relate and see the drastic and stark differences, I was like, holy moly. Like that is so helpful. So helpful.
I
Mark
agree.
Horner also.
I was just going to go to there. Like Mark, who we've known for, I don't remember when Mark got connected us, but he's been connected with us forever. He's literally stalked us and hunted us down when we were planning the conference the one year and showed up. And just when we worked with their district. But man, like the lines and the different things that he was touching on, like powerful stuff. I was amazed on how many, someone have a record. Did anybody keep track? Like how many authors and quotes he threw out from
tons,
from books and quotes and things like that. Like, what a resource.
Speaking of books, I loved Brian Fennell was live like second, I think, in our lineup with Katie Miglin. and they had such great dialogue around children's book use outside of just reading a story, but incorporating into lesson plans, bringing it into the older ages. To be honest, I loved that segment, but I actually really loved the comments during that section.
Yes.
Because there was so much dialogue between people in addition to having dialogue with the people on screen, which was awesome.
Yeah, which leads to sort of one of my favorite parts about anytime we do any live, but especially on 12 hours, when all of you that are watching start interacting with each other.
Right.
And sometimes I won't even realize what the comment is meant for because we're commenting back to each other. And I'm like, that's the best.
Yes.
Quick answer for Wendy. Mark is from Talmadge, Ohio.
Yeah.
Which is in Northeast Ohio, right outside of Akron. So
it's
right
an amazing. Can I brag on that school really quick?
Please
if you guys
do.
ever have the time, I really believe that us seeing other school buildings is of great value. But if you have to be picky because you can't spend every day going to other schools and seeing other buildings, I probably have like 2 or 3, I would maybe 4, but no more than that, 4 buildings in the US that if you're like, I need to see a school doing something progressive, dynamic, where should I go? Mark's district is one of them. And I say that confidently, like his district for sure is top 4 in my book, simply because I love Mark. I love Mark's principal that he mentioned numerous times. We love Nicole, who also is a part of Admin Mastermind, who runs the elementary school. Kim, who runs the middle school, is outstanding. And the elementary and middle school were both completely rebuilt in 2020. And they are like the prettiest buildings. It's crazy. Like the elementary middle school are like the most progressive buildings ever. And then Mark's building kind of looks like it's the White House. Like, I'm not kidding. You have to go see them. They are.
You gotta get by to see. Yeah, I know.
Right? So yeah.
It's a great, I mean, it's literally, so it's like it's the next community over when you go south of Stowe here, and just a great community in general. But yeah, and their team is just strong, and their staff of teachers and support staff is just killer. And like
if there's
together, like
it's always fun to visit different buildings. So yeah, just shout out to good staff members who obviously exist so many places in our community here within our Teach Better family. But yeah, man, if we gotta figure out like a grant or something to send some Teach Better family members to each other's schools for like specific
that could be fun.
or something.
Like an exchange student program, but amongst teachers and
like for just a day.
Like for just like a day, like not like you don't have to live with the family or anything.
Oh my God. Okay. So we get a Teach Better jet, and the Teach Better jet flies. No, it flies to a place, picks up like 2-3 teachers, maybe an admin, travels then to another Teach Better location, and it's like all covered because it's this like lime green Teach Better jet experience, you know?
So when you say grant,
I mean,
you mean it's like all the grants?
I mean, can you get us a jet so we can fly people places?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
I mean, think about it. Like, we could go see Charlie Peck, who's up on the next on the next segment. We could go and see her in the green Teach Better jet.
We could. I'm going to see Charlie in a couple weeks in North Carolina. So
okay, no one cares about your plans. Okay.
Although it would be a lot cooler if I was doing that in a green jet, Teach Better green jet. So I'll look into it, Ray. Okay, I'll look into it.
I'm going to California, not this week. I don't know.
To be clear, not on a Teach Better green jet, though.
Well, it should be. But what I was going to say is one of the schools that I'm visiting there, we're going to 2 different districts. One of them I would for sure put on my top 4 list of school buildings people should see. It's in like the middle of Yosemite Park. It's amazing.
Yeah.
What are we live for? Are we supposed to be talking?
I don't know why we're live right now. Thankfully, we only have like a few minutes until we're going to bring Josh. Well, you're still going to be live, but I'm going to go away.
I'm saying, Jeff, I have a plan. Really quick. Can you talk about the giveaway that we're supposed to talk about so Kay doesn't get us in trouble? And then I want to talk about like upcoming segments. Like maybe we can highlight 2 or 3 so people can continue.
Oh, yeah. I will definitely talk about that because this is Fold Scope that we're supposed to talk about. So Fold Scope, if we know our good friend Holly Stewart, who is with Fold Scope, they're giving us, it's 2 different Explorer kits. If you don't know Fold Scopes, you need to go Google them and look it up. But like, super cool like, I guess maybe foldable microscopes is the best way to put it. Like,
it is,
they have these Explorer kits that would come with more than that, built in and embed into your lesson stuff. So really great team over there. We love them. So that's if you go, that's one that you can register over at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. So go there to get that. But Foldscope, good friends of ours, and super awesome for them to donate that as well. So there you go. That's the giveaway. What are you doing with your phone?
I just got your text that said, "Hey Ray, you speak first." I just got it. I just want to make sure you knew. I got your text.
I hope you're not going to read all the texts that are in that text message.
No, because there is
I see Josh laughing in the background because he's in.
You guys know
that text group is so fun that we don't allow Chad to be in it.
That's true. Chad's not in it.
We don't want Chad to get mad.
And you know what? We have a lot of people missing. It's really just you, me, Katie, and Josh.
Well, yeah, it's most meant for like the tech background. Anyway, all right. Well, sessions coming up. Which ones do you want to highlight? Because we have 5 minutes now. Do you want to go through all of them, or do you have specific?
Well, I was going to go through the next few. So the next one we talked about already. That's with Charlie Peck, who's going to be amazing and hopefully make this conversation good because I'm intimidated by the topic with Josh. It's on writing your personal growth tool. So we'll talk about that. After that, that is our last segment of this live stream, which you mentioned previously. It's common misconceptions about the grid method. And then we're going to change the stream, which Jeff already talked about. It's going to be perfectly fine. There's like a 20-second delay. You just
all
refresh.
Going to fall apart. The whole thing's going to fall apart.
It's not.
And the whole day is going to be ruined. It's going to be terrible, Katie.
Then we're going to talk about incorporating collaboration in the grid method, which is something a lot of you have asked us to do some more support on. So happy to talk through that. Then this is the one I'm so glad I'm not on camera for because I'm going to be in the background taking notes. The language of behavior, which Josh and Brad Hughes are doing. I don't think I've seen more excitement for a segment outside of like that's been the most highly rated.
Before we go on, shouldn't we have wrote behavior with a U for Brad in there? Josh, check into that for me. I think it should have been.
Yeah, makes sense.
Hey,
then we're getting into, I don't know, cool stuff, formative assessments, using AI, prioritizing standards, launching a podcast, and then we're wrapping it up, which is kind of like what we were just doing
we'll wrap it up just like it's a short 6 hours from now.
Oh my God.
Basically next.
Wait.
We're at halfway.
We're almost halfway.
We're 4 minutes from halfway.
Guys, look right there. We're almost halfway.
I don't know where you're pointing is not, my screen is not where it's supposed to be. It's like up there. It's up there.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't reach into your
You should be able to. I don't know why you haven't figured that out yet, but I can't do that. I gotta go like this. Okay, this is ridiculous now. Can we go 3 minutes early and just switch and bring Josh and Charlie on instead of me?
We can, but I have to see what commercial we're supposed to click. Hold on. Okay, I got it.
All right, everyone, hold on. Everyone just stay still, stay quiet. Ray's gonna look at something really quick, and then when she's ready, she'll hit the button and we'll continue. But go ahead. We're all here.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 12-hour live segment talking about writing. My name's Ray Hewert. We have Charlie Peck with us and the one and only Joshua _Stamper. How are you doing, Josh?
Well, I'm great. I mean, now that I have Charlie Peck on the screen with us, I mean, that only makes the day better.
I agree. Charlie, how is your day going so far?
It's great. I'm in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and so it's I'm in a hotel room. It's been fun.
Thanks for making this work in the middle of your travel day.
Yeah, my pleasure. Are you kidding me? I don't want to miss this.
So good. I knew that this segment was going to be the one I was most nervous for, but then to be honest, Charlie, you're such a pro at the topic of writing and using that to fuel our growth as educators, as people, that I was less concerned once I saw that your name was on the segment.
Well, that's kind of you.
Josh, I know there was a lot of discussion around why writing should be a part of 12-Hour Live. Do you want to maybe give us some insight as to why we all decided to get together to talk about writing and the focus of, professional growth?
Really was just to save 12-Hour Live from the last segment between you and Jeff.
That was really good, don't you think?
It was to steer the ship back to, getting us moving forward. No. So Ray, I know that you get this a lot. I get it too, is a lot of folks reach out to us because they have an idea and they want to start the writing process, or maybe it's a blog, or, it's just like a territory that they don't know very much about. And for both of us, Charlie, you too, we've all written books before. It's quite the project, as we all know. Sometimes it takes years for folks to get all of their thoughts onto paper for a lot of different reasons. And then there's just a lot of other things. It's not just like you write the book and you're done. There's also editing, and there's a cover, and there's, getting folks to read and review, and all these other things that, we'll probably all touch on today. But yeah, it's all sparked by an idea, and a lot of folks just want more information. They're seeking that because they don't have someone else. That's not my dog this time. They just want some guidance in regards to this specific outlet. Obviously, there's a lot of different avenues you can go with your creative process, but writing specifically is something in the educational space that a lot of folks want to learn more about.
So powerful. I know that we have a lot that we'll be able to dive into. Before we get too far in, though, if you'll humor me for a second, in the last segment, I really wanted Jeff and I to freeze so people could take a screenshot or take a picture and post it on social that we were, that they were participating in 12-Hour Live. Believe it or not, I forgot with all the shenanigans that was going on. So can we do something funny, and then people can snap a picture and post that they're watching 12-Hour Live on their Saturday to celebrate? Hopefully they'll tag us.
Sure. Of course.
Yes,
Sure.
Charlie's whatever.
I don't have anything around me though.
You could smile. I mean, it doesn't have to. Do you want to make a funny
so
I don't have much.
I don't know. I'm not like Katie Miglin where I have clothes and things just I can reach and grab and put on like a clown. It's
okay. We're just gonna do thumbs up. Guys, let us know if you're watching. We want to see. Take a picture. Snap, snap, snap. Yay. Okay, perfect. I'm just excited to see people's social media's account. Then, before we get too far in, Charlie, would you mind sharing a little bit about your background as an author in case people aren't fully aware of everything that you do and the amazing educator you are outside of also being an incredible author?
Wow, that's kind. I'm so excited because I have a book that I released last February, and it's on improving school mental health, the thriving school community solution. Listen, we needed something in education that was easy to do. We don't have time for overhauls. So I just used my teaching background and my clinical therapist's background and kind of meshed it together to roll something out in schools. And that's what my last book was on. Mm-hmm.
So good. Josh, do you mind doing the same? I know people very much have connected with you on the insight you share with educators, what they may not know about your book.
It's right there. Aspire to Lead. So yeah, I had the wonderful opportunity to write about aspiring leadership, and really it was kind of a manifesto of my journey and all the mistakes that I made. And so I wanted to make sure that I had a resource for folks who may not have a mentor or someone that's guiding them to get to that next level. And so I've broken down Aspire as an acronym to help folks to really activate and get moving in the process of leadership, and trying to give them a good resource to, be the best leader that they can be every single day.
Writing a book is so challenging, and depending on how you go about your journey in doing that, it can look 100 different ways. I know when our team here wrote Teach Better back in 2019, I feel as though I described that project like there was 4 authors, but I was just along for the ride. Like Jeff and Tiff really ran with that project, and then essentially came to Chad and I, and they were like, add a section here. We heard doing what we were told. Whereas when I worked on, Teachers Deserve It, it was much more of a collaborative project back and forth. And it's so interesting being able to reflect on people's journey and go through not only the writing process, but choosing a cover, finding a publisher, and everything in between. So during this segment, friends, please feel free to tag any of your friends that you are close with that may have discussed wanting to write a book in their career thus far, or have maybe something started that, you know, they want some inspiration. If you yourself are working, also feel free to add your questions in the comments, because we are here to support you with that. Charlie, Josh, do you mind giving us some insight? How do you get started writing a book? I mean, I feel like the beginning is almost just as challenging as the end. I don't know.
Well, I can jump in here, Josh, and then I know you'll have some great insight to add. Listen, oftentimes you have this stuff in your head for years. That's what it was like for me. And then it took somebody that I was writing with, Dr. Cameron Caswell. So she's an adolescent psychologist. She and I just kept talking over and over about these problems we were seeing with youth and how we were going to solve it. And then we would go and we'd speak at conferences, and people said, could you just do you have that as a resource? Do you have that in a book? And so we knew at that point it needed to be in a formal book. And what it did is it helped us create a framework for it. And so to get started is really tough, because it's about getting all the information you're thinking about in your head, putting it down, and then creating a framework to kind of insert it. And you know, it will never stay exactly the same way as you started. What about you, Josh?
Yeah, I'm shaking my head vigorously, Charlie, because I'm the same way. I had a wonderful conversation with the wonderful Dave Burgess, who had talked about like making sure that you are speaking on the topic and getting feedback from those who are in attendance. So that way you're kind of working through the material, and then also finding what's resonating with folks, but then also solving the problems that they are seeing. And so I did that with Aspire to Lead, with podcasts, and getting feedback from folks with that. But then also the project I'm currently working with, and we can talk about that later, but I'm trying to, speak on that for multiple years. And then, using the content that's been built in that presentation to kind of use that as the outline for the text.
So and I will, no, go ahead.
What I'm hearing is it's almost like grab a doodle, like a Google Doc, and just dump everything in it, and you can figure it out what order and everything later. And once you've started to do that, start sharing your idea as much as possible so you can gain feedback from others. Charlie, I'd love you to jump in on that.
Yes. And that's the thing, is when you can at least get it on paper and then share it and keep talking with people and then figure out where the need is, then everything goes that way. But I will also say, oftentimes we as educators want to be kind of prescriptive. And what I've learned, and this was Jimmy Costas helped me with this. He's ConnectEd. He owns ConnectEd, and that's our publisher for this book, for our last book. And he helped tremendously with that. He wanted it to be practical because he knows how people are going to receive it. It had to be something tangible that people could walk away with. And I'm super proud of it, because that's exactly what it does. And now it gave us a framework to use when we go in and train schools, like I mentioned earlier. So that was important.
Josh, I know that you have explored future writing projects. Is it tricky to write a book, have it be completed, have it out in the world, and then try and find your next idea? Or do you feel like future ideas that you might choose to go publish kind of were in existence from the beginning? You just decided to not explore that realm until the first book was done?
Yeah, it was interesting. I actually had a publisher wanting to have me write on the topic that I'm writing on now. They were more interested in that. But I was so passionate about Aspire to Lead that I really felt like that was the first book that I wanted to touch on. I had my outline, I had chapters written, I had done already a lot of work. And so for me, that was where my passion lied. I knew eventually I would get to that next project, talking about restorative practices, trauma-informed care, all that kind of stuff. So I knew eventually, but after you write a book, it's kind of one of those things. It's like going through a master's program or a doctorate. You're like, that was intense and I need a break before I go back to it. I kind of need to forget some of the steps and the work and all that goes into it. And so I was very intentional about just really focusing on Aspire to Lead, letting folks know that resource is out there for them. And then I started, and Ray, you probably felt like this, and Charlie, you too, is you start to get this itch about that idea that you had in your head. And I heard once that, it's time to write a book when that itch is so intense that you can't get rid of it. And that's where I felt like, okay, I need to start that writing process again. And I started working on an outline and started to work on looking at other resources and trying to find my voice in that new project, even though it was like years ago where I stepped away from writing for the most part.
Yeah, I would love to challenge our community here that's live with us in putting in the comments what causes you to pick up a book, right? And it could be anything. We'd love to hear as many answers as you're willing to share. Is it the cover? Is it the author that you know? Is it something about the title you're drawn to? What's causing you to pick up a book? And because I think that element, that question, while it's not necessarily a black and white answer, gives some educators permission to start working on their project because they themselves wish this book was written and would go pick it up, otherwise. Charlie, have you worked with educators in the past who have asked you questions about the writing process? And do you have any ideas that you would like to share with educators that are weary about beginning?
Absolutely. People ask me that all the time. We're all walking around with these ideas that we just feel compelled to share. And typically it's around a story. It's a story that we feel like we need to share to help others get through something. And so that's what I always say is, listen, start with your stories. Write down your stories. I have a collection, a database really, that I organize my stories because I believe they will fit somewhere to help somebody who's struggling with the same thing. So that's how I always play it is, listen, you have a ton of stories, either as a parent, an educator, whatever role you're in, leader, write them down, record them somewhere, and you will be inspired from that particular story.
So the segment was titled Writing Equals Your Best Personal Growth or Professional Growth, tool. What makes writing such a powerful tool? I'm not sure which one of you wants to jump in first, but how do you see the writing process actually supporting you in your progression as growing it as a learner?
Go ahead, Josh.
I was just thinking, yeah, right. I was thinking like the podcast for me is a very natural medium. And Ray, you probably can relate to this, where me and you have had conversations about like writing and how it's really taxing on the brain for us. And so for myself, I tend to go to visual media and I tend to go to speaking. So like for me, a podcast allows me to kind of flush out my ideas. However, when I sit down and I write, I really have to be intentional and very focused on the point that I'm trying to convey, more so than me just talking to a microphone and sometimes just word vomiting things, as I'm trying to work through something. And so I think that's a good process. And I do that a lot. And we could probably talk about process as far as like flushing ideas, but even like going on a walk, like just doing, talking in my AirPods and getting a recording of some thoughts that I have, either having it go like word to text in a note thing, or just like keeping, a recording of myself trying to flush through ideas. But I think the writing process is just so different than some of the other creative mediums, where you really do have to kind of make sure that you're writing your words, that your sentences are conveying what you truly want, which is very different than some of the other things that we do as creators.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. I mean, it depends on what your own process is and everything, of course, but if it energizes you, it propels you to continuously learn about your craft, your industry. For me, it forces me to look at new data, which is important, especially when I'm working therapeutically and trying to help solve problems in schools. I mean, my goodness, mental health there's a lot of the same basic problems, but there's also a lot of new data that we're getting from COVID in recent times. And what is contributing to anxiety? It's usually the same kinds of things for our youth and our staff. But it's important to also have the data. And I'll say this too. I think a lot of us are also speakers, and conveying the message through a talk is somewhat the same, because you are crafting it. You are crafting it on paper, but it does give you the time and space to think it through. Whereas, you can be a seasoned speaker and you can probably anticipate what your audience will say and to respond. But when you're writing, it's such a great personal connection to who you are as an individual. And you have time to go back and reflect on all that you've done, all that you've learned, and how you're going to share that. I absolutely love it. I think it's a great process. And I think more of us need to kind of force ourselves to at least tap into it a little bit more.
Well, and even if it's not a book, even if you choose to write a blog or a blog series, right, there's so much value to getting the ideas out. Everybody here has something to share. And it could be a great way. I know, like, cat's out of the bag. All three of us are working on our next project dealing with writing, which is what brought us together for this segment. But it's a very interesting topic for me to talk on, just because I feel like even though in theory this project could potentially be my third book, I still feel completely new and blind to the process, because it's such an interesting process to go through, and there's so much development that happens that how the project looks right now may not look the same when it comes out, who knows when. So it's just very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Ray, will you talk through just like what you're doing for the creative process as far as like working through, because you had talked about this being a different topic, something that's different than what you've written before, but I'm curious about like how you're trying to flush out your ideas.
Yeah, so I think that's been hard for me. I think that I have a concept that I'm struggling to articulate, which makes it very hard to write about, which seems comical, right? Like if you can't articulate the idea, how do you expect to write a book on it? But I think where I've gotten to now is, to be honest, I drafted like 22 chapters. I literally went into a Google Doc over winter break and drafted. And I really, when I say drafted, I really just mean I got ideas on paper that I thought would be separate ideas that I would break up by chapters. Wrote a little bit of like a summary for what that chapter would be about. And then I looked at it. And when I looked at it more in depth, even a week later, I realized I had so many ideas that I hated the organization of it. And I couldn't quite find the goal of what I was trying to achieve, because the ideas were very disjointed. But I found a common theme of perseverance, growth mindset, and I found a common theme of educators working to leave something behind. So when I started to see those themes, I then essentially deleted half of what I wrote and started with just the few sections that I felt like kind of guided me in the right direction. And one element that came from that was essentially a multi-step process. I feel like you had to start at one step and then go through a series of segments to be able to achieve what I'm now calling your educator legacy, to leave your legacy. And so now I've started to kind of format my writing to fall into those categories. So I feel like it's still a very messy process, but as the writing continued, it was very interesting how much I deleted and how much I added as a result. So I'll kind of stop there maybe, but that's where I'm at. Yeah.
Well, I did that. You know what? When we first did our book, I did not expect this at all. But when our publisher saw what we created, they said it was so long. And they also said, and they were so nice and kind the way that they expressed this. And again, it was Connect Ed. They said, if you want this to be a college or university book or reference, then keep it. But if you want people to be able to easily reference it and walk away with tangible tools, then we need to do a little bit of retweaking, because we had cited so much work. We thought, if we're talking mental health in schools, we've got to have some citations to back it up. Right, Ray? Are you thinking that too?
Absolutely. You have to. I mean, that feels like a topic you're trying to prove that there's so much data. Here is what it is. But I'm sure in some regard, you could, once you start citing too much, you kind of lose the reader and the experience.
Yes, it becomes a review of literature essentially, right? And what I love that Dr. Cam and I did is we were able to collaborate in such a way, which it's tricky writing with somebody else, and Josh and I can share that with you here soon. But it's also amazing because you get to challenge each other and say, okay, well, I don't know about this, so let's dive into this. I mean, she and I spent about an hour talking about literally one word about anxiety. Mm-hmm. And she, anyway, she was great about challenging me, and I was great about challenging her in a collaborative way that gave us something that I'm remarkably proud. Like, I'm proud of what we've done, and I believe it's actually helping. So we can get stuck in some of that, but when we had to going back to what you said, Ray, when we did have to go back and delete a bunch of stuff, we thought, where in the world do we get started? But trust that, because guess what? It turned into something I think that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. I mean, I know that at least the work you've done thus far has been amazing, and I can only imagine that the work you're working on now is even better. Josh, do you want to share a little bit about writing with someone in the process? Because you and I are opposite. I've only written books, right? Because I've only written books with people, and you wrote a book by yourself and are now writing a book with a collaborative partner. So,
well, and she's on the screen.
I know. I'm jealous.
Secret's out.
I know. Secret's out. I mean, Charlie, I told you I've been on podcasts and I've referenced the fact that me and you are writing a book right now on the language of behavior. And I'm excited, one, because the meetings that I've had with Charlie have been profound. Like she's talking about the challenging and using each other's experiences. And then also just, her speaking and my speaking have aligned so much. So I'm super pumped. If you don't hear the passion in my voice, it's there. I'm so, just excited about the resource and what we're putting together right now. But I wanted to make sure that this resource wasn't just my voice, my experience. And what Charlie brings is, so much years of experience in social work, and then also working with mental health, and just all that she has to bring the subject matter is, I think, just strengthens the resource. And for my first book, Aspire to Lead, I really did want it to be something where it was talking about the failures and the missteps that I had specifically. And so I didn't really feel like that was a project that I wanted to bring another voice into, although I did have some short stories and things from other authors and educators and leaders in that story. And then also linked it back to my podcast through QR codes. So I did want to have additional voices, but I really wanted that to be kind of a mainstream of a manifesto, like I said before. So yeah, different projects, different procedures and processes through that. Mm-hmm. But I would say that I'm super joyful in the process so far with Charlie. It's very new for me. I know Charlie has written with someone else before, but for myself, I've loved the process of collaboration.
Yeah, is it bad if I'm like, I think I like writing a book with somebody else better than by myself? Like, if you guys are listening and you're interested, like, call me. Or if you have an idea, like, choose to partner with somebody. I just feel like it's so much more effective. You're getting better feedback on a consistent basis versus having to have the courage, which I don't have, to like work on something and then share it with somebody to get feedback. It almost feels like way too intimidating. Mm-hmm. So yeah,
I could see, how you would say that about the intimidation. And I think it's vital that we understand that there's total trust. And I think, Josh, you can see that between the two of us, if we didn't trust each other and appreciate each other's work, then we wouldn't be able to speak up. But I mean, we've already had a session. We didn't know how long it was going to go. And it went like 4 hours because we were trying to bat around this idea that started as something a little different. And it turned into something else that we think is just, when I say what I produced in the first book, it's that it was awesome. It's not because I'm awesome. It's because of what two people can do collectively to come together and do something you're proud of that we do believe is going to help others. And I think, Josh, like I can't wait till we finish this darn thing. I do believe in it. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Friends, I want to encourage you to keep your eyes out for what Charlie and Josh decide to share out, hopefully about the book soon. I am going to figure out what I'm working on, and it'll be good. And maybe I'll even need to get some of your opinions as well. Josh, before we wrap up our conversation with like our last few thoughts on the writing process and kind of encouraging people to utilize it with their professional growth, I know we want to highlight a few giveaways. Do you have that up? Do you want to share that?
I can, yeah.
Yeah, are you excited?
I'm so excited about it. So make sure you're going over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. That is the link. And then we are giving away Beyond the Classroom by Tim Stevens and The Classroom Dichotomy, Creating a System That Builds Connections for All Learners by Jen. Oh, I'm going to botch this name. I'm so sorry.
Go for it. Do it.
You got this, Josh.
Sure. Love it. Love it.
As an educator, I tried my best. So that's what I did. I know names are important. So I apologize if I butchered that, Jen.
I love when we're able to celebrate educators' books. And just remember, every time an educator donates a book, that's coming out of their own pocket. So huge shout out to Jen and Tim for donating this book so that our community here can win it over on that website. Josh, Charlie, before we wrap up, got about 6 minutes here. I'd love to see if there's any final advice that maybe the three of us individually could share with somebody that is eager to use writing in their personal growth. What should they keep in mind? Where should they get started? What are your initial thoughts? Charlie, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think about a problem that you really believe that needs to be solved, that you can contribute to as a unique solution. And that is really what writing is about, is people want to hear your voice. So if you're batting around any ideas, it could just make the difference in somebody's lives, a system that needs improvement. So put your thoughts together on paper and trust that, listen, it is probably going to be nowhere, anywhere like the outline that you start with. It may not look like it at all when you're done, but that doesn't mean that it's not something great and powerful and useful.
Such a good reminder. Josh, what are your initial thoughts?
Well, I just want to touch on what Dustin said, because I think this is pretty standard. I think a lot of people feel this way when you're writing something or you're creating something. I'm even thinking about the podcast, right? It took me like 6 months to push record and push it to publish because I didn't like how my voice sounded. Like I was my own worst enemy in that creative process. And I feel like this is very natural, Dustin, that, whatever you're creating, you probably are very self-conscious about it. And I would just highlight like that you do have a voice, like Charlie was saying, that's important and a story that needs to be shared. So then who can you share it with to get that feedback from, right? So, for myself, when I was writing Aspire Lead, I would send chapters to people that knew how to write a book, had done it before. I wanted their perspective and I wanted their true feedback. I wanted to know, constructive feedback. How can I make this a better chapter, resource? What can I add, subtract, right? So not being afraid of that. Being an art student growing up, like we had to have art reviews all the time where we put a piece of art up and we would get torn apart, thankfully, the people that I'm sending to are people I trust and have given feedback in a very kind way, similar to what Charlie was talking about with the publishing company, where they can phrase it in a way that, kind of giving you some directions as to where you want to go with the resource. And that's invaluable. I feel like the Aspire to Lead book is better due to the voices that I got that feedback from. If I was just to do it by myself, it's not the same book as what was published.
Powerful reflections. My last piece of advice would be to start small, friends. Like go write a blog, one blog, maybe do a blog series. The community over at teachbetter.com/blog is run by Carrie Pitstick, who has been live with us. I know a lot in the comments. She runs our blog department, and her role is to make your ideas come to life and be easily consumable by our community over at teachbetter.com/blog. So reach out to her, fill out the form to become a blogger. Maybe you blog only once. Maybe you commit to a large goal like blogging once a month, which would be very ambitious, but I would very much start small. I know a lot of educators that have written books based off of blogs that they have written in the past that helped them through that writing process. It's great to reflect, and we absolutely would love to have you. In addition, when you write for teachbetter.com, we fully edit your blog. So we look for all the spelling mistakes and anything else you need. We create visuals for you and we market it. So you are in a good space to just be the writer, the one that will share the ideas, and we'll be a partner with you along the way. So please feel free to reach out to our community over there. If you are not sure how to become a blogger, just simply go to teachbetter.com/blog, scroll all the way down, and there is a button there that says apply to be a blogger. You'll always be accepted as long as you're an educator. So we would love to have you. Charlie, thank you so much for coming live with Josh and I. It was great to be able to talk through the writing process.
My pleasure. I'm so glad to be here. Truly. Thank you.
So fun. Josh, thanks for being on screen with me. We're going to transition here to the one and only Katie Miglin joining the screen, and Brian Fennell as we talk about common misconceptions with the grid method. Eek. Here we go.
everybody. Sorry,
Okay.
it always takes me a second to get the unmute button working.
Katie Miglin and I were miming to each other in the back. I'm like, are you in charge? Am I in charge? Are you in charge? Is Brienne in charge?
I'm in charge, so there
Yeah, I
we
was
go.
gonna say you're on the wrong side. It confused me.
Yeah, it's really bothering me.
Bree, this is already a stressful segment. I don't think I can handle it.
Whew.
Yeah.
It's all right. I got you guys.
Thank God.
Yes. Well, welcome back. If you have not been joining us all morning for the 8,000 hours that we have been live, we've been live. There's been a fair amount of quality stuff. Thank God to all of our guests. But there's also been a lot of shenanigans. And hopefully you'll be able to take away something from this segment. This is our last segment, though, right? Yes, until we transition to the new stream. So if you are just tuning in, just know after this segment, we're going to switch streams and we'll tell you all about that at the end. But this segment, we are going to talk shop about the grid method. And I'm really excited because I literally just posted in the Facebook group. I don't know if you guys saw it, like, I don't know, maybe last week, 2 weeks ago. And I was like, tell me what the misconceptions are. And it like blew up, which was super fun. So we're literally just going to talk about that. What, Ray?
There's a lot of misconceptions about the grid.
There is. I was like thinking like 1, maybe 2 people would respond. I'm like, well, I'm glad we're doing this topic.
Yeah.
So Bree, Ray, you both have been here. We're all a part of the Teach Better team. Anybody want to introduce themselves? Ray,
Wait, you have to have Bree introduce herself. I mean, I will if you want me to, but Bree has like this fancy new title that she said on live earlier, and I heard it, and I'm like, oh, so cool.
Okay, thanks. Bree, do you introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Brienne Funnel. I am the lead connections coordinator for the Teach Better team.
It's literally the coolest title ever. Lead connections coordinator. Like, I want that title.
You could take it, I guess, but then they would be lying.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Ray Heward. I'm the secondhand lead connections. I don't know.
You're the assistant too.
I'm Brienne's assistant for connections.
I love it. I love it. All right. Well, we're off to a strong start. All right. So the purpose of this segment is we kind of wanted to debunk all of the things that we hear from schools, from educators, just like why the grid either wouldn't work or why it hasn't worked for them or all the things, which honestly can be kind of a dicey topic and we don't have a ton of time. So I just hit on some ones that came up in our Facebook group. So I'm just going to literally pitch, yes, you and the sweater vest.
Wait, I just feel like, can we talk about the grid method before we talk about what it's not? Right. Were you going to go there? I feel bad. You're in charge.
Nah, you go for it. What's a 1-sentence summary? Ray Heward, go.
Hi, friends. The grid method is a mastery learning framework created by the one and only Chad Ostrowski, who will be on the live stream later this show. Chad is a very, very smart man. But more importantly, he created a mastery learning framework that allows educators to step away from the front of the room and facilitate learning rather than be a content delivery system. I'll stop there.
That was good. That was a pretty good 1-sentence summary. You passed.
It was more than a sentence. Sorry, guys.
Okay. All right. So first thing that I saw posted several times. Okay. So when someone is thinking of the grid method, they've implemented it. Now, for those of you who have not done this, it does require some independence from students because they are going through the material on their own. And the teacher is doing a variety of things, but a lot of times bouncing around, working with small groups, like they're not leading the whole lesson. Okay. So one of the things that popped up multiple times was students' lack of motivation or lack of independence. So you have students in your class, you're running the grid method and they aren't motivated, or they're like, help me, I'm poor, I can't do this by myself. Anybody? What do you have to say to that?
I have lots of ideas. Brian, do you want to jump in or you want me to start us off?
Well, let's start with Bree and then we'll go to Ray.
Okay. Well, I think one of the things is that if students don't feel like they have any voice and choice in the grid, then they could become unmotivated. If your students are a part of the process and are able to kind of reflect on previous grid experiences, I feel like together you can make an environment where they are actually more motivated because they have the voice of choice. And also they're not getting frustrated because they're able to work at their own pace. So those are my top ideas for that.
Yeah, I would love to add to Brianne's evaluation here. So the grid method is not going to motivate all your students. Like the grid method, the way it's designed allows for so much structure and so many beautiful things to happen in the classroom. But motivation is not necessarily one of the things that it fixes automatically. Some of your students might feel motivated because they have the opportunity to master content at their own pace and move on when they're ready. And that's exciting. But other students are going to need other outside motivational factors, like what Brianne's highlighting, like voice and choice, the opportunity for collaboration, which I know we're highlighting in the next segment, outside motivators or intrinsic motivators. Like that element still needs to be within a grid method classroom. I like to look at a classroom as like the perfect deli sandwich. And if you're just going to have a sandwich that includes the grid method and nothing else, you will still be left wondering why your sandwich isn't rich with flavor and, you know, full of dynamic opportunities. So I think it's important to reflect on the fact that one system isn't going to fix all. It's just going to add another layer to supporting you and to bringing other best practices in as well.
Well, and I think it's interesting. Andrea said if they're not motivated to the grid, they might not be motivated in regular work, which is true. I think sometimes when we implement the grid, we think it's going to be perfect, right? It's like, this is what every student needs. Every student is going to be successful. Every student is going to be excited. And that's just not true, because we know that some students just aren't excited about things. But I think both of you brought up some great points, but I also just found that when students figured out that they had control, which they didn't typically have in a traditional setting, it might have taken a little longer, you know, for some of those like more stubborn students. But after a while, they were like, wait, I'm the reason that I'm not doing well. Like, it's not because she's going too fast. It's because I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And I did feel like there was this like shift, and it didn't, like I said, it didn't take, you know, like it wasn't overnight, but it did take a little bit of time for them to see that they literally held the reins of their learning. And I was there to like cheer them on along the way. But sometimes we just have to remind ourselves, like, those students exist no matter what our classroom looks like.
Well, and the nice thing is that if we're using the word traditional classroom. I don't know what that means. I feel like nothing's traditional. But if you're running a classroom where you're standing in the front of the room, let's just go with that, then you are going to have students that are unmotivated to be working, and you're not going to have the time or capacity to actually figure out why. You're just going to continue to beg them through the toolkit that you have, that you're just like throwing things out to see if it works. The hope with the grid method is that we're removing you from being the content delivery system, so you have the time to go figure out what that kid needs to be motivated. And you're not just going to be throwing random ideas out, but maybe you'll have the time to ask a few questions, get to know that student, and better understand what motivates them holistically. So if nothing else, the motivation component may not be fixed with the grid, but the opportunity to speak with that student and try something that's personalized for them will exist, because the grid method gives you time.
Absolutely.
That different things that have been in this 12-hour live probably are very conducive to the subject, because, you know, do you have administrative support? Do you have, you know, there's so many other factors besides like the actual function of the grid that I feel like you could take from these 12-hour live segments and implement in your classroom for that motivational piece.
Love that. Adding to that sandwich.
Yeah. Like, could you start with a picture book to get them engaged in the topic?
Or an opportunity to explore a new topic, like running with, you know, dinosaur hands to try and mimic inertia. Who knew?
Exactly. Okay. So this one, I am very interested to hear how you two kind of respond to it, because I have an idea in my head, but there was a teacher who asked, like, what do you do when students are skipping activities or skipping pieces of the grid? How do you combat that? So, Ray, let's start with you this time. What are your thoughts on that?
All right. I might have an uncommon opinion, but I am a huge fan of students skipping activities, because the whole point, in my opinion, of mastery learning is for students to only give time and effort to focus on topics they don't already know. So is if I can prove that they understand the information, I want them to go on to more challenging information. What I typically do to combat any sort of concern to confirm that they've mastered anything is I require all students to do at minimum the evaluations that exist in the grid. So typically if we look at a box in the grid, they're introducing an idea, they're engaging with that idea, and then there's some sort of way that I'm confirming they got the main point of that idea. The third thing would be the only thing that I would require. If they could pass that formative assessment without taking notes and without doing the practice, then I should allow them to move on if I feel that my formative assessment did enough to truly evaluate what I needed them to do. And if they couldn't pass that formative evaluation, then awesome. Now we know exactly where to start. Go back to the notes. Let's start engaging with the practice. So it's kind of a mixed bag. I think there's two different ways to look at this question. One is they're moving on with your permission, meeting your expectations. And the other is that they're moving on without that factor. And if that's the case, then I would require more teacher checks because students shouldn't be able to move forward without you confirming that they know the information. Bree, what are your thoughts?
I agree with you in a lot of ways, especially like on the math grids. Like I have many students who either are accelerated in the subject area because they've already taken a pre-assessment and they could show me that either they could start on a different part of the grid or that they remembered now from last year after a quick refresh, and then they're able to move on to another subject. Where it gets kind of tricky are some of those ELA grids where it's like you kind of have to know the chapter that you're talking about before you can do there'd be no way to acquire that chapter without reading it. So I agree in both ways. Like I feel like sometimes you need to have those steps and sometimes you can move forward.
Well, and to your point, if you're struggling with students skipping information that you know they need to consume, Brianne, it's a perfect example of like something in a grid that needs to be consumed in some way, shape, or form. Otherwise, you wouldn't have that information. Then it needs to be required. I actually think that the progress monitoring could help this element. The progress monitoring that we use allows students to track where they are in the grid. And I wonder if that could be used to help better infuse some accountability and making sure that you're doing all the steps. Katie, what are your thoughts on that?
I 100% agree with both of what you guys said. When it comes to the tracking page, there's a few things I used that I felt like was really beneficial. I would highlight not only on my grid, just like the text, but then I'd also highlight the column on my tracking page, non-negotiables. That meant that a student had to do something in that box no matter what. So even if they were someone that excelled, they still had to complete that task because that was a check-in for me. And that was really helpful for some of my like honors students because when they got to a grid, they could see like, oh, I have to check in these spots. So these are the areas that I'm going to like make sure that I really have mastered, because they knew if they couldn't like show me they had mastered the content at those different check-ins, that I was making them go back and start over. So I think that's really helpful. I also think it sometimes can motivate students. Sometimes we think motivation is because lack of knowledge, when it can actually be they have the knowledge. So being mindful of that, of giving them the freedom to say, I can kind of skip some things if I already know it.
You know, Katie, the only other thing we haven't mentioned here, which again has to do with like having rules for a tracking page depending on the student, when a student is doing something that's required a teacher engagement, like some sort of teacher check where you need eyes on them to have anywhere from a 30-second to a 2-minute conference. We used to use the color orange for students to like signify that they needed some sort of teacher contact that was initiated by the teacher in the grid. Students couldn't have more than 2 oranges in a row. So if on their tracking page, they had 2 different times that they need to meet with me and I still have not gotten to them yet, they weren't allowed to move forward. They had to go do a brain break. They had to go do something else. That kind of paused their learning, allowed me to check in with them to confirm understanding. And then either they moved on or we went back to reteaching. So some of that speed might also be management as well.
Candace dropped a really good question that I want to make sure we cover. It says, what if they're skipping things in the consume part, but really it wouldn't matter, but they're skipping things that are not worth points. And I think that there's a lot we could dive into here, but I would say it kind of goes into what we've already said. Like, if a student doesn't need it, then do we necessarily care that they've skipped it?
Well, so now we're getting into grading being the motivational factor.
Right.
Like, if students are skipping something because it's not graded, they're telling you that the only things they value that will motivate them to work is something that's graded, which I believe is more of a classroom culture issue than an actual grading issue. So if you have and I know Candace has an amazing classroom, but I'm just going to like talk as if it's not Candace's classroom. But like, if you have a classroom where your students literally won't do anything unless you grade it, then you've created a culture where that's the only most important value. And I guess you have to grade everything, which sounds like my hell, by the way. But instead, if you could reframe the culture in your classroom that what receives feedback is what's important, then the only things that they really need to do are things that they can get feedback on, which actually should be almost everything they engage with. Like, they should be checking answer keys. They should be getting feedback on the introductions they wrote. They should be getting feedback on finding the counterclaim. They should be getting feedback on whatever. And those can be through tech tools, teacher suggestions, or anything in between. So I think when the student is only motivated by a grade, that to me means that they've lived in a traditional system and they haven't learned the other motivations that exist. To be honest with me, in my classroom, I only graded like 2 things a grid. I could even point to where they were normally found. The rest was all practice because you couldn't be successful without doing these components. So the motivation wasn't the grade. The motivation was learning the information.
Yep. Yeah. All right. We are at about the halfway mark. And so I'm going to pitch a question to our audience because we have a giveaway. And so I want to make sure we get to that, but I also want to make sure because the prompt that they have, we can then address. So the giveaway is a Teach Better book bundle, which is perfect given the segment we just got done with. In that book bundle, it'll be a Teachers Deserve It and a Teach Better book. So if you have not had one of those, there's my, other side. It's there. There it is. There.
Mine's on the other side too.
So if you have not had a chance to get one of those, you want to listen in because this is going to be a first to comment. There you go. There's the other one.
Hey.
Okay, so here's what you have to answer or put in the chat. One thing. It has to be one, and I will not give it to you unless it's one simple thing that has kept you from implementing the grid in your classroom.
Ooh, so if they implement the grid, they can't win?
I'm going to say no.
Okay, so you can't be a grid method user, or how about this? You can't be if you've done one grid, we want to know why you're not doing a grid the whole year. Like if you're not doing a grid in 80% of the days of the year, then what has kept you? There you go. Because there's a lot of members of our community who have tried a grid or two, but didn't necessarily lead a classroom like you did, Katie, where you did a grid 90% of the time.
Right. So yes, it's something that someone who I would not say like a grid user traditionally. So drop those in the chat. Okay. This was a super quick one that was dropped, but I was like, this needs to just be addressed. One of the things that people said or a misconception is that you have to run the grid exactly how the Teach Better team does. And I'm here to shout from the rooftop. No, because Frey, Chad hopefully isn't listening. Hopefully he's listening with his children or something. We didn't even run it in our classrooms the way that it's done in the training, because the training is one example and there's a bajillion examples. So
there's no way Bree does it the same way. Bree, you teach little people and I teach old smelly people. There's no way you and I do it the same way. And Katie and I were down the hall and Katie did it nothing like me. And I was always walking in being like, that's wrong. And she's like, no, it's not. It's my way of doing it. Bree, do you feel like you do things differently than what you've seen even me, myself share out?
Yes. I feel like it is different. I feel like some of the parts on the grid aren't as independent maybe as older students, because
Yeah.
They still need like the mini lesson or the explicit instruction because they're just learning the beginning development. I think another misconception is, and this might not ever have even been listed, is that you have to do it all with technology. And although I do create the grid on a computer, my students do not, like, they have their grid in their book box. They don't have it on the computer. So it doesn't have to be as techy as you might think if you are not a techie person. I do love tech, but just for the littles, it just works out better. I think somebody in the comments put some really great ways to like stickers or stamps or things that you can do that aren't tech related.
Yeah, I completely agree. I know we've talked about it on like lives before and stuff, but yeah, it's like take the idea and put it in your classroom on what works for best for you, because that's how you're going to learn how you want it to look anyway. And that's how you're going to like adapt it. And that's honestly how I got to the point of doing it pretty similar to what we do in our training. Is I needed to like live in it for a little bit. And then I kind of worked my way there. But shout out to Tanya Dida. She is our winner of our book bundle. So congrats, Tanya.
Yeah.
So go ahead and email me at katie@teachbetter.com. But yes, this, I also wanted to shout out because this comment is something we hear often. Ray, I know you've done this with Chad, and I know we're going to do this later on today, but using AI to get you started with those differentiated tasks is huge because it does save you a ton of time. But just looking at some of these things that like are reasons you have not started, curriculum expectations totally makes sense. Giving up control.
Well, I want to clarify, these are things that make sense in terms of like, we've heard them before and we're happy to coach you through them. Like, we have worked with educators K through 12, even in higher ed, to do the grid. We've worked in a huge number of states. If you feel constrained, we have ideas on how you can get started. And if you feel like you have areas you can't touch because the world would explode because your principal requires something specific, fine, we won't touch it. There's still other things we can do. Just because you don't do the grid method doesn't mean you can't move into being a more effective teacher with mastery learning.
Absolutely. Yeah, because that's at the end of the day, that's what we want. Bree?
I think something that other people don't realize too, perhaps with the grid, is that if you have a curriculum, you can still do the grid. Like you can implement parts of your curriculum into your grid and you can add your own additional things. I feel like sometimes people are like, well, my district requires me to do this program. Mine does too. So I can still do the grid.
Yes, because the grid is going to be a framework that you use whatever your curriculum is to help facilitate effective teaching. So oh my gosh, so many.
This question, super, super important for really everyone to hear. But the question is also, fifth grade science is a tested area and scores have been great. But would they go down when transitioning to the grid? That's not the whole, that's not the plan. So if you are someone that is struggling, and we literally hear this all the time, is I don't want to change something because my scores are great, I get tested, whatever that kind of idea is. Reach out to us because we can coach you through that so that it is a smooth transition and so that you can use the grid without seeing the dip in scores.
Well, we want you to be successful too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes. And that is definitely our hope. And I actually didn't start the grid until I was in a tested area. So third grade is tested in Ohio for math and for reading. And I had no problems with my scores in starting the grid.
And I feel like, right or wrong, I don't know if it's like kosher to say this out loud, but I feel like the tested area was where I wanted to be really successful. And the grid helped me do that. I couldn't figure out a way to essentially lecture and use the workshop model and still get the same results as I did with the grid. Otherwise, I may not have stuck with it. So I think the reality is like, it is an incredibly effective way to incorporate the best practices like personalized feedback, like the elements that we see in research that are just really hard to make sustainable in the classroom. So let us know if you guys have any questions. There's also a free course in the academy. So
all right, ladies, we have 2 more things and we have like 5-ish minutes. Do you think we can get through both?
No.
Yes. Let's go.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to start with the one Because I think, Ray, you could have a simple answer. This is getting the kids to get the learning style. So like behaviorally being able to adapt to the independence.
Intro grid.
Okay. Ray's answer is intro grid. Bree, what's your answer?
I feel like it's an outside social emotional learning piece.
Oh,
teaching behavior expectations.
Ooh, okay. My answer was going to be let it run for 3 grids.
Oh, yes.
Yep. So those are the 3 takeaways. Let it run for 3 grids because that's usually how long it takes for kids to get into it. Teach the expectation, but then also you could teach it by using intro grid. If you don't know what that is and want some more information, literally send any of us an email.
And there's a free course in the Academy, and the course is linked on teachbetter.com/the grid method.
Man, you're like just a website.
I work here sometimes.
Oh my gosh, welcome to the team. Okay, this is the last one. We're going to get this in. This is the last. This might be kind of big, but we're going to just dabble in it. Project-based learning within the grid. Is it possible?
It literally, love. Yes, always possible. Super easy. Have to do it. My opinion, the best way to teach. No conversation.
Bree, do you have any like quick tip on how someone can kind of dive into it?
With the project-based learning?
Yeah.
Okay. Use some of your top tiers, like because a lot of that project-based learning is going to be your, DOK 4. So it's a good motivator as well.
Yes.
You can also use the grid to help facilitate the process of project-based learning rather than the content. So as many of you are looking at grids as a way to facilitate content, it's actually a great tool to facilitate processes. If, for example, which is not related to PBL, like writing a narrative essay, you can walk students through the process. And we've seen that a lot too.
Yeah, I want to make it clear that if you are someone that's new to the grid method, obviously our course, we walk through all of the nitty gritty of that. We have a free intro course as well as a newly revamped full course in our academy. But don't think the grid is only for one specific content area or only for one specific grade level. It is literally, we've seen it used from early elementary to collegiate and beyond and professional development. So if you are someone that's like, I have an interesting situation, please reach out to us because we can walk you through this. We have people, educators all over email us all the time saying, I teach this and I know the grid, but I don't know how to merge them. And we love those kind of conversations. We love those coaching sessions. So yes, Ray, whenever you do this, I know you've got something cooking in that brain.
I do. So I love these misconceptions. These are my favorite topic. I feel as though we can continue these misconceptions into our next segment, which is focused on incorporating collaboration in the grid, which is also a misconception that's impossible because it's a self-paced system, so therefore must be individual. So I really wanted to give a highlight, Katie, to maybe sharing how we're going to transition here for this crew.
Yeah, so we are going to still be as awesome in the second half of our day. Ray and I are actually going to continue this conversation with the grid method, which I'm excited that we have several grid method like segments throughout the day. But the stream that we have been on for 1,000 hours is going to
almost 7.
Yes, almost 7. This is true. Well, many platforms kick us off after a certain number of hours, so we have to transition to a new one, which is totally okay. All you're going to do is when we wrap up here, you're just going to go to wherever you were at, and there will be a new one that appears, and you're just going to click it and join right back in, and we will be just as awesome then. So, Bree, Ray, thanks so much for talking through these misconceptions. If you are one of the people who contributed one of these in our Facebook group, we are so grateful for you and so appreciative of you. But please keep asking those questions, keep pushing back. We love to learn alongside you and want to help you on this grid journey. So, girls, are you ready to warp into the next one?
We will meet you on the other side.